love to play in your fun and your games. Always hungry for more, that's just how I was born. Take me somewhere I don't know and give me your freedom. Whoa, you love me to pieces, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium, life is so easy. Whoa, you love me to pieces, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium. The limit of love is endless, I know. Just do what you want with me. Yeah, I want it all. Could care less the cost. I give you my everything. Some would say I'm insane in the right in a way, but I just love to play in your fun and your games. Always hungry for more, that's just how I was born. Take me somewhere I don't know and give me your freedom. Whoa, you love me to pieces, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium, life is so easy. Whoa, you love me to pieces, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium. And give me your freedom. Whoa, yeah, me to pieces, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium, life is so easy. Whoa, you love me to pieces, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium. Oh baby, I love your
Oh my goodness. Hello, good morning. It is me, Ren, and I am here with a ridiculous Genesis game of some sorts. I suppose first thing I'm just going to go ahead and do is have my players introduce themselves, and then we'll just jump right the heck into this. So I'm just going to choose one of you randomly. Just tell us your name and well, I suppose we can see your character names as well, but don't worry about describing yourselves yet because we'll get to that. Just introduce yourselves. Bob, why don't you start?
Good morning. My name is Bob. I am here. I'm awake. I have my small cup of coffee to get things started. And since we're going to be serious about the day, my larger cup of coffee to get things started. We're just going to set that right there. Take this old line right here, prep that vein, and oh, yeah. Now it's
Thank
flowing. We're ready to start this day.
you really were prepared. All right. I like the dedication. Kayla?
Hey, good morning, everyone. I have a larger cup than Bob started with, but it's still relatively large. This is number 2. I'm excited. I'm ready to play Kobolds.
Wonderful. Finn?
Hi, good morning. I'm Finn. I don't have coffee and I'm sad about it. But I have
Oh,
tea, so it's okay.
that's just about as good. And Sean?
Hello, I'm Sean. I have water.
Water's good. Stay hydrated. I also have water. Again, I'm
Water
Ren,
is important.
and I will be running the game this morning. I just want to tell everyone that there is currently an issue with the Extra Life website, which they are currently aware of and trying to work through. So the link we have may not be working right now, but that's okay. Just keep on trying it because it's the right link. It's just a little broke. We'll get there. It's early for the website as well. Just give it a little slack. All right. So I guess we'll just go ahead and get right into this. My dear sweet kobolds. Well, that's what I'd like to call you, dear sweet kobolds. We all know that this game today is called Kobolds, but there isn't really much more to it than that because the four of you, various shapes and sizes of kobolds, are all on board a steam train bound from the coastal city of Droost to the dwarven hold of the Quartzite clan, which is nestled deep in the mountainous heart of the Framp region on the continent of Arbrum. That's a lot of words I just threw at you, but what you all would know is that Droost is along the northeastern section of the continent. It is fairly chilly and a little cold, and it is also home to a large population of Skelesk people, which is what you are all technically called in this setting, which is just a fancy way of saying y'all a bunch of reptiles. Now, Droost itself is the capital of the region of Snoia, excuse me, and the route that you're traveling on is a newly established steam train line that is used to ferry not only people but goods to and from various places throughout the region. That said, you all boarded this steam train hoping to get out of your current doldrums of life because the fact of the matter is, well, kobolds are wont to travel sometimes. At least you all are. And you managed to snag a ticket on board this train, hoping for some change in your current life's trajectory. The train itself is fairly slow. Steam power is fairly new, and it's unrefined. So what we would probably consider in our world to be like a scenic train ride, like 25, 30 miles an hour, that kind of thing. That's about what these trains can push at best. So it's a long trip to go from one place to another, but hey, at least you don't have to walk around to do it. So why don't we go ahead and start off by seeing what your characters might be doing on a passenger slash cargo train. Now, when I say train, there's passenger carts. There are obviously cabs for you all to sleep and stay in, and there are connecting freighter slash cargo trailers towards the back of the train. You've been on this train for probably a couple days now, heading southwestish, and just kind of describe for me who your character is, what they look like, and why the heck are you on a train? Whoever wants to go first, please be my guest.
Okay, I guess I'll go first. Hi, my name is Buttercup. I used to be a baker. I am pink, pink kobold. um, I wear a flower crown because my name is Buttercup. I really like flowers. I also wear really bright purple shoes. They're kind of rubbery. They also have holes in them, and they are a little bit too big, so they kind of flip flop around a little bit. Um, I am on this train because I used to be a baker in the town. It was great, and I loved it. And my dad taught me how to bake and how to make everything, but I really, really want to become a knight. I want to be able to protect people and swing a sword. So now I'm traveling to go do knight training and hopefully be inducted into the knighthood.
Beautiful. And where would you be chilling out, Buttercup?
I am hanging out in the passenger cart, just looking out at the windows, taking in the views.
Beautiful. I'm going to interject quickly. Uh, the passenger cars have some like booth seating almost. There's windows all plastered along the sides of the passenger carts that allows a lot of light in. And the interior is fairly nice, all things considered. The seats are kind of velvety, burgundy slash wine red colored, and there's some crushed velvet tapestries that are hanging from some of the windows with the kind of typical uh, yellow cords. And Buttercup, you are sharing some of this space with a number of other passengers. Um, Besides, of course, other kobolds who joined you on the train, there are um, there's all manner of folks. There's humans, there's dwarves, there's elves. There are even, so you've heard, you haven't seen them yet, but you've heard talk of some suit wearing frog people that may be on board as well. I'm going to call on Bob.
Sorry. Professor Levon Gaunt would be a fairly well dressed kobold of the styles of the day. Uh, he would just be sitting there towards the middle of the passenger car, quietly, with good posture, shoulders straight. Been relatively quiet this entire time. But if you've paid attention, every time somebody's moved or gotten up, his eyes have followed them very carefully and slowly, tracking them, trying to understand what they need, knowing what they need.
What color is Professor Levon Gaunt?
Lee Von Gaunt is, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked it. I'm not stalling for an answer. He is red.
Beautiful. I'm glad you picked a color. Red's a good color. Sean, where's Niblet? What's Niblet up to?
So Niblet is a train conductor. So he's a older skink, the blue kobolds. He's probably about 75 years old. He's got his little uniform, his nice little hat. If we've been on the train for a couple of days, I imagine I'm no longer collecting tickets, but I'm probably bothering the interesting passengers because that's all you really do as train conductor.
True. And you have seen all sorts of interesting folk already.
Have I seen the frogs?
You have. They have not really wanted to entertain you, and they, in most cases, seem to stick to their own private car and quarters. So they're usually holed up towards the front of the train. Um, Basil.
Either one's fine. Hello, So I'm Basil, and I'm here with my best friend Buttercup. Uh, I'm not really sure where we're going or what we're gonna do, but she wants to be a knight, and I want her to be happy. Uh, I like plants.
What color is our sweet basil?
I'm purple.
Okay. We've got a good mix. So, and Basil, are you sitting with Buttercup?
Yeah.
Beautiful. All right. All of you are in the passenger car. Basil and Buttercup seated close together. Uh, Professor Levon Gaunt, you have seen the number of other kobolds here. And of course, Niblet, as you are going about your work, you're passing through the passenger car as well, and you see a number of kobolds here. You've bothered them before, possibly, but you are all just here together, and a number of other passengers are side by side you in different booths. The car itself is starting to pull up the side of a mountain. It's kind of running alongside uh, the central mountain range in the region. Uh, Y'all would know that at the very heart of the continent is an enormous mountain range that basically splits the continent almost in two. The fact that the train runs through it at all is nothing short of a miracle of modern science. Uh, the weather itself is fairly calm, but it looks like there's a storm a brewing in the horizon, and it's been fairly chilly. There are scatterings of snowdrifts and things like that that you can see as you kind of gaze out the train cars, and occasionally uh, the car lurches and jerks as it continues along on its trundling path. Yes, Basil.
So are there no plants outside the train?
Oh, there's plant life. Yes, definitely. Absolutely. In fact, Basil, you've heard that the train itself is powered by plants. This is because plant life in Arbrum produces chemical energy that is harnessed to power many contraptions throughout the lands that could range from uh, torches or lights. Uh, it ranges to steamboats, trains, weaponry, or other types of mechanical innovations. But you have the sense that there may be some plants on board that you might be able to find if you look hard enough. As you all sit, uh, an elf kind of gets up from their booth and shifts around the cart. Yeah, too early for chatter. And they approach Niblet and give a tug on your uniform sleeve.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Is it time for breakfast? You see, my wife and I are quite hungry, and, well, it's is the dining car open?
Out of character, is the dining cart open?
Out of character, it would be fairly early morning, and the dining car isn't open 24/7. However, it would be open at this point, yes.
Yes, I think it opened about maybe 20 minutes ago.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Um, would you perhaps be willing to fetch something for us?
Uh, have these passengers been particularly interesting or like told Nibba any cool stories?
Oh my gosh, no.
Okay.
These two are just a pair of older elves. They're the pair of them, both of them. Their hair is kind of that. It's going from that blonde color to like a silver, so it's just kind of streaked with lightness, and they're fairly wrinkled. Uh, they're they've been traveling mostly in silence for a majority of the trip here so far, and they've been polite and cordial. They ask for an awful lot.
I'm not really supposed to leave my post, but let me see if I can get one of the younger, more spry conductors to come over and lend you a hand.
Oh, thank you so much. That would be most appreciated. And the elven man just kind of goes back to their booth and sits down. Um, Niblet, you work alongside a variety of other folk, though the steam trains themselves have been developed in conjunction with um, the the combined brain power of dwarven engineers and parsec engineers. And y'all would know that parsecs are basically little rodent people that live in this land as well. So a number of the conductors and other staff here are actually little rodent folk. So a lot of you would have seen furry little folks. They're squat, they're round, they have chubby cheeks, and they run around the train. They've been tending to the passengers, making sure that the food is prepared and that the mechanics are, still in working order. But for the most part, you are like the only kobold working on staff here.
Okay. I'll try and flag down. I'll probably wait until it's one of like the newer recruits. Um, I'll flag one of the rat people down and just be like, those elven folk over there need a hand carrying something. Do you mind? My back's just killing me today.
You flag down one of the younger staff members. They look like not a rat, but a guinea pig. And they have tan fur, and they have a little hat kind of like yours. It's much smaller than your official uh, elderly, sorry, veteran uh, conductor hat. And they have just a teeny little blue overcoat with a little pocket watch and chain. And they almost flinch when you approach them. Yeah, 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 yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Niblet. I can go ahead and do that for you. Did they say what they wanted?
No, they were quite vague. But if you just want to go over there and ask them, I think it's just something small from the dining cart.
They wring their little paw hands. Uh, yes, sir. And they just kind of scuttle off. Buttercup and Basil, and of course Professor. You see this little rodent folk just scurry by very quickly. Um, they are, gosh, they can't be much more than 2.5, 3 feet tall as they scuttle, almost waddling. And they approach the elves, and you kind of hear hushed conversation as they speak with the other passengers.
Just kind of look out from my booth and watch where they're going. And I look over at Basil. Hey, Basil.
Yeah.
I think it might be time for breakfast. Do you want to go get some food?
That's a good idea.
Okay, okay. So we should go before it gets crowded.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. And Basil
And I
like
start walking with my little flip floppy Crocs. Just really, really proud, kind of and up, chest out, flip flopping.
Basil will like scurry alongside her.
Professor, you see these two other kobolds pop out of their booth and start heading in the direction of the dining cart. The two of you shoulder your way through the passenger car. The aisleway is kind of narrow. It's wide enough for, well, it's wide enough for basically two small kobolds to pass abreast. But if you are a regular medium-sized humanoid, it would be a little trickier to pass by one another here. But as you make your way, the train kind of lurches again, and y'all have to keep your footing as you just kind of work against the momentum of the train. And you go from one car to the next. There are the connecting tunnels between the train cars themselves. So you're never really exposed to the outdoors as you move from car to car. And the dining car itself is a little less nice than the passenger car, but there is a handful of uh, very simple tables that have uh, standing stools that are bolted to the floor near them. And you can see that there are wait staff kind of ready to take orders or ask people what they want as they enter the cart and sit down. Cinna.
After seeing those two get up and make the way towards the cart, Professor would stand up slowly, grab his things, and follow them towards the dining cart. Um, I'd be a little further back, but when into the cart, is there room at their table?
There are seating arrangements at the tables for up to 4 people.
Okay. I'd like to make my way towards the table. Good morning. May I join you for breakfast?
Good morning. Basil, are you okay with it?
Yeah, I mean as long as he's friendly.
Are you friendly?
Oh, indeed. I am very friendly.
Okay, that's fine with me. And I just scoot over.
My name is Professor Lee Von Gaunt. It is a pleasure to meet you. Extend my hand out.
I just kind of look at it for a second and just really like slap gung ho right into his hand. Hi, my name is Buttercup. It is nice to meet you.
And you are?
Hi, I'm Basil. And Basil just kind of like looks at the hand and then does that thing that reptiles do where they like lick their eye. And and then does not take the hand.
Quite charming. Thank you. Carefully set my bag down. Take a seat.
As the three of you sit down, almost instantly, one of the staff descend upon your table. Good morning. Can I get you some breakfast? We have grits, oatmeal, squeezed juices, vegetables. Would you like some vegetables?
What kind of vegetables you got?
We have celery, we have kale, we have carrots and potatoes. Also, we have grapefruits.
Can I have a grapefruit, please? And some juice?
Yes, absolutely. Would you like sugar for your grapefruit?
Oh, yes, please.
Wonderful. And for the rest of you, we also have standard fare, eggs and sausages and whatnot.
What kind of potatoes you got?
The kind that come from the ground.
But what color?
They range from purple to red.
Can I have some purple ones?
I will have to see that we have plenty of them, but yes, I believe I could get you some purple potatoes.
Thank you.
How would you like them prepared?
Mashed is good.
Mashed potatoes for breakfast. As you want, yes.
I would like some sausage, please, with the side of kale, the fresh juice, and in the best delicacy that you can cook it, please. Thank you.
Right. And they scuttle off. I enjoy role-playing service. After a few very awkward minutes between the three of you, this other parsec returns. This one's black and white in color, and they just kind of start throwing the food down on the table for you. The grapefruit with a little sugar shaker, the purple potatoes that are just mashed to hell, and uh, everything that you wanted, Professor. I don't work service anymore. I don't need to actually remember your order. So they put everything down for you as well. And they just kind of look at you and say, well, if you need anything else, just give a shout. And they scuttle back towards other tables to keep working.
I take the sugar shaker and I empty the whole thing on top of the grapefruit. Whole thing.
That's a lot of sugar.
Mhm.
But more power to you. It's like a third grapefruit and a mountain of sugar.
Knowing Basil though, because this waiter just said give a shout if you need anything, I feel like as soon as they walked away, Basil's gonna like kind of be watching Buttercup, and then as soon as they're sure that this rodent is far away, they're just gonna raise their little voice and be like, ah!
Is there something wrong with your food, young one?
And I just want to see if he comes back.
Ah, it's good to test these things. Response time's important to track.
Do you keep screaming?
Yes.
Hmm.
As you're screaming,
Noted.
eventually a different staff worker comes over. This one, they're extremely concerned. It's it just their eyes are furrowed, and they just come rushing over. Uh, are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, he said if we need anything to shout, so I shouted.
Oh, um. Well, what do you need?
I'm sorry. Can I have a glass of milk?
Yes, and for clarification, you do not actually need to shout. In fact, we would prefer if you don't. It disturbs the other passengers.
Okay, sorry.
And kind of over their shoulder, you see a handful of people at a different table, and they're all just kind of staring wide-eyed and bewildered as this worker runs off to get you your milk. And another one comes back. Coffee? Would you like some coffee?
Yes, please. More.
They fill up your glass.
Thank
Got
you very much. Your
role-playing
service here is
breakfast.
amazing.
Niblet,
So,
what? Oh, sorry.
sweet one, why do you walk so proudly? What weight do you carry that you need to boast it?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, I don't carry anything but my backpack.
Mm. I've seen you carry. The way your shoulders were back, your chest was puffed forward. There is a great weight you have.
No, it's just so I'm going to be trained to become a knight. So I have to hold myself accordingly. I have to act like I belong and make sure people know that, I'm a good person. So I have to hold myself accordingly.
I see. Do you
Why
worry
are
that
you
people
here?
won't see you as a good person?
Um, Sometimes. But,
Sometimes.
you know, I can't choose their opinions of me, but I can try to help them steer them in the right direction.
Indeed.
Why are you on this train? And why did you want to sit with us?
It's been such a dull, boring ride on this marvelous device that we are currently going on. To take the expressway seemed the way to travel and see what would become of it. To expand my horizons, to find things that interest me, as I bring the things that interest others to them. Your friend caught my attention earlier. Jittery, anxious. I was curious as to why. The mashed potatoes and screaming have answered many questions for me.
Nah, Basil just worries.
Mm,
That's
worry
what
is
they
good.
do.
I just like to know how things work.
Curious. I bet you would be willing to go to the front of this train, to crawl inside to see the moving parts, to understand how we go, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
If you were given a fine watch, would you take it apart to see the gears?
I mean, if you told me there was plants in it, maybe.
Interesting. Fascinating. Excuse me one moment. I'll reach in my little pocket there and take out a small little notebook and scribble a couple short words to myself and put it back. Sorry, I had a thought I had to record.
Mm. Do you do that a lot? Write down what other people tell you?
I find it's helpful going around to new places to understand the people and the culture we get to
Okay.
find ways to remember them after our meetings have ended.
Okay, but
I say,
who are you?
I am Professor Lee Von Gaunt.
Okay, what are you a professor of?
Oh, great many things. Understanding is probably my best study.
Oh, I
Hmm,
like studying understanding too.
I believe you do. And I believe one day you will find the truth you are looking for in the place you will least expect it, but one you will most frequently visit. I say, this breakfast looks delicious. Excuse me one moment as I enjoy, and I will start eating slowly and carefully.
I just dive into my pile of sugar, trying to fish out the grapefruit.
Y'all, I can't right now. Okay. As you're eating, however you're doing it, the train continues along, and in between bites, you notice a finely dressed frog enter the dining car. And when I say finely dressed, I mean three-piece suit made of uh, the most fancy fabric, a silk tie, a teeny little fez for a hat, and somehow a long, silky mustache dangling from the very tips of their nose. And as they enter, you hear the sound of their webbed feet hitting the floor beneath them. Splap, 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 splap. They look at all of the other passengers in this dining cart with absolute disdain as they continue along to where the staff is standing. Loudly, they declare, I say, I am here to get breakfast for my master. What does it take to get a little service in here? And the waitstaff kind of wring their hands. Oh, well, excuse me. We didn't realize. Of course you didn't realize. My master does not like to be left waiting. Lord Croaksley does not take this as a personal slight, but you would be best served to bring food immediately. And they kind of cross their arms and glower at the staff. They immediately scuttle off. Of course, of course. To, we'll get the food. We'll get the food. And as they pass your table, you hear them just kind of muttering to each other. What does this guy want? It's like, I don't know. What do frogs eat? Do they eat normal stuff just like regular people? Okay. And they just hustle away, and the frog is just left standing, staring and glowering at everything in sight.
I stand up on my chair. I look at the frog. I point at him. I say, "You should really be nicer."
They quirk their face. Their smooth skin kind of glistens in the under the lights of the cart, and they just look at you with contempt. Excuse me.
I said, "You should be nicer. They might treat you a little better and do what you want if you say please."
That sounds like peasant talk.
No, it's just being a decent person.
I say, is being a decent person interrupting someone's morning routine?
You're interrupting mine with your shortness.
This frog person is also a short stature as well. So they look at you and is that a height joke?
No, you're just being rude.
Well, Lord Croaksley does not like to wait, and I, as their retainer, do not enjoy making them wait, so I am here on their behalf.
Well, maybe you should tell them to not be rude.
I would like everyone to make the first roll of the game.
Oh,
It's only been forever. I would like y'all to make a knowledge lore check. And this is going to be an easy check. So, how do we figure out our dice pools? It's easy. Take your intellect, and that's the number of green dice you get. Take that number of green dice and change a number of them to yellow if you have ranks in knowledge lore.
so to clarify, if we have 1 rank in knowledge lore and a 2 intelligence, it's 1 green, 1 yellow?
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect.
And you will add 1 purple because it is an easy difficulty check. And I don't think we have any boost die, but
Career skills doesn't do anything, right?
nope, it would just be easier to level up career skills.
Gotcha.
Where's that roll dice button? There we are. I have rolled 2 success and 1 threat.
Great.
I got 2 successes.
Also great. How we doing, Buttercup?
Well, you sent me a thing to tell what the heck these said, and I don't have it up. That's on
It
me.
also will just sum up for you.
Oh, 2 successes, 1 failure.
2 success, 1 threat.
I'm just reading off the thing.
I had the one threat.
Okay. But everyone succeeds. All right. So y'all know, after hearing this frog loudly proclaim Lord Croaksley again, that Croaksley is a frog person of some renown. In fact, they are one of the merchant family heads in the frog people city of Mounston, far to the north. The fact that they are on this train seems oddly peculiar because it's a little ways out of the way from the typical frog person home city. We'll just call it that because they don't really have like a homeland, but Professor, you would also know that the merchant families, well, they're obviously very wealthy, and they typically have need of material goods because what wealthy family doesn't have money to spend? But the fact that a rich person like this might be on the train has you set a little aback, and I'm going to have you take a strain for your threat.
Okay. Strain noted. Now that doesn't do anything until I hit the magical number cap I have in place, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And you can recover those as well as we play.
Right. In case anyone missed, we do have 2 from Discord donations to boost dice.
Okay. 2 boosts to use. All right. And the boost die are the blue ones. So you can add those to a skill check when you make them.
Sweet.
The frog person continues to glower at you, Buttercup.
I glower back.
Such a rude scamp. Who let you on board?
I bought a ticket, just like everybody else.
Very well. I see they let anyone on board these days. And
You
they
should watch what you say to my friend.
their face just kind of contorts into a giant frown, and their neck kind of bulges on top of their tie.
At this point, Ken and Niblet walk in and just yell
absolutely.
to one of the rodent people and just yell, "Charlie, grab me a bagel, will ya?"
For one of the passengers?
No, for me.
I'm gonna have you, Niblet, make me a persuasion check.
Okay.
And Charlie's a little feisty, so make it moderate. So it's 2 purple.
2 purple. I do have some social skills.
Mm-hmm.
I have ranks in negotiation, deception, charm. Would any of those play into
Oh,
this?
charm. Do charm, please. Sorry, I said the wrong one.
So, what dice do I add for that?
So charm is going to be your, if I'm not mistaken, it's based off of your presence.
Yeah.
So it'll be a number of green die equal to your presence, and you'll change a number of those green to yellow based on the skill ranks you have in charm.
Okay. So that's 1 green die, 2 yellow.
And 2 purple.
Okay. The end result is 4 successes.
Charlie is usually a bit punchy, but they seem to be a little taken aback by the frog, and they just kind of, yeah, absolutely anything to get out of the cart right now, and they just kind of quickly scuttle away to get you a bagel. The frog kind of turns to you and Niblet. I see you must be one of the more seasoned of the staff here. Do you think you could perhaps quiet some of the rabble in the dining cart?
Is someone making a ruckus?
Yes. And they
Yes,
point
him.
a webbed finger. This table here is harassing me.
You
Who
were harassing the
started it?
staff.
I was not harassing, I was merely making requests.
You were demanding. There's a difference.
You see, they are giving me trouble. Please have meal brought to my master's cart. I will be on my way, thank you. And they just kind of turn brusquely and start slapping their feet against the floor as they leave.
I
Slap,
stick my
slap,
tongue out
slap,
at them
slap,
as they
slap,
leave.
slap.
Sorry for the trouble.
Sit
You-
back down in my seat and just.
That was rather bold of you.
People
are ready
shouldn't
to-
be like that.
People should be what they are, just as you were just now. That was commendable. It shall serve you well in your future travels, I'm certain.
I think at this point, I'm going to walk over to the table and look to Buttercup and say, "Be careful with them. They've got that frog money."
I don't care what they have. You can have all the money in the world, but if you're not nice to people, you don't deserve an ounce of respect from me.
On a hypothetical level, I can understand that. On a practical level, just be careful what you say. Besides that, how is the ride treating you folk? Good?
It's lovely.
Yes,
I
this is
love the
quite amazing.
scenery. I love the food. It's been great. And I'm here with my best friend, so it's just a whole adventure.
Is it true the train is run on plants?
Yes. It's quite fascinating, but the science is very complicated. I don't want to bog you down with it.
Oh no, I love plants.
Yeah, Basil really loves plants. He would love to hear about it.
Probably doesn't take much to see the immediate panic in Niblet's eyes as you press him further on this.
I'm just staring up at you from our table. Tell us all the things.
Would I know like where the plants come from? Like I have like knowledge, geography.
You know what? Make a check. I'm gonna go ahead and say make it moderate, but your character story specifically calls for the fact that you don't really understand this stuff.
Yep.
So go ahead and give yourself a setback, which is the little black dice. And
it.
don't forget, y'all do have 2 boosts you can add if you do use it. Just let me know so that we can track who's got what left.
And the so this is a knowledge skill. So is that different die than the social ones?
Yep. So the knowledge will key off of your intellect, and then it's modified based on your skill ranks in the knowledge skill.
Okay. One success at the end of all that.
Not bad. All right. So these plants, you don't quite remember the name for them, though you do know, and you would impart this to your passengers, that these plants are actually specifically harvested for the purposes of powering contraptions, though they typically are found in wet areas. They have since been grown, since being identified as sources of energy. They have started to be cultivated in greenhouses, and new strains have been developed to make them more tolerant of different types of landscapes. So you have heard that the plants that power the train are similar in strain to the plants that power like aquatic craft, but they need to be a little hardier, because how do you keep that much water on a train? That would be harder. So they don't require as much moisture. You don't know how the heck they work, but you know where they are on the craft as well.
All right, so I'll throw in all those facts I know, along with a couple of ones that I probably don't. Like, oh yeah, they need a particular type of manure found in the southern regions of the continent. It's very fascinating.
Oh. Okay. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Some plants are very picky.
These are super picky plants.
Mm-hmm. How do you get them sunlight?
We have little windows at the bottom of the train with special mirrors.
Very clever.
Can
Yes.
we see them? Can we see the plants? Basil would love to see them.
Yeah.
And they
It's
came
a-
all the way here with me, so we got to do what they want too.
It's a bit of a security risk, but Niblet will look around to make sure like no one's immediately looking or listening. Then I'll lean in and I'll say, "There's some compartments under the train, small, but I normally can use them to ferry a couple of kobold passengers around who need to get from place to place. Next time we stop, I can bring you down there, and there might be some connecting tunnels or compartments you can get a view of the plants."
Do you
Thank
hear that,
you.
Basil? We can see the plants.
Through a vent.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, just flag me down when we get to the next stop, and I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
Sounds great. What's your name?
I'm Niblet Sweet Tooth.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
See, a little kindness goes a long way.
Yeah. Where the hell is my bagel? Have any of you seen Charlie?
Which one's Charlie?
Have I seen Charlie?
Not since not since Charlie scuttled off. The sad part is I know that the professor knows which one Charlie is. But almost as if on cue, like by some divine providence, your bagel arrives in Charlie's tiny little paws. How would the lot of you like to spend the rest of the morning? Because I'm basically gonna say, all right, we'll fast forward to like the next stop.
After breakfast, I would think that we'd go back to the passenger seat so we could watch the scenery go by if there's not much else to do. Just a bunch of waiting.
Yeah, I think Basil would be happy to go back to our cart and just like watch the scenery, count the plants in the window that he can count, try and see like if there's any really exciting ones.
As Basil and Buttercup go to leave, Professor will stand up. You two have a pleasant trip. I'm going to sit here and continue eating my breakfast and enjoying this ride. And at this moment, he'll start contemplating that there is a possibility of a new and far more juicier target available for his interests.
I just turn around and see you later.
Bye. Also, as a note to the DM, while they are sitting and counting the plants out the window, Basil will also be holding their little glass flasks and just like
Gotcha. It took me a moment to process what we were saying because early morning, but I got there. Beautiful. So y'all go back to your respective places. You spend some of the morning. The train itself trundles along. The scenery remains fairly constant with grassland and some forest out in the background. And off on the other side, you see the mountain range kind of rising up on the side. And eventually, you come to a kind of remote little outpost almost. and the train kind of slows down a bit and starts to come to a gradual stop. Niblet, you would know that this is one of like the last stops along the way before you get to the mountain range. It's basically kind of a place to pick up other passengers who might have been traveling along trade routes, or it would be a place to kind of restock supplies before you head up into the mountains. And it generally takes 15-20 minutes to load things up before heading back out. Um, so, for the time being, the train is stopped.
Hey, Basil, we have to go find the conductor. His Niblet. He said
Yeah.
he said once we got to a stop, we could go see the plants.
And we're stopped.
Where do train conductors stay? Basil, do you know?
No, but if we can't find him, I could always scream until someone comes again.
Maybe let's not do that. That can be a last resort.
Okay.
I don't think they liked it very much last time.
No.
Let's just go find people to ask. Maybe we
Okay.
can find that professor again. Maybe they know.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. I just
Okay.
flop with my Crocs.
Just like scurry behind her.
As you're walking around, you find the professor, but also importantly, Niblet, you get bumped into by these two as you're kind of making your rounds throughout some of the carts.
Oh, hey there.
Hi, you're gonna show us the plants?
Come with me. And I'll like lead them to like one of the car entrances, and I'll pull open a little like side cabinet that would like normally be used for like baggage storage and stuff. And I'm like, oh, looks like your bag slid all the way back there. If you want to just go back there and grab it.
Yeah. And Basil will shove themselves into the opening.
I think they need help, so I'm gonna go with them. I jump right in after.
Great, I would help, but my back.
Okay, but where do we go from here?
Just go to the back of the compartment and there's a vent and just pull it off.
Okay,
Okay.
Basil, go all the way back.
Okay.
This is ridiculous. Niblet, I'd love you to make a skullduggery check for me.
Okay.
As you're doing this, other passengers are kind of passing by, and some of the other staff. So you're kind of like holding the vent open for these passengers, and trying to do it in the most discreet way possible. I'd like you to make it a purple and red die difficulty check.
Purple and red. And it's green die again for general skills.
Yep. So skullduggery would be cunning,
Yeah.
modified by any skill
But
ranks you have.
I have a single rank in it, so one
Cool.
green,
So-
one yellow.
Yep.
I have to go take care of something that apparently just happened. I will be right back in a moment.
Okay.
I got the net result is 1 advantage. It was 3 successes, 3 failures, 1 advantage.
Okay. As you're doing this, one of the workers comes over, and they notice you kind of standing awkwardly, and they, Niblet, what are you doing looking in here? Do I hear something? I'd like Basil and Buttercup to make stealth checks.
I'm just gonna say, Dave, it's a train. There's a lot of moving parts. There's steam going off everywhere. But no, somebody dropped their glasses. Just trying to look for them.
What difficulty of stealth check?
It's going to be the same thing, a red and a purple. But I'm going to give you both boost die because of Niblet running some interference.
Hmm.
Okay.
So that would make one yellow.
That would make an extra blue
Oh no.
Okay.
to your skill check.
Can I use one of the boosts that we got donated to?
Absolutely.
I want to succeed at this.
I have one failure, one despair.
Oh no!
I have one advantage.
One advantage. All right. This is fantastic. All right, so
It's not a good thing when you say
fun fact, the yellow die and the red die have two very special faces in the system. The triumph on the yellow die is great because it can be used to trigger critical effects. It can be used to activate weapon qualities at no cost. It can be used to add elements to a scene. Conversely, the despair can be used by the GM in a similar way to do awful things or, just story things. So, what I'm going to say is while the worker doesn't notice you crawling around, the two of you are kind of shoving your way through this compartment with all the luggage that's stored in there, and you find the little vent that Niblet has told you is back there, and you crawl in. What could go wrong? You just kind of start shuffling your little kobold bodies around in this tight corridor, and Niblet, you hear the distinct sound of like clattering and clanging, and people, the two of them in there, just kind of muttering and grumbling as they stumble around in the dark. But Dave just kind of stops for a moment as you're talking to them, and they just kind of shake their head. Yeah, no, that's fair. There are an awful lot of strange sounds on the train. Just carry on, and they just kind of shuffle off. But the two of you in the vents, you start crawling around towards the direction that you think the I don't know what you'd call it, the energy production room should be. And as you're crawling, you kind of shuffle through, and you take a moment, and every now and then you look up, you see like the slats in the floor where it would pop up to the train car above you, and you can kind of see there are passengers seated as you look up through the floor below them, and you continue along scuffling and shaking, and okay, eventually you come to the private car where the frog people are staying. And your curiosity gets the better of you because you can hear them shuffling around inside of the car. And as you kind of look up through the vent in the floor, you see that this is a real posh, swanky passenger car. There is a little mini bar. There are paintings hanging on the walls. There are even nicer draperies and throw pillows and everything everywhere. And you hear the sound of the frog that was in the dining cart. Master, are you certain that taking this train was in your best interests? And you hear the booming voice of another frog. Of course. I am Lord Croaksley. Nothing I do is without intense scrutiny. and proper decision. Websley, you know better than to question my decisions. And the frog, apparently named Websley, seems to almost grovel. Yes, yes, of course, sir, of course. I'm sorry, I did not mean to imply that. Wait. Listen. Do you smell that? There's something. And almost instantly, as you're looking up through the floor, this frog turns their head directly towards the vent, and you see their massive eyes just staring straight at it. And in an instant, a tongue flips out and hits the vent and pulls the vent off the floor. There are there are spies in the floor, and in almost an instant, a pair of other tongues lash out from the sides and stick onto the two of you and pull you out of the floor and
Flask of acid.
into the cart with them, or at least they're trying to pull you out. Basil, you're getting a flask of acid ready.
Yeah, as soon as I see that tongue coming at my friend, just like
Okay, let's make this interesting. I mean, hopefully it's already interesting, but Buttercup, I would like you to make an opposed athletics check as this massive frog tongue is trying to pull you out of the vent. And your difficulty is going to be 2 purple and 1 red. Basil, I would like you to do the same thing because you are also being pulled, but I'm also going to have you make another check afterwards as well. So,
okay.
There goes my pension.
2 threats.
what's that?
2 threats.
2 threats? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
2 failures.
Awesome. All right. Basil, I would like you to make, for your acid, I would like you to make an attack.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. You're just pouring that out, huh?
Yeah, I don't want to waste the glass flask. Just gonna dump it on the tongue, like, take this.
All right. That's pretty fun. Make it a. Trying to think of what skill I want this to be because I don't want it to be ranged, but I also make it a melee check
Okay.
as you're just kind of trying to dump this out on the tongue. On the tongue coming after you or the tongue coming after your friend?
Tongue after my friend.
Gotcha.
So, if it's melee, is it like brawl, melee heavy, or melee light?
You know what? That's better. Let's make it brawl.
Okay, because in that case, I get a yellow. What does opposing mean?
Well, it's a combat check, so we're going to go ahead and make it 2 purple because it's combat.
Okay. 3 advantages, 2 failures.
Oof. Well, the bad news is you pour that acid out and you manage to get the acid on the tongue and it stings it a little bit. You can kind of see it bubbling a bit as it hits that tongue. And unfortunately, you both failed your checks, so the tongues pull you out of the vents. And Basil, you are wrapped up in this frog tongue because you just like flat out failed. And this frog has you flipped out, and instantly their webbed hands kind of like grab your shoulders. Buttercup, you're pulled out, but as you're being pulled, the acid takes effect on the tongue, and it lets go of you, and you kind of just go rolling out onto the floor. As the frog that licked at you is basically grabbing their tongue and cradling it as this acid is burning it, and you just hear them going. The two of you see this massive toad character sitting reclining on what looks like an enormous bed of sorts, and they're wearing a crushed velvet suit with a cravat, and they have an ostentatious monocle as they're sitting there, and in front of them is just a plate of a full spread of like fresh fruit and sausage and oatmeal and an enormous breakfast. And they regard the two of you with a quixotic look. Two intruders, what are you doing here? And Buttercup, you're just out on the floor, and you see the three other frogs. They're just wearing suits. They look pretty fancy, but they're all wearing fezzes.
Well,
There's
or
more where that came from, and I'm not afraid to use it.
Basil, stop. We were just trying to go look at the plants. We didn't mean to come in here. We can leave if you want us to. We just wanted to see the plants that run the train.
Plants that run the trade, a likely story.
We can show you. You want to come with us?
Come with you. You take one look at this toad. They would not fit in this vent at all. At all. You're here for my secrets, aren't you?
Now I could care less about your secrets.
Eh,
Everybody wants Lord Croaksley's secrets.
Oh, you're Croaksley. Hey, I have a bone to pick with you.
What?
Your person here is. Do I recognize the one that was in the cart earlier?
Yes.
This person. Sorry, frog. This one here was very rude to the dining servers earlier. I'd like to have a word with you about it.
And their throat just kind of rumbles and jiggles as they're laughing. You think I care about manners, little one?
You should.
No.
If you're this big, powerful person, you should be nice and have manners.
I care about results. And my people get results. Now, folks, get them out of here. Out the door. And for the love of goodness, will someone get bandages for their tongue? And the other one is still like grabbing onto their tongue. They kind of open the door and start pushing you out. And the one named Websley is just like, you should consider yourself lucky that nothing worse happens to you.
You should consider yourself lucky that I'm not a real knight yet.
Oh, that's so sweet. You want to be a knight, do you? Well, you do realize that if you swear fealty to someone, you will have to do as they say, yes?
Well, yes. But for the
that's
good of
why
the...
she'll swear fealty to a really nice person, not
Exactly.
someone like your lord.
Just stick my tongue out at him. Just...
Good luck with that. And they see your tongue come out and they just do the same thing, and their massive tongue just kind of lops out of their head.
Basil also is going to stick their tongue out, but like just a little bit of acid drip threateningly from their mouth.
Go back to your fantasies. Us frogs have important business to attend to. and they shut the door behind you. And you are left standing in the hallway of the posh, swanky cart. And up ahead, you see one of the other staff members who notices the two of you ushered out and instantly descends upon you. Where did the two of you come from? What are you doing in this private car?
We got lost. Sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay. Were you looking for the dining car, the entertainment car?
I
Um,
was
bathroom?
looking for the little kobold's
I just-
room.
we were looking for the entertainment cart, please. Thanks.
They look at the two of you very suspiciously now that you've both said separate things.
Well, I
Hmm.
can't go with them. I wanted to go to the entertainment cart. Basil just didn't want to be alone. That's along for the ride.
I see. Well, I will show you to the bathroom and you to the entertainment cart. And they start walking in the direction you crawled from. The entertainment cart is not very entertaining. I'm sorry. It is basically a small cart that has a little nook for reading, a couple of brain teaser type board games or activities, like where you move the pegs from one hole to the other, or a couple other games like chess or checkers. And they just kind of wave a paw. Here's the entertainment place.
Doesn't look very entertaining. But
Well,
okay.
What were you expecting?
You know, that's a good question.
I will leave you to it. And then they just kind of scurry off. I think if we can, I'd like to go to a quick break, and then we will pick up from there.
love to play in your fun and your games. Always hungry for more, that's just how I was born. Take me somewhere I don't know and give me your freedom. Whoa, you love me to pieces, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium, life is so easy. Whoa, you love me to pieces, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium. The limit of love is endless, I know. Just do what you want with me. Yeah, I want it all. Could care less the cost. I give you my everything. Some would say I'm insane in the right in a way, but I just love to play in your fun and your games. Always hungry for more, that's just how I was born. Take me somewhere I don't know and give me your freedom. Whoa, you love me to pieces, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium, life is so easy. Whoa, you love me to pieces, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium. And give me your freedom. Whoa, yeah, to pieces, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium, life is so easy. Whoa, you love me to pieces, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium. Oh baby, I love your madness. It's so incredibly beautiful. Oh, you shine like gold, so selfless to all, and wild like an animal. Oh, some would say I'm insane in the right in a way, but I just love to play in your fun and your games. Always hungry for more, that's just how I was born. Take me somewhere I don't know and give me your freedom. Whoa, you love me to pieces, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium, life is so easy. Whoa, you love me to pieces, yeah, I need it. Want your pandemonium.
Oh, good. So, while our feisty little kobolds were getting into some trouble, Professor, what were you up to?
I would be looking for Mr. Niblet.
Hmm. It would not take you long to find Mr. Niblet, who is probably pacing back and forth between the carts fairly frequently.
Ah, yes. Mr. Conductor Niblet, may I have a moment of your time, please?
Yeah. How can I help you?
Excellent. I will walk right up to him, casually look past him. I believe our two little friends are off on their own adventure.
Yes, they're in the greenhouse.
Quite a bold move for you to do that.
Uh, Typically something I only reserve for our brethren. You don't see a lot of us on these kind of things.
Indeed. It is good to take care of those like us, which is why it brought me here. I noticed earlier you seem to have a slight twitch in your step and the massaging of your back. Tell me, do you experience the back pain? Is your lower back aching?
Is anybody watching?
No, not really.
Honestly, I've been doing this for a long time, and I think I've paid my dues. I just kind of say that so the young blood picks up the pace.
It is important to know your position and to exploit those below you that need to step up as well. What goals do you have after this travel? Will you continue going on this train, mediocrely going back and forth from one destination to another while never being in your own place?
Yeah, that's kind of the life I chose for myself. I had a pretty rambunctious youth, and this is my way of settling down. But I get to see nice locations through the train windows, and I get to meet a lot of interesting people.
But you don't get to experience the locations you see. You just travel by, glancing at them through a window.
I never thought about it like that, but I suppose you're right.
I see. Tell me, do you have a private bed in this place?
We kind of have a bunk bed situation in the crew carts.
And you are forced to share with others?
Yeah, I've been doing this for a while, so I get paid my bit of respect. So I have a little more leniency and space than some of the others, but yeah, it's sharing quarters.
I see. Share, but nothing for yourself.
Yeah, I guess.
That's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Tell me, how long have those two been gone?
Longer than I would like. I was hoping they would just go see. I mean, it's plants. Like, how long can you look at plants?
How long can anybody look at anything they enjoy? Indeed. How much longer till the train takes off again?
At this point, probably 2 minutes. Getting close.
Good to know. Thank you for your time. I'm sure I will see you again shortly.
Yeah.
I will.
Right.
Walk right on, board the train again, make my way back to my seat. Get down, take out my notebook, make a couple more notes. Watch some of the other conductors, and no, that's about it for right now.
You're going to send Niblet into an existential crisis.
Niblet, what are you doing after this bizarre diatribe?
I'm probably going to spend at least a few minutes pacing while thinking about that. Probably at least until the train gets going again. Until I have to like actively close the doors and do my conductor duties. And then I'll probably go back and check on the vent.
You go back to the vent, and you don't hear anything. You don't see them. You don't know what's going on with them.
That's not good. That's not good. Do I see Dave around? The one who asked me about the vent before?
I mean, Dave's somewhere, but who can say, really?
I'll walk through the carts looking for Dave then.
I would like you to make this is great. This is great. I would like you to tell me what your vigilance skill check would be.
It's good. I have 2 ranks in it.
And what is the stat that it's keyed off of?
Will.
And what's your willpower?
2.
2. Okay, so 2. All right. So I am seeing if Dave is successful in shirking his duties from a vigilant senior member of staff. So I am assembling a dice pool for Dave to hide from you using your skill check as his opposing pool.
Okay.
And you are specifically looking for Dave, so I'm giving Dave a setback. Dave just had complete nothing. I love when the dice does that. So it takes you a little bit of time, but you do find Dave. Dave is slacking off at the back of the dining cart.
Niblet would normally give Dave shit for this, but because Dave might have heard too much, he's not going to. Say, Dave, have you heard any more weird noises coming from the train? I think a pigeon got in there.
Niblet, a pigeon, you say?
It's the only thing I can think of small enough to get in there and do any damage. Maybe when we were unloading people's belongings, a pigeon just swooped in.
Huh.
I've seen it twice before.
Well, I believe that. You've been at this job for a long time, haven't you?
Yes, unfortunately, there's not much we can do besides let it die and eventually fish out the the corpse. But I just want to know if that's something we have to be on the lookout for. Have you heard anything?
I have not. Do we have to wait for it to die?
That's normally the easiest thing. Have you ever tried to catch a bird?
Can't say I have. Usually I'm on the lookout for birds because, well, have you ever seen a rock? They're pretty huge.
They are. Once we get to the next stop, we can search for the bird if you want to preserve its well-being. But if it's not making any sounds, it might already be too late. Just in the back of your mind. If you hear
Right.
anything, let me know.
I'll let you know if I smell anything too. And they pretend to start working. They like start shuffling napkins and like folding and making busy work like they were actually doing
Yeah.
something.
Oh, Dave.
Hmm?
You're doing a great job. I just want to say.
Oh, thank you, sir. I try real hard.
No, it doesn't go unnoticed. Keep it up.
As you're talking, one of the other staff members comes in. Hey, Dave. Yeah? I just had the most bizarre thing happen. Huh? What? It looks like a couple of kobolds got themselves into the frog cabin. And Dave just kind of stops folding. No way. How'd they get in there? I don't know. But they must not have been welcome because they just got shoved right out. Huh. Do you think... Huh?
Who's on guard duty at this point?
Guard duty? What the hell do you think we are? Security detail?
I mean, they give us these. I'm gonna like point to my like baton on the waist.
They both kind of look at their own waists. What do you mean? You got a standard issue? Was that standard issue when you started?
Do we not do security anymore?
Well, no. I'm here to serve food. I just patrol cars and sweep up. Like, Niblet, what the heck? They kind of look at you with wide eyes. They're just like, all right, yep. Almost like there's some kind of newfound respect that they have for you. Or maybe it's fear. I don't know.
So yeah, I'll hold up the club and I'll show it has the branding of the train company on like the side.
Oh, so wait. Are you actually security?
I thought so. Nobody informed me of the staff change.
Oh, well, I know things are a little confusing from the top down. Orientation was kind of a mess. Maybe they need some fresh new ideas. And they just kind of wander off thinking to themselves. And Dave is just still folding napkins, giving you a little bit of extra space.
Am I gonna get in trouble for hitting people with this?
Just for why would you hit people with that?
If they cause a ruckus and they're harming other passengers.
Oh, well, Dave's just like, I don't know. I mean, if they're a danger, maybe they deserve it, but I don't think you probably want to just go hitting anybody.
Noted. Thanks for
Were-
your insight.
Were, were you just okay? And they start like folding faster, like working harder. If thanks for telling me I'm doing a good job, and they just keep going.
Yeah, of course. See you later. And I'll try and make my way towards the frog cart and see if I can find anybody.
On your way through, you pass by the professor again, and you make your way into the entertainment cart, where you see Basil and Buttercup entertaining themselves, I guess.
So did they not take me to the little kobold room?
Well, no, they did. I just, didn't really
Okay.
want to. I didn't
No, I
really
was
want
just
to
making
role
sure
play
it's
a
a point of
bathroom.
order.
You've already been
Good, okay.
there and back again. A Kobold's Tale by Basil.
So I feel like Basil has started taking apart one of these board games and just like trying to figure out how to stack the pieces. Not playing, just trying to like build a leaning tower of pieces.
It's impossible. The train is lurching way too much.
Basil, can we just play the game instead of you trying to make a new game out of it?
I mean, if you wanna.
You always want to do something that's against the instructions when we can just use the instructions.
Yeah, but I
That's
mean,
the point of having the game.
Basil's gonna like pick up the instructions and sniff them and be like, I don't understand them though.
You just gotta read them.
I don't read.
That's okay. Then what do you want to play?
Well, if you want to read, you can show me how.
Nah, I don't feel like doing that. What do you think that rude frog guy was talking about with secrets? He kept saying we were after his secrets.
I don't know.
What kind of secrets do you think a frog person can have?
Niblet, you come in while they're talking about this.
Maybe he buys his.
You think he gets illegally sourced bugs to eat?
Maybe, or maybe he's got really embarrassing foot fungi.
Nah, I don't think fungus grows on frogs.
Hey, you two.
Yeah,
What the-
yeah?
What the hell?
What
Was
do
it
you
a
mean?
frog cart?
That was an accident.
They heard us crawling. What were we supposed to do?
We were just trying to go look at the plants, and then I guess we were being a little loud.
This train is so loud. How loud were you?
Well, really loud.
Okay, so this is my bad. I shouldn't have done this. Just don't tell anybody what happened.
I'm sorry. We're not good at sneaking.
No.
It's okay. I should have asked.
It's fine. We won't tell anybody. It was an accident. We were just trying to find our lost bags, and we got stuck and lost.
Yep.
Great. Well, if you
But-
need anything normal, don't hesitate to ask.
Wait, do you know anything about him? The frog guy who's kind of rude?
Out of character, do I know anything about the frog guy? No. I know a little bit, yeah.
What do you know? Because he kept saying that we just wanted his secrets, but we just wanted to see the plants.
Well, if I told you, you'd be in great danger, but trust me, it's nothing you need to concern yourself with.
Oh, I live for danger. That's why I want to be a knight. Did you know I wanted to be a knight? I'm going to knight training. That's why I'm on the train.
That's exciting. Where are you going to night training? What country? What lord?
I'll know when I get there.
It's interesting philosophy.
I just kind of go where the wind takes me.
You remind me of some of the stowaways we get, but in a
Oh
good
no,
way.
I bought a ticket. I promise.
No, I know. Just their free spirit, their wandering free spirit, not their lack of capitalism.
Oh, okay.
Ren, can I have quietly followed Niblet into this room at this time?
Can you quietly? Yeah, sure.
Indeed, the free spirits like to travel without restriction, unlike those that wish to stay contained to those shackles of their lives.
I just peek behind Niblet. Hi, Professor.
How long have you been
Greetings,
there?
sweet one. I'm often where I need to be.
So don't tell anybody, but Basil and I accidentally ended up in the frog cart, and we got to meet this Lord Croaksy rude guy. He's got
Might have
secrets.
burnt one of his people's tongues.
We won't talk about that. That's a secret.
You don't say.
He's got secrets. Do you tend to know things about people?
All
Do you
people
know
have
anything?
secrets. Many secrets are kept.
I don't have secrets. That's
Oh, you do.
no, not really.
I am certain of it.
So,
Nah, she's a
do you
pretty
know
open book.
do you know anything about this frog person, this Lord Croaksley?
Lord Croaksley. Lord Croaksley. Let me recall. Ren, do I know stuff or am I about to make it up?
You're about to make it up.
Ah, yes. Lord Croaksley, third heir to the throne, if I'm not mistaken, from a strong lineage. Their kingdom has ruled for quite some time now. Rather aloof to the people's needs, as often royalty can be.
I thought he was
Self-centered.
just a merchant.
That's how they wish to portray themselves in travel. You see,
Maybe
oftentimes
that's his secret. Maybe he killed somebody for his place on the throne.
You have a point there. That could be it.
that could be quite possible. Perhaps it'd be a fun time to maybe go investigate that. It would help earn your knighthood and trust of any lord you'd wish to seek later if you were able to uncover a murderer as such. And with Mr. Niblet's help here and knowledge of the train, I have no doubt we could find our way back there.
Conductor Niblet, do you think we could do this?
On the record, no.
Oh. But off the record,
the
like
record.
our plant trip was?
Can you be quieter?
Yeah.
I might have to take my shoes off. They make flop sounds when I walk. They're a little big. But my dad gave them to me. I gotta keep them.
Gift from loved ones are worth holding on to.
Mm-hmm. And they're purple.
Purple's a good color.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Here's the deal. You guys can do what you're trying to do, and I'll
Okay.
try and run some cover.
Okay.
But if you get caught, I didn't know what you were doing. and
We
I'm gonna
don't know
act-
you.
Hey, I'm gonna act like I caught you.
Okay. Basil, do you want to do this?
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it without you.
Wait, hang on. And they're gonna pull a flask out and just be like, "Ooh."
I really wish you wouldn't do that, but I understand. So are you in? Are you in, friend? Are we all doing this together?
Most definitely.
All right. Let's uncover a murder.
Yes. Let us find out one indeed.
I don't know where I'm going, so if someone could lead, that'd be great. Thanks. Niblet, do you know the way?
Yeah. Just follow me.
Okay, let's go.
Head in that general direction. I'll keep like a 5-foot lead on all of them.
I did take off my croc-like shoes and put them in my backpack. So hopefully I'm a little quieter, but I have bare feet now.
You have bare feet? I thought you were a kobold.
I knew it was coming.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't resist. I would like everyone to make a vigilance check for me.
Vigilance check. Oh,
And just make it a straight vigilance check. So no difficulty. Just go ahead and roll and let me know if you have success.
I have 2 successes, 2
Two
advantage.
successes, 2 advantages.
3 successes.
I
4
also got 2
advantages.
successes.
Awesome. That's a lot of successes. Well, great news,
Yay.
everyone. As you are walking through the train, following after Mr. Niblet, you are just kind of looking back and forth idly between the windows and the walls and everything else. And as you look out to the left into the field, you see, all of you see, what appears to be a group of horses with people on them riding through the fields, seemingly coming straight towards the train.
Oh,
Well, that's most curious.
I didn't know the horses could go that fast.
Me either.
That's concerning. Haven't seen
It's-
that in a couple of years.
You've seen it before?
Yeah, a couple times. And I'll like lower my my uniform a bit and reveal like a scar.
Oh.
It's probably fine. Maybe they just want to say hi.
That does look quite deep at one time.
Well, so if this is an attack, it sounds like we got rid of our security on the train, which is a little alarming. I don't know who made that decision.
You don't have security? It's a
We-
good thing I'm here.
We used to be like ticket collectors / bodyguards security, and now apparently nobody else is armed but me.
Oh, I have a sword.
I have a staff.
It's just in my backpack.
Normally this would be official train company business. We don't want passengers putting themselves in the line of danger.
I think we're past official train business at this point. Let's be real.
Fair enough. But yeah, I would be ready for whatever that's going to be. I'm going to go alert some of the other staff.
What should we do? Do you want us to come with
Uh,
you? We might be able to help.
Keep an eye out on the horses through the windows, and if you see them heading for a particular cart, head that way.
Okay. How do we tell you if they're going to a different cart?
I think Besa would be able to handle that.
Yeah, you
Scream
can
if we
just start
need anything.
shouting again, Basil.
Yeah, I'll follow the commotion.
Okay. You got it. We'll watch. For now.
I'm going to head off and find my other conductors and try to rally them for potential battle.
Basil's
many
gonna run up to the
distractions.
window and just start like waving. Hello, hello.
No, Basil, stop. Don't draw attention.
But if we draw them here, we say hello, come be our friends, we can just fight them here.
I don't think they want to be friends.
But
And
if
I
we can
don't
bring
think we
them-
can take on a whole bunch of them. I don't know if I could take on one, to be honest, but I would try.
I think you could take on 3.
3.
You're
Maybe.
strong.
Well, they're a little bit bigger than me, but I would try. Professor, you have any idea what's going on?
How many are riding up now, you said?
There's a whole group of horses. As you're kind of staring at them, you notice, well, you come to the realization that out of like the 5 of them, probably about half of them are actually centaurs. So the people parts are actually full on centaur people.
So at that point, Basil's just plastered to the window like, they're not just people, they're horses.
This makes it a little bit harder. But okay. What do we do? Where are they going? Basil, can you tell where they're going?
Towards the train.
As you're staring out the window, Basil, while you were waving, you notice that a few of them kind of point towards where you are in the window, and they're kind of like motioning back and forth between the group of them, and a couple of them kind of peel off and start going wide, and a handful of the other ones just kind of start to fall back in line with the train. They are running as fast as the train because, well, the train is slow as heck. And as you're kind of watching, you feel a slight rumbling sensation after a little bit. And the train starts to shake a whole mess as y'all are standing there. Niblet, as you're walking, well, how quickly are racing to the back?
Probably quicker than any of the young conductors have ever seen me move.
Okay. Yeah, so as you're racing, the carts just start to shake, and all of the passengers start to kind of panic a little bit.
Remain calm. I'm sure it's just a rock on the tracks. This happens all
And-
the time.
Almost like you declared something that was going to happen, the mountainside starts to slide after what sounds like an enormous explosion rings out, and a whole mess of rubble starts to crash down ahead of the train onto the tracks.
Okay, big rocks. My bad. Big rocks.
Yes, Basil.
Can I open the window?
Open the window. It would probably open a slight crack, but there's no way you can like actually fling it open. Passenger
Okay.
safety and all that.
Well, I'd like to crack it open, take a handful of my lots and lots of seeds, and just
You're just throwing seeds out the window.
yes.
Okay. No problem. You throw all of your seeds out the window.
Well, not all of them, but just like a handful, and a handful, and a handful.
You are sprinkling seeds out the window. To what end, I am not sure, but you are. As you're doing that, the train starts to come to a sudden halt. Well, yeah, sudden halt as the brakes are pulled. And I would like everyone to make an agility check. Just straight agility. Actually, coordination's a thing. Coordination. No difficulty.
And it is number of die per.
3 successes.
Okay.
3 successes.
3 success, 1 advantage.
1 success for Niblet.
Y'all are some coordinated kobolds. Y'all managed to stay on your feet as the train comes to a screeching halt. A whole mess of the passengers, Niblet, you see just kind of go flying in their seats if they aren't buckled up, or if they're standing, they just go sprawling out on the floor. A lot of the other conductors are kind of doing that Star Trek fake turbulence thing where they just go rolling around all the place because of the sudden shift in momentum. And you approach the rest of the crew near the the back towards the dining cart, and you find Dave and a whole bunch of the other crew, not conductors, service staff, I guess, all huddled together in panic. They're all chittering back and forth to one another, literally because they're all rodent people.
Dave, ever been in a fight?
What? You're not going to hit me, are you?
No. No. Do I give off that vibe?
What? Honestly, a little bit.
Huh. Anyway, I think we have some trouble outside. We have to have some security here, right?
Well, I mean, I think so. I'm not really sure. I just fold napkins and serve food.
Oh, geez. Do I see any conductors around? Or anybody that's not waitstaff?
There's one other person dressed in the same outfit as you.
Does he have a train company brand club?
Yes, he has a train company brand club.
Oh, thank God. Do I know their name? Or can I just make up another name?
Make another name up for me.
All right. Paula, thank God.
What's going on?
I think we're being attacked.
Attacked?
Nobody here knows how to fight. I need you to come join me.
Oh gosh. I barely remember what training was. Orientation was a mess. But I'll do my best.
Everyone keeps saying that. What is orientation nowadays?
How long have you been working here?
Since trains were invented?
Wow. Okay. Well, okay, let's stop and think. If we were going to attack a train, where would we go first?
The front of the car?
To the front of the car. And Paula just starts like rushing, club in hand.
All right, I'm right behind Paula.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
No, this is fantastic. The other three of you are up towards the front of the train already, and one of the drivers comes careening through the door ahead of you in the car, and he's just shouting, "Rocks on the track! We need to clear the rocks from the track! Quick! Clear the rocks from the track!" And it just goes pushing past all of you. "We need to clear the rocks from the track."
Oh no, there are rocks on the track?
He stops.
How
"That's what I said. There's rocks on the track."
how do we get them off?
"Well, you gotta pick them up and move them. There's rocks on the track."
We would have to stop the train to get off to move the rocks.
"How long you been on this train? We're stopped."
Oh. You're right, someone did pull the brake. I am trying to recover from trying to figure out what is happening. Should we, Basil, Mr. Professor, should we go try to move the rocks or should we stay here?
Oh yeah, I can help with the rocks, but first I have a question for the DM.
Absolutely.
Would you rule that it is a utility, conjure, or augment spell if, now that I've tossed all those seeds out the window, I want them to spontaneously grow into full-size plants?
I will say that is a conjure spell.
Okie doke.
So, spells.
Yeah.
Magic spells. They cost 2 strain to cast.
Okay.
They are keyed off of your cunning, because I believe you are using primal magic.
Mm-hmm.
And I provided a breakdown of some of the magic spells. Difficulty will be modified based on the magnitude of which the spell will be. It starts out as easy, and since you are casting on a number of spaces that are spread out
Mhm.
because you were just dropping seeds out the window, and you're trying to make them full blown plants. I say this is probably going to be a hard check, at
Okay.
least, which makes it 3 purple. And you do all have boost die from donations as well. So if you would like to use one, by all means,
Okay.
go ahead.
And I would also like to um spend a story point with outrageous fortune.
Yes.
So I can change the face of a positive die to a face adjacent, which I'll need your help telling me what that means. But
Okay.
so, and I will use my boost die.
Awesome.
Cool.
Yeah,
So
use those story points.
how would I move a positive die to an adjacent face?
So basically, you're going to roll your dice, and you're going to tell me which one you might want to change.
I would like to change my blue one because it rolled a blank.
It rolled a blank. Okay. Then we can change that to be a success and an advantage, which is the best one on there.
Okie doke. With that case, there would be 3 advantages
3 advantages. Okay.
because before changing it, it's 2 advantages, 1 failure.
Okay. All right. So you tell me, describe for me how your spell works. What are you doing to make that work?
So I think Basil's like waving their staff and creating like a sunlight resembling spell across all the seeds, but it's like magical sunlight that basically tells the seeds grow right away. And so there are a variety of like flowers and bushes and vine plants just sprout up alongside the train.
Okay. So as you're kind of waving the staff out the window, it restricts some of your movement.
Mhm.
I'm not going to rule that you're not successful, mostly because you didn't literally roll failure, but it takes longer than you expect for the seeds to respond to your magic. So
Mhm.
rather than everything happening instantly, you do all of that effect, and it seems like nothing happens,
Mhm.
which is very upsetting. And I just would like to verify, what was the overall goal to have all of those sprout up like that? Keep people
Uh,
from approaching the train or
slow their approach.
slow their approach?
So
Okay.
with the 3 advantages, my hope would be that the advantages, instead of like successfully making a whole wall of plants to stop them, they might like some of them might have to slow down to trek kind of more carefully around plants if they pop up.
Right. Or funnel in a specific direction, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as the train is stopped and you're kind of looking out, you see these centaurs approaching the cart. And before they can get to some of the side cars, all of your plants just suddenly sprout up with an immediacy that you were expecting to have happened uh, within seconds, but instead it took like half a minute. So the plants decided to cut it dangerously close to getting in the way and interrupting them. So suddenly, all of the windows are just covered with a thick wall of vines and flowers and shrubbery that blocks basically your view to the outside and makes it fairly impossible to try and approach any of the doors or windows from the left side of the train.
Okay, so now we go out the other side and we clear the rocks.
Rocks on the
Okay.
tracks. There's rocks on the tracks.
Good job on magic, Basil. It
Thank
worked. It worked really well. Let's go clear some rocks.
Yeah.
As you all, or as you move forward, um, you make it to one of the joining sections of the train, and there is a door to it, so you can kind of slide it open and hop out. As you pull this door, a blast of cool air kind of rushes in at you as you're, exposing yourselves to the outdoor air for the first time in a little while. And you jump out into the dust along the tracks here, and you look left, you look right, and you see that there are um, the mountains kind of coming up on the right side of the train just in front of you. And up ahead on the left, you see where all of this rock slide happened. And it's just blocking all of the front of the tracks, probably a good 200 yards from where the train is stopped. And you can hear shouting from the other side of the train as well. Angry voices mixed with confusion and someone barking orders and hoofbeats.
Such chaos in this moment. Pity there won't be more time for other endeavors. I will stay on the train, but I will assist people getting out to go help with the rocks. I'm currently waiting for someone else to come this direction.
Okay.
As I'm hopping out of the train, I just look behind me and just, okay, no help from him. Just start moving pebbles. Not very large rocks, but as big as I
Oh,
can carry.
the utility spell says it can be used to levitate things.
Mm-hmm.
Can I levitate some of these rocks?
You can. You
Or
absolutely can.
would I be able to convince you that I can use the augment spell to just like make a gateway out of the rocks so we can just go through?
Read me that augment spell, please.
It's not what it's for at all. So augment is a divine or primal skill. It magically enhances characters or objects. Sometimes the distinction is mostly narrative. It may be a matter of description, whether a spell imbues a sword with power or improves reflexes of a character wielding it. Although these effects are often helpful in combat, such spells can be useful in many circumstances, from helping an ally scale a sheer surface, keeping the party's horses galloping past their normal limits. When determining the effect of an augment spell, see the augment actions effects for some of the possibilities. Of course, the players may want to try something not covered by those effects, such as temporarily repairing a weapon, so you can continue to wield it.
Right. Okay. To turn those rocks into a tunnel, I can dig it. It's going to be hard as heck, though.
Mm-hmm.
Fair warning.
I figured.
So the two of you jump out of the train. You start running over towards there. Professor, you are standing at the door there, and as people come running up, whether they be other passengers who are looking to come out and help or other staff, what are you doing?
Uh, I'm simply relaying messages. People, you must go out and help move the rocks out of the way. The two little ones out there will show you from this point on. Here, let me help you out with this train. I'm waiting for Mr. Niblet to make his way this direction.
Okay. Niblet, you and Paula are headed towards the front of the train, Paula, and you do eventually come across Professor.
Ah, good Mr. Niblet. The little ones have already jumped ahead with some of the other passengers. We are clearing the rocks. Let me assist you in our ways. Come. I will start leading my way off the train, urging Niblet to follow.
I'll follow suit.
Paula looks at you. Don't worry, I'll go to the front of the train. And she keeps rushing ahead with the baton wielded.
Be careful. I think there's only two of us. And I'll jump at the train.
This wasn't covered in orientation. The lot of you are all kind of gathered around this rubble. Tons of rocks of all different sizes. Some teeny, some as big as a buffalo. Yeah, that's an animal. They're massive, and just all the different passengers, the other staff are kind of grabbing and moving rocks. And as y'all are doing this, Basil, you get ready to start casting your magic.
As
Tell
I
me.
get ready, can I spend a story point?
You sure can. What would you like to spend it for?
So I can use it to like add something, right?
Yep, you can use it to upgrade a die or add a die,
Okay.
depending.
Then I will do that as part of this roll.
Cool.
So if it's spell, I don't have a boost anymore. But I can upgrade one of my greens to another yellow, and then the difficulty is going to be how many purples and reds?
I am going to make this formidable. So that's going to be 4 purple.
Gotcha.
Oh boy.
Use
You
the
are-
boost.
You are making a tunnel out of a bunch of rocks, which is rad as heck, but it's hard.
You guys are going to love this.
I believe in you, Basil.
1 success, 1 triumph, and 2 threats.
Ooh. All right. So, first, it costs you 2 strain to cast magic.
Yep.
The other 2 threat, I will figure out to do.
I mean, you have 2 story points now, so.
I do have 2 now. I'll figure out what to do with those threat in just a moment. Why don't you describe for me what you think this triumph is going to be?
So I think Basil's like having a moment of like, I could lift them one by one, but that would be lots of spells. And so instead they're like, I wonder if I can find a way through. And they're like, pull on the rocks with their magic, and like there's one bigger rock towards the middle, and it just pulls up, and all the other rocks kind of start to magnetize until it forms this like stone arch.
Awesome. As you're doing that,
Okay.
you're focused on creating that tunnel. What are the other of you doing? What are the rest of you doing besides maybe moving rocks or whatever?
Are the centaurs making their way towards us? Or are they still blocked by the plants?
They are. In fact, some of them come around the far side of the train, and you see them, you hear them kind of barreling down between the rock wall and the train towards you.
I'll
Okay.
probably start heading, just like walking a couple paces in their direction, like blowing my conductor whistle, and saying, "This is official railroad company property. You are trespassing. Please leave right now or face the consequences."
Strong words, Mr. Niblet.
It
Stand
never
true
works.
to your task.
I hear them coming, and I run through my backpack, and I pull out my little kobold sword. Just have it ready.
Awesome.
I will kind of follow up with them as well, but nothing else.
As the
Mr.
sorry.
Mr. Professor, do you need a weapon? I have a dagger. Do you want to borrow it?
Oh, no. I am quite well armed, but I do not wish to arouse their anger any further than it has been. Let us see how this plays out here momentarily. There may be a great advantage to be had.
Okay.
As y'all basically stand your ground here, and Basil's making this tunnel, the rest of the passengers who came out to help kind of see that the tunnel is made as Basil's kind of holding onto it, and they look back and forth between each other, and one of the other staff for the train looks at the other passengers, and they just go, "Get back on the train! Get back on the train! I'm going to tell the conductor to get moving." And he looks to Niblet. "Sorry, Niblet. We're going to try and get it past these rocks." And they all start loading back up on the train.
Yeah, I'll catch up.
And as you're all standing there, the rest of the passengers start loading back up. um, a pair of centaurs round the bend in the space ahead of you. They're fairly large, um, sturdy looking build, um, a male and another two male centaurs, and they kind of approach from a distance. They come to a trot, and you see that they have weapons drawn. One of them has a sword in hand, and the other one has a bow. And they look to the trio of you standing there, and one of them calls out, "All right, we're here to rob this train. Which one of you's in charge?"
That would be me. I'll take a step forward.
He kind of looks to his companion. "All right, knock an arrow. That's the one." And you see him load the bow, um, and he levels the sword. "Well, we're gonna make this nice and easy. Like, you're going to go on board, get all the valuables, bring them out. We'll take them, and we'll be on our merry way."
Gentlemen, may I interject?
He stamps his foot in annoyance. "Yeah, and who would you be?"
Oh, I am Professor Lee Von Gaunt,
"Oh,
procurer of many things.
a professor, eh?"
I am. And I know what you're after, and I will help you procure it. I have one request. If you would listen. Harm none of these folk. Brave sweet Buttercup here may wish to prove herself, but she will not stand long. Good Sir Mr. Niblet is merely doing his tasks, trying to live the life he wants. But I see what you are after, and I will be happy to help provide.
"Unless you have untold fortunes in that bag of yours, you got nothing for me."
I do. Many untold fortunes. The things you desire most. I have what will complete you.
Uh, I know what you're doing here, and I hate that I love it. What are you trying to do here, Professor?
So out of character, I am one trying to not get anybody killed.
Yep.
Two, I am trying to convince myself to, or convince them to allow me to entertain them with an offer they simply cannot refuse.
Would you say you're negotiating?
I would say we are negotiating with a bit of skullduggery because I do hope to profit off of this as well.
All right. So I would like you to make a negotiation skill check opposed by their discipline, which is going to be 2 purple and a red, because you're trying to strike up a deal with some sort of mercenary or bandit.
2 purple and a red. Now this is off of presents, so got to add those. And then I still believe I have. Did I read correctly? We each have 2 boost die.
Yeah, you each had 2 boost die at some point. So you could spend both of them now. You could spend one of them. You could always spend a story point to upgrade your skill check. So if you have any green dice, you could change it to a yellow. So there's a couple options.
I think I will use both my boost die. Those were the blue ones, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I have all those dice select. Where's that button that says roll that beautiful dice? Oh Lord, that's a lot of results. Okay. 3 successes, 2 advantages, 1 failure, 2 threats.
Okay. So your final results are going to just be success.
3 success, 2 advantage, 1 failure, 2 threat. Oh yeah, fine. End result, 2 success.
Okay. The centaur takes his sword and sheathes it and starts walking up towards you. "All right, I'll hear what you have to say, but no funny business. My buddy
Nothing funny
here,
at all.
he'll put an arrow in you if you try anything silly." And he just kind of walks within just like short range of you, so like talking distance, and crosses his arms. Let's talk.
Very well. And at this point, I will open up my bag, pull out my rather large book with its decorative leather cover, nice clasps, and a single strap holding it tight. I will unbind it. Tell me, in your home, where you, your family, and your community live, you have a nice place, I assume. But when you sit there, you feel empty, hollow, void, knowing that something is missing. What is your favorite color, if I may ask?
Uh, uh Orange? Why?
Orange. Bold, strong, striking. It's like the passion you have in your heart for those you care about. Clearly for you, this is a decorative area rug that would most complete your life and fulfill you of the things you are missing. We often look for the treasures of the gold, the shiny, but really when it comes down to it, it is the simple mats that we stand on and stare at day in, day out that complete us. For some it is hardwood, for others it is shag. But for you, it is this amazing sunset over the golden oceans that will complete the room that you live in and find you the most peace as you sit there with your family telling them stories at night.
It is his eye twitches for a moment as he looks at the page that you have displayed. And he raises his hand, and you see the other centaur with the bow just like draw it and pull the bowstring back. And then his hand just kind of goes slack. And the other centaur hesitantly lowers the bow. Hey, uh, Riley, is everything okay? And the centaur near you just looks at the book. Yeah, I just suddenly realized I was missing something in my life. Uh, what were we doing here?
You are coming to complete yourself, and I am here to help you do so.
Yeah, I wanted treasure. I
We will
wanted
find-
riches. But you offer me the best thing. Wholeness of self. How much?
We shall discuss that shortly, but first I'll just make these people on their way so that we will not be distracted any further. And I would like to turn around to the kobold companions here. Good sweet buttercup, may you find your way to nobility in the near future. I have faith that you shall do good.
That's all I
Powerful
want to do.
Basil, your strengths are noted. Good sweet Mr. Niblet, I had hoped to have you for dinner and converse with you later on, but at this time I must take this advantage in front of me. I bid you folks adieu. Come, good sir, as I turn back to the center. Let us go back to where you come to see your place. I have other treasures to offer you, and we shall work out negotiations and a deal. And I offer to go with them as they hopefully leave this train and everyone behind, and no one gets hurt. I secure a sale with a nice profit quota, and life's good.
The centaur looks at you. Yeah, I guess. I have. Yeah. Come on. And he just kind of starts walking with you.
Have you thought about wall coverings as well?
You know,
Truly, in this day and age, paint is so overrated. A nice paper with
it's
a
true.
matching accent. It is.
It's true. My walls are bare,
Mm,
just like my life. Come on.
we shall complete, and I will go off with the Centaur Raiders.
Goodbye, Professor. It was nice meeting you. Have
Sweet to
fun
do.
with the centaurs.
Fair travels, my friends.
Bye.
They all walk off, leaving you with this utility spelled rock tunnel
On the top,
and
but yeah.
a whole bunch of confused passengers.
All right, everybody. I think everything's good. Let's get back on the train. Let's go. Let's leave.
Yeah,
Mr.
I have to
Niblet,
hold this, so if you guys don't mind, like
Mr.
moving the
Niblet,
train.
can we get this going? I think Basil's a little tired.
You made it.
Am I wasting my life doing this?
We can have life discussions after we get back on the train.
Yeah, I think we save the existential crisis for later.
I have some cookies I brought with me. I'll share them and we can discuss it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Paula, close the doors. I'll start escorting people back onto the train.
With the raider captain successfully persuaded and them directing the rest of everyone to leave, the train is completely safe, apparently.
Still didn't get to see the plans.
Basil, you hold the utility spell for long enough for the train to trundle through, at which point it stops and waits for you after it's fully passed. You are able to let the spell down and scurry your way around to get back on the train. And you have the rest of the trip. Man, I was not expecting this finish, I'll say that much. So, tell me, we have a little time. What would your characters do on the rest of this trip?
I take out the bag of cookies I had packed to go with me that I baked before I left. And I go to the frog cart and I knock.
One of the frogs opens the door. Hey, what do you... Huh? You're not one of the staff.
No, I had some words with some of your friends, and I just wanted to apologize and offer some cookies that I baked.
Oh. Cookies, eh?
I baked
What-
them myself.
What kind?
Cranberry and white chocolate.
Cranberry and white chocolate.
My friend Basil helped me pick the cranberries.
Yeah,
Huh.
good
Hey.
to myself.
The frog puts up a finger. Just a moment, and the door slides shut, and you hear hushed voices on the other side. Yeah, they got cookies. What do you mean they got cookies? Yeah, cookies. What kind? Cranberry and white chocolate. Cranberry and white chocolate. Let them in. Let them in. And the door slides back open. Lord Croaksley would like to see you and your cookies.
Okay.
And they just step aside for you.
Waddle myself in with my. I do have my croc-like shoes back on, so I am flip-flopping.
Basil will
Croaksley's in this-
follow and just kind of is sort of sulking, but also just like, yeah, okay.
Croaksley's in the same reclining position, just enjoying the ride, their webbed hands just kind of resting on their body as they see you come in. Cranberry and white chocolate.
Mhm.
How did you know my favorite?
It's everyone's favorite.
Not everyone has as refined a palate as Lord Croxley.
Maybe not, but it's a wide variety of worlds out there. I seem to most people enjoy these. I wanted to say that I was sorry. I am going to take the high road and say that I shouldn't have said the things I did. And I apologize, and I brought cookies to make it better. And I hope that they make you in a better mood and that you're nicer to the service staff here because they deserve it.
I don't imagine a cookie was going to change my demeanor that much, but he reaches forward and grabs a cookie off the plate. If this cookie is as good as I hope it is, perhaps it will. And just kind of shoves the whole thing into his mouth. My goodness, this is divine. Did you said you made these yourself?
I used to be a baker in the town I came from. My dad taught me everything.
I see. Does your father still work as a baker?
He does. I like baking, but it wasn't where my heart was.
And your heart is in telling people to be nice to others.
No, my heart is wanting to be a knight. That just comes with the whole knight part.
I see. He just takes another fistful of cookies and shoves them into his mouth.
You can have the whole plate. I have more. Oh, I have the recipe too if you'd like it for people to make them for you, because I assume you're not going to make them yourself.
No, I never do anything myself.
I could
But
tell. That's okay. To each their own.
And I could give you seeds to grow more of the really good cranberries she used.
Oh, we have the best cranberries at home. I wouldn't need to grow them from your seeds.
Well, but my cranberries are hybrids.
They're really good.
I'm sorry, I'm surrounded by a veritable amount of animal noises right now.
You're fine. Cinna.
Didn't hear any animal noises until right then, and then it got real loud.
Cinna persist.
Green card
Damn
for
it.
Senna.
Damn it, Cinna. Croaksley snaps a finger somehow, and Websley appears at his side. Yes, sir. Get the name of the bakery from this fine kobold. I would like to contract with their family. These cookies are absolutely the best I've ever had. You can't be serious. And he gives him side eye. Do I look like I am joking? No, sir. Here. And he hands a pad of paper and a little ink pen to you, Buttercup. If you would be so kind as to provide the information, I can see to it that a contract is drawn up on behalf of my master.
Okay. My dad's bakery, it's kind of tucked away in a corner, but he named it after me. It's Buttercup's Bakery and Buns. It's got a yellow sign with flowers all over it. He rebranded it after I was born.
That is so sweet. We will send a courier once we reach the city. In the meantime, Would you mind leaving the cookies behind?
Not at all. They're all yours.
Beautiful. Thank you. I swear to God, Cat.
Just wants love. All right, Lord Croaksley, I hope you have a good rest of your trip, and I hope that this inspires you to be a little bit nicer to people. But if you need me for anything, if you ever need a knight once I become a knight, just ask for Buttercup. I'll come help when I need to. And I just turn around and head out.
You leave Croaksley scratching the underside of their chin in bemused confusion. Niblet, what are you up to?
I think Niblet is like waiting by a train door, just like leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette, waiting for Basil to pass by.
Okay. Well, after helping Buttercup with her delivery, I guess Basil would probably wander around the train. So
When he sees Basil pass, he's gonna go, Basil, do you want to see the engine room?
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna retire in like a month anyway. I don't even care anymore. Let's go.
Okay.
And I'll lead Basil to the great plant engine room.
You head towards the engine room. The door slides open as you enter, and Basil, it is like nothing you have ever seen before, because when Niblet had been describing this room to you before, he had said that there were mirrors and slits, but what he did not mention is the fact that a majority of this car is actually made out of glass, and it almost serves as a little greenhouse. So the room itself, while the floor is solid and sturdy,
he lied about the mirrors.
there are still mirrors in the floor, in slats, but there is a solid walkway for you to kind of meander around, and the room is warm and dry. It reminds you of some of the desert lands that you've traveled through in your previous excursions. The room is filled with these plants, bigger than anything you've seen before. And there's a sort of electricity that crackles in the air around you. You can feel it in your scales as you just kind of look around, and the leaves are almost a bluish hue color as they kind of trail down the sides in creeping tendrils. And the most bizarre part of it is the fact that all of these plants are basically resting in little pots of sort where they're growing in the soil, but connected to those pots are little cables that clip to the bottom of the pot and trail around the room and connect to almost like coils, wire coils that are affixed to the upper corners of the cart itself. And from there, it powers what would be the engine. It's like an enormous battery for ease of conveyance of this, but powered by the plants. And there are no other workers in the room here. When I say this cart's probably it's probably a 10 by 5 room, So it is just chock full of flora, just brimming with it. And the lead car is connected to it. So it is where the driving mechanisms are between the two carts as well. Niblet, this is all boring to you because you've been here for forever.
I'm standing in the door smoking a cigarette. Yeah, look as long as you want. I think apparently it's just me and Paula on security, and she's not going to stop us. So
Basil would like to just like pet some of the leaves and be like, "Hello, plants. You're doing such a good job. Look at you." And then go over and pet the leaves, be like, "Oh, you're so pretty." And just kind of like wander around giving like words of affirmation to all the plants to tell them they're doing such a good job.
I'm just following behind Basil, just watching them love on the plants. Like it's my favorite thing to do.
Look at this one. Its leaves are so nice. Perfectly shaped. Ah, it's doing such a good job growing.
Well, I don't know if the plants can hear you and understand you, but it certainly feels nice to say nice things to them, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Goodness. The rest of the trip is pretty quiet. Between the rock slide and the bandit attack and the angry frogs, it has been a bit of a ridiculous journey. Eventually, the train finishes winding its way through the mountainsides, over through cliffs, through narrow canyons, across ravines, and the whole time, uh, the staff continues their work, though there seems to be rumbling about needing new security training and developing some sort of protocol. And there seems to be a rumble through the staff that seems to think that Niblet might be the best suited to spearhead that type of training exercise. After another few days, the train pulls into the designated train station in the quartzite dwarven clan city. And all the passengers disembark. Um, and, honestly, I feel like a butt, but I don't have much else left to go with. So,
Before I get off the train, I stop and find Niblet. And I go up and ask, so this was my first train ride ever. I hadn't ever been out of my home city. Are they all like this?
no, they used to be, but it's been kind of boring the last couple of years.
Oh. Well, it was nice riding with you, and it was nice to meet you. If you ever need any baked goods or anyone to help protect the train, or you just need a buddy, just find me and let me know. I'll be with Basil.
Great.
And if you ever need like plants for anything, I got you.
And if you ever hear from the professor, if you could let me know. I wonder where he's at now. I hope he's okay.
Me too. Um, I'm probably gonna ride out my last 3 weeks so I can get my pension, and then I'm gonna follow his advice and start traveling the world. Maybe buy some things. We'll see how it goes, but I would like to find him again one day.
He might
Yeah.
be around to sell you a rug.
Never owned a rug.
I'm sure he could help. And just
So
wander off into
was
the
he-
city with my flip-flopping Crocs.
was he just a salesman, an angel? Well, I really don't know what happened.
Can we get a camera pan to what Professor is doing?
Yeah, what happened to Professor?
I was actually going to say we'll do mini epilogues right now, but I definitely want to hear what the professor is up to right now.
Oh no, I like the mini epilogue idea. I've been working on some notes here. To answer the question, sometime later in your lives, you each receive a separate letter. Making this up as I go, bear with me. To Basil. Tell me, Basil, have the plants kept growing for you? When the springtime comes, does the new seeds take sprout and grow, much as your ambitions and love for life? But remember, with all things that grow, they eventually must wilt and fall. This is not a sad time, for it is merely be a time of rebirth. Stay true to yourself, Basil. Know your power and grow with it. Be the flower we wish to see, and when you must wilt down to regain your strength, please do so with good trust and faith from your loving Professor Lee Von Gaunt. To the sweet, brave Buttercup, Lord of the Sugar, high on the energy and outpouring of love. I wish to have gained to know you better, to have helped you find your way, but I have faith that you found it yourself. Those around you, no doubt, have seen the exuberance you wish to pour onto the world, much like the sugar over the grapefruit. Signed, Professor Levon. Got nothing after that one. Good Mr. Niblet. I had such more high hopes to spend time with you, to know you better, but I have faith that you have found your way. It is noble to stay true to one's endeavors in life pursues and progress. It is also noble to find that they must change and grow with them as they must. It would be fairly kind to see you one day soon, in that little home that you're trying to make for yourself now in retirement, up on the rocks where the sun sets and the nice view comes through the window. But I must say, the curtains you've chosen are quite atrocious. I will see you soon, and we will discuss new options.
Is there a return address on these letters?
No,
Motherfucker.
but maybe one day there'll be a quiet knocking on your door.
How does he know where I live?
He knows a guy.
So, Professor, you wrote lovely letters. Continue on your strange peddling journey. It turns out that the centaurs that you thwarted in their robbery attempt were there to commandeer some of the cargo in the back of the vessel. They said their life was bereft of material wealth, but you showed them spiritual wealth that they were lacking, that they never realized had been missing. And so you fulfilled them in a way that they weren't actually aware of that they needed. And so they gave up their life of banditry. And now they weave carpets and sell them so that other people might know inner peace as well. Beautiful.
This is good. Things will progress now. More time will come.
Niblet.
This is-
What's Niblet get up to in their epilogue?
Niblet will stay his last 3 weeks with the company. He will decline the offer to train future security. And he's going to just take his meager belongings and wander the land for quite some time until he eventually settles on a nice house on a cliff top overlooking the ocean. Even still, he's only going to stay there for brief periods of time before traveling around the world in his final kobold years. He will never ride a train ever again.
Beautiful. Buttercup?
So, Buttercup goes off to become a knight. She completes her training, works really, really hard. She has to work a little bit harder than the other recruits because she is a little bit on the smaller side. But what she makes up, what she doesn't have in height and size, she makes up for in heart and strength and courage. She trains super hard and eventually inducted into knighthood. She is one of the best knights. The kids in the village love her. And, seeing as they're roughly the same size. She loves it. She bakes on free time because it's always something that'll be in her heart. And she sends her dad goods. She also sends once a month white chocolate and cranberry cookies to a one Lord Croxley and some of his other buddies. And she lives with Basil in their cute little, I don't want to say house. It's more like, I picture like a little townhouse.
Or like a little
Smushed,
cottage. Yeah.
yeah, smushed in between a few buildings. And she lives with her best friend. And everything's great. Still wears her flower crown with her knightling armor and whatnot also.
Basil?
I think while Buttercup is training to be a knight, Basil finds a place in the city to work with their plant growing talents. And then eventually opens a florist shop to save up money to help buy the townhouse. And when Buttercup finishes night training, Basil asks her to marry them. Because she's their best friend and they wouldn't want anybody else to be in their life forever.
Spoiler alert, she says yes.
It's a
And,
kobold wedding.
and they settle down in their little cottage with a flower garden in the front and live happily ever after.
Praise Galesh. Well, and for anyone who cares, Lord Croxley retires to the northern countryside where they have a change of heart and become an immensely popular and generous merchant lord. They hold a yearly festival where they have a cookie baking contest and they see who can shower the others with better compliments. And the food of choice is white chocolate and cranberries. Um, and yeah, they're a giant toad, and it's pretty great. Um, and Paulo goes on to become the head of security. The end.
What about
It's
Dave?
Oh,
What
Dave.
about Dave?
Dave keeps folding napkins until the end of
Until the end of time.
his tenure at the train company. All right, well, that would be this one shot, tidied up with a lovely storybook ending and a ridiculous bow.
Sorry for derailing the storyline earlier.
Yes and no.
I need to get my oof card out for that
I
one.
mean, yeah. I know.
I
No.
Oof for that joke.
I wouldn't necessarily say you derailed, but you definitely solved a potential combat in a way that made it funny and shorter than I was expecting. And I couldn't not go with it because what kind of DM would I be if I just ignored the fact that you had so beautifully produced a catalog
So good.
and convinced them that they were missing something in their life.
Oh,
But for all of you watching, we were playing what's called the Genesis system. That's Genesys. I will go ahead and, yep, thank you, Mayor. If I'm not mistaken, it is the only non-D&D game we're playing today on the channel, which is okay. There are tons of great game systems out there. Genesis is an interesting one. It's produced by Fantasy Flight Games, and it is a narrative system. I mean, not that D&D isn't, but the Genesis system uses special dice that have symbol faces on them that you cancel out to determine outcomes. And it kind of encourages collaboration just by nature of the dice rolls. I know we did a little bit of rolling today, and I know our players got to experience a little bit of character creation. And if y'all want to take some time and tell the chat what your impressions of the system were or what your thoughts were, I would love to hear them because I mean, I like the system, so I like hearing what other people think about it.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I love the dice rolling system. How there's not just the option to fail. You can have your successes and failures, and as long as one outweighs the other, that's your outcome instead of just like crit failing a 1 or anything like that. And I love how the different, oh gosh, I have to get my character sheet back out to remember what they're called. The skills, your ranks and skills affects that more than like a modifier would. I really enjoyed it. I'm going to probably learn the system better and hopefully play more of it. I really enjoyed it. Would play again, 10 out of 10. It was great. Even though I didn't get to swing a sword. Which is probably a good thing though.
there was certainly a lot of versatility with the character creation of this here. Again, this is my first time experiencing it. It's been, just this one-shot build here. A little sad I can't really expand further with it at this time, but in the future, definitely a system worth trying out some more. Again, is it when you roll dice, is it a success? Is it a failure? Is it really a success that had something bad attached to it? That random element, that story building element is fantastic to this. Realistically, this was not that difficult of a system to learn. I think it was probably be easier to have learned if I wasn't so well versed with the D20 system. This is the kind of thing I'm probably going to teach to my kids here whenever we can start having friends over again, because I think this offers a lot of good versatility towards how things can play out in the game and how, really just the different styles of dice rolls. It's just, I didn't expect to win over Centaur's love and appreciation with it. I kind of thought I was going to make things a lot worse. So, but again, that's just the beauty of the game. You never know what's coming from it. No, I didn't have anything else on that one there. Ren was a fantastic DM on this one here, getting everything going through there. They were patient with us when learning it, great with explaining it. And I don't know if Ren figured it out, but I had absolutely no clue what dice I was rolling. So, it was, I had to keep looking at the little cheat sheet that they sent us. And it's like, okay, blues, greens, right, these ones. Okay. But no, this was fantastic. This was well thought out, well designed, and it shows right there how you can be a traveling rug salesman and still have a stat block built like a scoundrel thief. That it played well.
Oh my goodness.
It played very well.
We were very well guided in this system by Ren, and it's much appreciated. This whole endeavor, much appreciated. A+. Everyone's characters, A+. It was wonderful. Traveling rucksacks.
for me, this was a lot of fun because it's my second time playing with the Genesis system, but the first time I played with like a pre-gen character sheet. So this time getting to like come to Ren with my really weird character concept was like an alchemist, but a druid, but they're not book smart at all. Their entire thing is this works, boom. Oh, it does the thing. Awesome. So just to get to build that with essentially an improvising character, so they're like really high cunning, not a lot of anything else, and just be like, I'm gonna duct tape my staff together probably at some point. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with it. I kind of wish that we could have used the story points more because I think that's a really cool part of Genesis that we didn't get to really highlight in this one shot. Where like we start with a pool of points as the players, and then when we spend them, we give them to the DM, and then when the DM spends them, they give them back to us. And it's a really cool way to like augment what's happening in the narrative by being like, I'm gonna spend a story point so that there's now a door over there that there wasn't before. So that's also a really cool part of the system.
I think we might have put Red in shock though, with the traveling rug salesman. So you're actually gonna try to do this? Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, you're gonna do it. And you know what?
Gonna do
I'm
it well.
I'm the type of DM who doesn't, not unfortunately, I'm the type of DM who's gonna let that type of stuff happen because it's funny.
It makes for a good story.
It does. It does. Sean, your thoughts?
It was really cool. I do like all the narrative options that this kind of system offers with like the successes and failures and advantages and things like that. I like that it kind of allowed us to build characters that were a little unconventional. My character had a weird skill set. I didn't know what the professor's skill set was until like the very end, pretty much. I was waiting for him to like cast fireball at all the centaurs or something. That's what I'm so conditioned to. For most of the games that I play. So seeing how we were able to kind of like flow the narrative with the system was really interesting. I definitely like to look into it more in the future.
Awesome. For my part, I'm familiar with it. I like to try and be flexible. The beauty about the Genesis system is that it does have a lot of inherent flexibility to it. And all of my players can attest to the fact that the only thing I asked them to do when they came to me for character creation was to have a concept. No numbers, no anything. I literally just told them, what does your character do? Or what do you see your character being? And we made the characters from there. We built from the ground up, and everybody had great ideas, great variety, and I hope they got to feel like they made characters that they wanted to play. And while we might not have got to experience all the things we can do in the one shot today, and this is a thing that I always wind up doing with pretty much any game I play is we do a lot of shooting the shit and getting into silly shenanigans. So breakfast in a dinner car, having arguments with frogs. It's par for the course, really. But I think one of the nicest things about Genesis is definitely the fact that it has built into it social encounters in a way that D&D does not. So it's entirely possible for you to role play having an argument and having mechanics that reflect making convincing arguments against an enemy or an adversary, convincing them they're wrong or that maybe your argument has merit. So not everything is just punching and hacking and slashing. Genesis has a lot of really good mechanics to it. And I definitely encourage anyone who's interested to check it out. It is wholly unique, but not so unfamiliar that its concepts won't make sense to the novice gamer or even the seasoned one. As Bob said, you get so invested in D20, sometimes you're just so used to it that trying something different might feel weird, but it's a lot easier than you might think it is. But I want to thank all of my players for dealing with me today. And I think, unless anyone has any other comments, we can go ahead and do a sign off.
Nope. Thank you
I
for
guess-
GMing today, Ren.
Should we do call outs quick?
We'll
Or
We'll do
we'll
that
save
after.
time?
we'll do that with just us.
Oh, perfect. No problem. Shh.
Shh, shh, Bob, shh. What? What did I do? Do the sign offs.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, maybe I'll go first then.
Mhm.
Hi, I'm Ren. You can find me on Twitter at Thorny Dryad. It's under my name, like right here, right here. There we go, right there. You can also find me on Twitch at the same place. On every Wednesday, I play role-playing games. On Fridays, I play something. And I also am a part of Open for Adventures Sunday stream, which is tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Despite our 24-hour live stream charity event, we are also still playing Sunday stream, so you can come watch me play D&D 5th edition on this channel at 3 o'clock Central time. Besides that, you can also find me on the podcast Roads Uncharted, which coincidentally is an actual play Genesis game where I play a Warforged caretaker by the name of 8. We are in our second season, or at least we're starting our second season. The podcast itself is doing some recording sessions, so we're currently on a little bit of a hiatus, but we've got some interesting stuff coming down and a great story. So check us out on Simplecast at Roads Uncharted, or you can hear us on Spotify, Google, or Apple Podcasts. My favorite part about today's session, how do you pick a favorite? I think one of my favorite parts was Niblet pulling out his baton and just being like, calling it saying that it's emblazoned with the logo of the train company, and I just imagine the merchandising for that, and that made me giggle. So that's me. I'm gonna pop it on over to Finn.
Hi, I am Finn. You can find me on Twitter at the Fish Boy. I think the spelling is somewhere on the overlay. And I do a lot of stuff like this, like little one shots, hanging out with friends. Sometimes just hanging out with Over A stuff. And I probably have some other stuff coming up soon. Don't know when. Nothing I can think of off the top of my head, but I'm always about. And my favorite moment, oh gosh. I mean, just the existential crisis from the professor asking Niblet about, like, so you just, like, never settle down, huh? How's that working out for you?
Let's pop it over to Kayla.
Hey, my name is Kayla. You can find me on Twitter at KMC_. It is below my picture here, below Buttercup's name. Along with hopping on here for today's extra live stream, I also stream over on Craftic Studios, where every other Tuesday we do Craftic Stories and our D&D 5e campaign Saving Face, where I play Diana the Paladin. It's great fun. I love playing tabletop RPGs. I paint things if you want to follow my Twitter for that. If you stay tuned throughout today, you might be able to win a dragon that I am painting. Maybe I can't reach it right now, or else I'd show you. The pictures of that on my Twitter if you want to go check that out. And I'm just happy to be here today and happy to play with everyone here. It was great. I loved it. I love playing Buttercup. I love being feisty this early in the morning, and I can't wait to maybe reprise Buttercup for a wedding. Maybe. We'll discuss that later. My favorite part from today was probably the interactions with Lord Croaksley, because that was the voice, the flip flap, the whole 9 yards with the frog people. It was unexpected, to say the least.
Thanks, Kayla. And Bob?
Oh, I'm not muted. That's a change. Hi, I'm Bob. You cannot find me on Twitter. I'm probably the only person here that doesn't have one. I'm old, gray hair. You can, however, find me in the O4A Discord. I'm there frequently I should be working most of the time that I'm on there, but, life. Playing D&D and role-playing games for 20 plus years, old school nerd. My favorite part today actually has been Buttercup's Crocs, because a kobold in Crocs is, I mean, they're god awful shoes, but for a kobold they're perfect. It's just absolutely great. I also really, really enjoyed everyone's onesies today and flower crowns, and here I am dressed like a scrub, and I'm 100% cool with that because everyone else here picked up my slack. It's fantastic.
Thanks, Bob. Sean?
Hello, I'm Sean. You can find me on Twitter at Sean Rogie below. This is actually my first time on stream, so this has been an adventure. So you can't really find me anywhere else on stream, but I do hang out in O4A's Discord all the time. This is a great experience. It's hard to pick a favorite moment because I really like everybody's characters and everybody had so many moments I want to call out. But I do want to publicly call out Ren for in-character creation. I was like, I'm a train conductor. I won't be armed. And you were like, no, there's train robberies. Everyone on the train is armed. And then like an hour in, you're like, you're the only one armed. And it completely broke me.
I was like, man, Sean's really hung up on this only one with a baton thing.
I prepared all this background information about like him being in the military before this and like playing into all that. And I'm like, oh, I'm the only one here that's carrying a club. That's bizarre. But I loved it. It was so funny.
But Paula had one too.
Yes, eventually.
Well, thanks everyone for playing, and thanks everyone for watching. Please stay tuned to the channel for additional games coming up. We have some panels, and we are going to continue raising money for kids. So please stay with us. And if the only thing you can give us is your time, we are thankful for that. So thank you. And I don't know what to do next.
Folks at home, donate more money, help the kids, influence the games, maybe cause some chaos. Yeah.
Oh yeah. There.
Always
See,
go for chaos. We're big fans of chaos.
See, I knew I could count on Bob.
This is, I guess, where we say goodbye.
Yeah.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye. So long.
Thank you.
Goodbye, internet.
As Vita Zen and I don't know the song. I'm trying.
You got the first couple words right.
Okay, well there we go.
And it's all in French, so no one really knows.
I'm late du fromage.
Goodbye.
Hello, sweet friends. For those of you that don't know me, I am Mindy. I play on Ashes of Asmorin and Fates Chosen on Open for Adventure. And for the next little bit, I'm just going to walk us through some breathing, some very light stretching, and we're going to try to just take notice of what's happening in our body, maybe get rid of some tension that we might unconsciously be holding on to. So I encourage you to start in a comfortable seat. A lot of you might be sitting at your computers right now. That's okay. Most of what I'm going to be doing is perfectly fine to be doing in a seat by a computer. I just encourage you to get in a place where you're not going to be easily distracted, a place where you can really just take a moment away. And once you're comfortable, hands resting lightly on the knees, however you might be sitting, we're just going to start to notice our breath. Leaving whatever it was that you've seen or done today. We're going to take a moment to just set it aside. Everything that might be waiting for us after, gently put it aside. We're taking this time for ourselves. So I'm proud of you for doing this. Proud of us for doing this. As you start to deepen your breath, as you start to come into the moment, notice your shoulders. Are they tensed up? Can we bring them down and back, away from the ears? Let's just breathe. So we're taking slow, measured breaths, deep. See if you can elongate the breath, the inhale and the exhale. That's actually how I can tell when I'm super stressed or super tense, is when I struggle to slow things down. So just take notice. Is it hard to really extend that exhale? Is it difficult to really elongate the inhale? Just take notice. There's nothing wrong, there's nothing bad about either of those possibilities, but just take notice. Where is your body at today? With every exhale, reminder that we're just going to intentionally think about the shoulders, think about where they are, and can we draw them back? Can we ease some of this upward tension that we sometimes, a lot of times, often carry with us from day-to-day activities? Let's take a couple more breaths. Okay, we're going to take our hands to the side. If you are sitting in a chair, again, that's okay. You're going to modify this as much as you need. Now what we're going to do is we're going to inhale, lift the arm up, look towards the sky, and then we're going to exhale, lean. Now, keep in mind, everybody's lean is going to look different. Everyone's stretch is going to feel different. We want to feel the stretch along the side body. Again, trying to be mindful of where our shoulders are in relation to our ears, even now. We're just going to breathe here, a couple of cycles of breath. On the next inhale, we come up. And an exhale, bring the hand back down to the earth or to your side if you're sitting in a chair. We're going to repeat this on the other side. So inhale, we reach up first, eyes towards the skies, and then exhale. We're going to lean, stretch to the right. Again, breathing in, noticing where our shoulders are, noticing how this side might feel different than the other. It's the beautiful part of our bodies is that sides are different. There is no such thing as perfect symmetry. So notice what feels different. On your next inhale, we come up. Exhale, hand to the earth. Take this moment to inhale, eyes up. Loop of energy up towards the sky, shoulders down and back. And this time we're gonna paint a line with our nose as we bring our chin to our chest with an exhale. Bringing our shoulders in this time to feel the rounding in our back. Feel that stretch along the spine. We're gonna inhale. Again, drawing a line with our nose up to the sky. Chest opening up towards the sun, shoulders down and back. Think about those shoulder blades coming back together behind you. And then exhale. Everything comes in. We'll go one more time. Move with your breath. Line up to the sky with our nose, shoulders back. Exhale, round everything in. Okay, we're gonna realign, get a little wiggle if you need to. Might start to be feeling some kind of something in your back, that's okay. Hands still at our sides, we're gonna just move with the breath again. So we're gonna go really slow this first time just so that we all kind of know what we're doing. And then we'll just move at a pace that works for you. I will obviously set a pace myself, but you may find one that is better suited for you today. So how this is going to look is we're going to inhale. Arms come up to either side. Again, notice where your shoulders are, actively drawing them away from your ears. You take another inhale. Exhale, hands to heart. Again, mindful of where your shoulders are. We're going to inhale. Hands come behind the head before we reach up. Carve a line with the nose up towards the sky. And exhale, rain it down. Let something go. Okay, so now we're going to follow the breath. We're not going to have the pauses in between. So again, I will gladly lead you, but if you find a pace that is better for you, by all means, I encourage you to take it. Okay, so we inhale, hands to either side, exhale, hands to heart. We bring our hands behind our head with an inhale, purposeful as we look towards the sky, and then break free, let something go. I like to add a little wiggle to the fingertips, add some sparkle, add some life. Let's go again, inhale. Mindful of the shoulders, exhale, hands to heart. Take the hands behind the head before reaching up. Reach for the sky. Exhale, let something go. Again, find a rhythm that works for you. Wherever you are, let's do one more. Keep an eye on those shoulders. Reach. Oh, break free. Take a moment to pause. Notice where your shoulders are. Notice if you're feeling a little bit of heaviness in the hips, maybe depending on how you are seated. just take notice. What is your body telling you right now? And just breathe. Okay. What we're going to do now is we're going to inhale, lift the hands up, and this time when you exhale, we're going to bring the hands to the shoulders. No, this looks a little strange. And what we're going to do is hands are very lightly on the shoulders. We're not clutching, we're not holding. Our elbows are nice and wide. We're going to inhale around. Exhale to bring them down and back. Inhale in, up. Exhale down and back. Really feeling it in the back body. We shouldn't feel any pinching or anything that is uncomfortable. So don't push yourself beyond what you need to. Just move mindfully and do what feels good. Find what feels good. Let's do one more. Elbows together. Big exhale, let the hands fall at the sides. Again, kind of notice how you feel, notice how your arms feel, notice how your back feels. If you're seated on the floor or if you've been sitting in at a computer chair for any extended period of time, pay attention to how your low back feels. We do those posture checks in chat, but especially in this moment, just be very mindful of how your body is positioned and how it makes you feel. We're going to treat ourselves for this last little beat. We're going to take our left hand to our right shoulders, and we're just going to give ourselves a little massage, We're going to massage the shoulder, massage up along the neck. Take the time. This is actually the only way I can get a massage because I am quite ticklish. So, enjoy this moment. A lot of times we are very good at showing other people that we love and care for them. So in this moment, we are taking a brief few seconds to do the same for ourselves. Knowing that the people that we surround ourselves with are worthy of love, but we are also worthy of love and care. And that, intentional kindness. So we're just giving ourselves a little massage. Notice where you've been holding that tension. It's usually in my right shoulder, so. Just a few more seconds. And we're gonna bring the hand back down. Again, if you need to kind of rotate the shoulder, see how it feels now, that's totally okay. And then we're going to do the same on the other side. If we're going to give our right shoulder some love, we need to give our left shoulder some love too. So we're going to take our right hand to our left shoulder, and we are going to do the exact same thing. Share a little bit of love, some time, dedication. Notice where the tension is. Remember to breathe. And if this little moment of kindness is, making you feel a little tender-hearted or a little vulnerable, maybe you don't always show this kind of love to yourself, that's okay. So okay. If you've been around the channel and know me at all, you know I am all here for the feels. Feeling your feels is important and good, so it's okay. This is pulling at some deeper feelings of how we go about caring for ourselves in the day-to-day. All right, let's bring that hand back down. Again, we're just going to, I encourage you to close your eyes and just breathe. You can bring the hands to the knees. I'm going to have palms up. I'm open to receiving something from the universe, from the world. We're just breathing. Giving ourselves this moment. Carving out this little bit of time where it's not about caring for someone else or getting something accomplished. This time for you to take care of yourself. And I think for many of us, that is the most difficult part of the day to carve out. I think for many of us, it's the first thing when things get busy that we kind of cross off the list and, well, we'll get to it tomorrow. So for right now, this time, this space, this moment is a gift to yourself. And again, it's okay if you got a little emotional. I encourage you, if you are enjoying this moment, to, step away from the computer for a little bit if you can. Take a few more breaths, take a few more moments, get some tea, get some water. Otherwise, we're going to bring the hands to the heart. And I am grateful that you let me guide you through this. I hope that it was of some benefit to you. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of the Extra Life festivities today, and maybe in the next few days you find more moments like this to really take care of yourself. We're going to inhale together and exhale to bow the head. Namaste. Thank you, Ofray.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Lorum Ipsum, the talk show where we will talk about jack shit. With me, I have.
accurate.
we managed to hold it together for like 5 seconds, which I think is an achievement. With me, I have Anik and Persephone from Fast Times at D&D. Would you like to introduce yourself really quickly, since
Hi,
we know you're around here?
Sorry. Hi, I'm Persephone. I'm the DM of Fast Times at D&D High.
Beautiful.
Yay.
Thank you for beautifully elaborating on what I already said.
At least I said the title right.
Look, we'll throw some more light on her. She was in Dark Matter with us where we met.
That's
And
right.
it was very annoying because we kept trying to have a nice time, but we kept being distracted by having to play a game together or something.
Such a pain.
Such a pain. She was on Critter Hawk, yay, because she also does amazing cosplay stuff. And, just generally gorgeous.
Aw, thank you.
And we just love her and every tiny bit of
Speak for
chaos
yourself.
we can get out of her.
Tiny bit.
All
you know
of
who
it.
I am.
Down to the last dredge.
No, that's a bottomless pit, honey.
Oh.
I got enough chaos to go
Honestly,
around.
why you're here.
You can't fit all the chaos I can serve within.
We're
a
not
2 hour
even
span.
1 minute in, and you really give me the words "bottomless pit" as an opening.
I mean,
We
it
weren't
applies
going
to me in a
mention
number of
openings.
ways. Like, let's be
There you
real.
go. I was waiting for
Right.
that one.
Today we will be talking about one-shots, which we will design, and these will be designed in different systems. And that is going to be our first little topic. So let's go around and kind of speak about what systems we are familiar with. Let's start with Anik.
Why, thank you. I'm glad we're not starting with you because I'm pretty sure you're like a one system DM. I have a list. I play D&D a lot. I also play Pathfinder a lot, which is lots of fun because they get very muddled when I try to DM both of those in consecutive days and everything sounds alike but is different. I play a lot of Ryutama, which is when I got the horns because it means you're a Ryujin. There's 10 Candles. There's still a Nacht. There's currently a giveaway going for the PDF of that system. I've played Genesis once. I tried to stay away from the crunch a little bit for one-shots and things. We discussed before we went live that I usually either do one-shots or campaigns that last many years. In which case the crunch is not so bad because it builds over time. But I really like narrative systems. And especially Pathfinder and D&D tend to be a little more hack and slash. So over the times, I've been graduating more towards narrative systems. And as a lot of people currently in chat, I think know, I really, really love horror games. I've also played Call of Cthulhu. Just anything that lets me frighten my players and make them sob to go home, I am there. It's beautiful. So, yeah. There's
Do you mean
more.
that in-game or out of game?
Yes.
That's a good answer.
Good call.
So, Sephi.
So clearly I'm mostly known for running 5e game, but I've run and played a lot of different systems. I would say the ones that I'm most familiar with are Quest, which has been a relatively recent but often played thing. Henshin is something that we recently did actually on the podcast for a Halloween special, which is a really interesting system and probably really good for one shots. It's an indie system by I can't remember who made it. That's awful, but it's a really good system and it's based around like Sentai warriors, like Power Rangers and stuff. But it has a lot of different applications. One of my favorite systems is one that I currently can't run until COVID is over. So it's like it's perfect for one shots, but you can't really run it, and that's Dread, which uses Jenga towers to run.
I love Dread. I have a Jenga tower just for Dread.
It's like
so good.
One of my favorite systems, especially for one shots. It's so easy to make a one shot around Dread because like it just suits it so well. Other systems that I'm familiar with, Pathfinder, World of Darkness too, though I am I have not run or played something in that system for a number of years because of past controversies and stuff. But yeah, there's a pretty wide range.
Yeah, I mean, Dread is amazing. Also very unsuitable for online play because,
Yeah.
like you said, Jenga blocks. I've been playing a lot of Star Trek Adventures online, which is perfect because you're all pretending you're watching each other on the view screen of a spaceship anyway, so that works really well with Zoom. And lately we've been playing Alice is Missing, which is text-based, which makes it perfect for online play. They have a little system that lets you set up a Discord channel just the way you want it. And you just, everyone has learned like their own little text channels. So if you want something perfect for online play that is only narrative, Alice is Missing is beautiful.
That sounds awesome. Oh, there is one new system that I cannot wait to run. I recently played, which is Thirsty Sword Lesbians, which is so good for
I
narrative
just backed
stuff.
it.
Excuse me,
Oh,
what?
it's
I need
so
the
good.
premise.
Thirsty Sword Lesbians. The premise is the pitch. It is what it sounds
It is what it
like.
is.
Like, you can, like, you don't have to be a lesbian.
Excuse me, I need to
play
go
it,
back to
but
something real.
yeah, it's
yeah, we'll wait here. It's
so good.
Yeah.
And it's heavily narrative, and combat goes so quick, which is such a benefit to me because even though I run a lot of D&D, like I'm like a neat hack and slash stuff sometimes, often, almost always bores me. But
I mean,
it
I do
is
like
so
killing
well done.
things. Like in general, like just
Yeah.
killing shit can be entertaining, but especially when you get to higher levels, a turn can take so long.
I mean, I like, so it depends, you know, because if you just play core D&D and don't add those narrative elements yourself, like the amount of satisfaction you get out of, you know, murder isn't as great as if you like have a reason to want something dead.
It's true. It's very
So
true.
like, as much as I love
Random
D&D,
encounters are still the worst thing that ever happened.
what?
It's just random encounters are still the worst thing that's ever
Yeah,
happened. You get
I
dumped by a
can't.
bunch of wolves. Fuck it.
Why not wolves?
Yeah, I can't do random encounters. Like, it drags so
Yeah, no.
hard.
I usually like add a twist to the random encounters if I do roll them. I use them a lot in my Curse of Strahd game. But then instead of like you roll on the table and you get, oh no, it's zombies. It's never just zombies. It's the zombie versions of my players with like a little template of their class levels, just to fuck with them a little more.
Ooh.
Like always go this, but you always have to do. For D&D, I find you have to work a little harder to make it a narrative game. Like it's not impossible. Like on this channel,
Yeah.
we have a lot of games that focus on narrative D&D, like the way we run Uncaged. We went 2 or 3 sessions before you even touched a weapon. It's definitely doable, but it's not what the system is like advertised as. I get the feeling it's not what you mainly see when you watch real play.
I think that
I mean,
depends.
not wanting to sit over D&D models, but absolutely wanting to sit over them. I recently started running Baldur's Gate, and Jesus Christ, encounters seem to be the filler stuff that they just put in there for no apparent reason. Then they get attacked by bandits.
Yeah.
Why?
Fair.
No reason, bandits. These are bandits. They want to steal shit. They don't want to. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I just, so like with D&D, like, you know, I will say that like Critical Role and all the other like really popular actual plays have inserted this like sort of norm of some narrative play, but like there is D&D as a system at its core, even especially past systems, like it doesn't necessarily automatically make the narrative the core element, which a lot of other systems do, like Powered by the Apocalypse and a lot of other more narrative games.
Yeah.
Which is like good and bad. I mean, I do like combat, and I do think that D&D as like a base system is great, despite its many writing flaws.
Which we will not talk about since we don't have the time.
We do not have the time.
No, we only have 2 hours. No, it has. I run like I still play a lot of D&D, and I don't think I'm going to stop. But I also, like I introduce a lot of people to role-playing games. Like I've had coworkers at work who've asked me to run stuff for them based on what they've seen and things. And in general, those people come to the table having read part of the player's handbook and Googled a few things. And they're not the people that usually instantly come in thinking this is a narrative game. They build the mechanics of their character, and the backstory is like, oh, I picked this background. And it's like, no, I asked for your backstory, which is, a lot of people do make D&D a narrative game, but if you pick up the player's handbook, that's not necessarily the first thing you get from it.
Yeah, interesting story about that. Before I started playing D&D, which is kind of my main shtick right now, I was introduced through RPG by myself, and I started building my own system.
I want to make
which is
so many
unfortunately
jokes about the things you do with yourself.
If it's really
How
funny,
Swapper
then
spends
Um,
Swapper's alone time is Swapper's business.
I mean, and whomever I murder. But moving on from my alone time to the time
I'm just waiting
I
for his
spend
OnlyFans.
doing other nefarious things.
You mean
God damn it, that
OnlyFan?
was good.
Oh wow, I almost made a your
Lord.
mom joke.
Nick. It's not even 10 minutes in, and you're still scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Sounds
I
like
was
your
told
alone
there
time
was a
too. Anyway, you were talking about building your own system.
Sorry.
Yes, that one's Steffi. Yes, and I had my core group of players, and we moved on to D&D since, still playing that one system, but also D&D. And with D&D, I had the experience that they came to me and they wanted to do backstory, not their background, but backstory. And I was like, okay, but which background do you think fits here? Which I think would be the more natural approach if the PHP had any kind of finesse or grace to it. It's just, here's your races, here's your classes, here's your backgrounds. It's like a puzzle, and it's just not how I think D&D should be run, because I have a lot of fun with D&D. I have a lot of fun basically just torturing my players with D&D. But to torture players, you need them to have emotions, which is a bit of a problem since I'm currently... What? Okay. I was informed I cannot disclose that, but...
Yeah,
yeah, players need
also,
emotions.
You have to stay
and
on
the
topic
PHP
for
doesn't
5
build them.
minutes.
Ah, bloody hell.
Do
Thank
not
you.
deviate from
Children,
what you do
thank
to your
you.
players in D&D.
Yes. So we need to build up these story beats, these rivals, these allies that they have, these NPCs and plot structures that they kind of have feelings towards to really have a gratifying story experience. The problem with that is if you are but an amalgamation of puzzle pieces that mostly kind of fit together, that's not really what I would call a character. And so most people I've experienced outside of OFA, interestingly enough, who play D&D just have this weird character amalgamation and come to my table and interact with a native sense of D&D that they basically need to, in order to appreciate. I mean, you don't need to appreciate, you can just also run traditional D&D, but probably not at my table. Need to unlearn what D&D, the Player's Handbook especially, teaches. Since in the DMG, there's a lot of interesting tips and a lot of alternative rules that get looked at once, in my experience, that just don't get used.
So I
So I
actually
would
kind
say-
of... Oh, sorry. Keep going.
No, please, I was just going to ramble on for 5 minutes, desperately trying to stay on
we
topic.
we have to stay on topic, so Seffi can step in on topic. Also, very briefly, I know it's a sidestep. It's not officially in the donation list, but if anyone wants to donate $100
Right,
to make
that's all the
Swapper
time we
shut up
have.
for 6 minutes, I will take that. Just saying, we will take your donation and
Perfectly
make Swapper
valid,
be quiet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I know
Right.
who you are.
All right, Seffi, you're good.
So on subject, what were we talking about? I completely forgot my
Torturing your players in D&D and how they have to have a
Oh,
connection
right.
to the story before that works.
Swapper was talking about, how sometimes new players have this idea of what D&D is, as far as like looking at the rules and getting backgrounds and having this sort of like puzzle amalgamation of a character. I actually kind of really enjoy players like that, because when they come to the table, they have this character that's, you know, just a bunch of random pieces all together. And then like through like coaxing and through like encouragement in gameplay and being the DM, you can actually get them to start forming ideas and emotions around this character until they are a real, you know, person in their brain and to the brain of other people at the table. I think it's one of the more organic ways to get someone to want to continue to play role-playing games is, you know, they may not have the ease of it that some people do when they first start, because not everyone is involved in like, not everyone comes from a background where they play video games or read a lot of books or a bunch of other stuff or acting in general. So they may not be able to immediately jump there, but like as a GM, storyteller, whatever, one of the best skills you can have is like nudging them towards the development of that character and nudging them towards investment. Yeah.
Sorry, I just saw Graham's message. I will speak to that as well. I have a number of very mixed tables with people with theater backgrounds who have turned to RPGs to like keep that part alive a little. Like they're full buy-in, 4-page backstory, handing me a score of knives to torture their character with. My absolute favorites. And then at the same table, someone incredibly new who had once faintly heard of TTRPGs basically got socially shamed into joining our group consensually, but there was some pressure and a lot of beer. But a lot of beer later, a lot of beer later, she joined the group. And she really wants to pick it up more. But there's also this, especially if you have narratively strong players, it's tempting for like the newer people or the shyer people to sort of take a backseat and let the others carry the story. And for D&D, that means you have to have a DM and a group who are mindful of that and will allow that person to pull forward. And I have found with some other systems, specifically things like Ryutama and Monster of the Week, it's much easier to give that character, that person, building blocks for their character and more of a reason to really interact with that world. Like they can't really hide behind the narratively strong characters, which for some people is just a little extra nudge to get them up to speed and enjoying this game that much faster. We actually stayed on topic for 5 minutes.
Speaking of a
I'm so
little
proud of
extra
us.
nudge.
I can breathe.
Wow, amazing. Speaking of a little extra
That was
nudge,
hard.
what I do like about
That was
D&D
so
is-
hard.
It hasn't even started yet. Okay, take a deep breath, never exhale. Moving on.
Quick,
what I
someone
like
make a
about
dirty
D&D,
comment.
Especially
What?
Right.
I'm a monster, I'm sorry.
I will point out that Graham redeemed the theme of one of the one-shots. He didn't
Which
specify
one?
if it's Swappers or mine yet because he wants it to be the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
I saw that. It's so that's something you can have a field day with. There's so much camp you can do with Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. It's great.
Graham, let us know in chat. Is it Swappers or mine? Because we're building separately. Yeah, you can have. I know Graham's been working on like superhero games, so I can see where he's coming from. They're not really my thing. The only thing I remember from the Morphing Power Rangers is the ridiculous suits, and I think the Evil Witch with like the 2 black gold horns.
Rita?
That's the one. She's my
What
favorite.
the fuck are you talking about?
Have you never watched Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? Oh my god, Mare, where's that mute button?
Woo. Rita Repulsa, that's the last name. I couldn't remember for a second.
She's beautiful.
What I wanted to say before we got horribly off track.
That was on topic. We were discussing the one shot.
Eat a dick.
I mean,
what I appreciate about
often,
D&D
not on
is-
Twitch.
Shut up.
Exactly.
Subscribe to my
Each one
OnlyFans.
out of-
I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I don't have one. Don't go looking for it.
Yeah, sure, you.
I
liar.
don't.
in D&D, as you level up, you gain abilities that have a naturally wider reach. Things like locate creature, things like I believe it's called Arcane Gate or something, this giant portal fucking thing. And what I like about that is that the stakes automatically also higher, not just through combat, but because the player characters themselves gain more abilities, and they either need to be confident in handling them, or looking at Encaged, not. It's still kind of hello microphone.
I mean, you're adorable disasters. You are absolutely adorable.
We are absolutely adorable. Yeah, Uncaged is great. Nothing happened there whatsoever. Help. So basically, what you have is a very naturally progressing power curve in the mechanics of the game. And what I sometimes struggle with as a DM is giving level ups, since the plot that I wish to tell is a bit more intricate than what D&D would normally allow. If you can read people's thoughts without a bloody saving throw, or them noticing it, it can be tricky, but it can also be enhancing in the end. So
I mean,
you
that's
need
what
to
the
be...
ring of mind shielding is for, honestly.
Not everybody has that, though.
In my world, they can.
I've noticed.
I have so that spell is a complicated one that I sort of, not for DM purposes, but like I don't outlaw it outright. It's not something I do, but like it can get really uncomfortable for some people.
Yes.
There's a level of like privacy invasion that goes with that, even in a like game setting. So like, but I think as far as like narrative purposes go, I mean, there's so many ways that you can mess with that spell as a DM. I mean, there's so much backlash and other things that you can just throw at them to make them be tortured and in pain for daring to use
The
that
wonderful
spell.
thing.
So.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing about D&D in the mechanics is for everything there's a counter thing. Detect Magic has this magic aura spell where you can place false information, which I love to do.
No, this is totally, definitely not an evocation spell. Go ahead and touch it.
No, go ahead and touch it. This is not a cursed item. What are you talking about?
I will say on that.
So you as a
though-
DM have
sorry.
tools, but where you use them can be a bit meta-gamey.
True.
Interestingly enough, as a DM, I don't like to metagame, which is kind of weird, since as a GM you're literally fate. That is your one job.
But that is I will say that is a very D&D centric perspective, although I recognize it from Pathfinder and Star Trek Adventure, etc. A number of the games I play, it is the whole world building thing is collaborative. So if there's like another village coming up in Ryutama, means you go to the village sheet and you create the village with your players. So half the time, there's absolutely, more than half the time, there's absolutely no need to metagame anything, because your characters and your players are helping shape the world to the point where it's not just your playground that they're stomping around in. Which sometimes makes it a little harder if you want to force any kind of conflict, not necessarily like violence, but like for tension and conflict. At the same time, they're very, very invested in the world. Good question, Andrew. There is nothing stopping you from doing that in D&D, but it's not encouraged in the way that it is in other systems, where it is literally in the rule book that says there's a new village coming up. Stop. Ask your players what is there. There's nothing stopping you from it, but it's not encouraged. And those are just different levels of collaboration in the world building.
So the other thing too is that, like, I will say that as someone who's played a wide variety and mainly runs in D&D, there is a trap that you can get in if you are a narrative storyteller with how many rules there are in D&D, and even in 5e, which is greatly reduced in more narrative than 3.5, which is like you can get trapped in the minutia of rules, especially in combat or in social situations, when like it can be more powerful to go the more narrative route. I've noticed that when I am running, like there are times where like because I'm thinking keeping in mind the rules, I limit or overly get focused on what the rules and mechanics are there. And really, the best games that I've seen or played in or run as far as D&D is where the rules are the guidelines, and then like you don't necessarily take them all as law. Like there are reasons for rules as written stuff, especially for combat, because combat can get overly complicated. But like there's something to be said for rule of cool too. You know.
Yeah, it's very true.
What I like to do, because D&D, you're right, it has these mechanics that are very interesting sometimes. I don't think I have something against being confined by them, since that's kind of the tightrope walk that I like to enjoy with D&D, the mechanic side of things and the narrative side of things, and how those two things interplay. But what I like to do very often is basically say, all right, this is a very special situation. I just made rules up for that. Well, not just that. Sometimes I do that too, but my players don't know that. Andrew, please move on to somewhere else. No, I'm just kidding.
You heard it here first, Andrew. Just nothing but books on the table and rules in your head next time you're playing with Swapper.
What? Yeah, so I like to make up
in a non-dirty way.
I believe that's called arresting me, and that hasn't been
it's
very
not like there isn't
successful.
a laundry list of crimes that
I know,
could maybe
right?
be proven.
No, what are you talking about?
Rule of
let's bring it
cool.
up a bit.
Focus.
Right, thank you.
Sorry.
So sometimes
Look,
when
there's
I
a
think,
reason
oh,
I've
no,
web
this
captioner
D&D
off.
this D&D thing is a bit limiting. Okay, let's just do something else. Which you can do, but I would have liked it for the core rule books to be a bit more emphasizing about that. Since I know they've got that point where it just says, yeah, those are just guidelines and you can do whatever you want, but that's just one teeny tiny bit, and it gets often overread, which I
All
find
right,
a bit
hang
sad.
on. We have another stay on topic, which
Good
I
lord.
believe focuses on rules of cool versus rules as written. I'm gonna start this lovely timer now with a donation of 666, which is beautiful.
Ooh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Indeed, excellent.
So
excellent.
able to donate with a number of chaos to keep us in order.
Yes.
I mean,
well, anyway, it has been donated, and we need to stay.
I am
topic.
restarting this timer because we went off like for the
damn.
first 10 seconds. Come on, Seffi.
We failed
Focus.
immediately. Listen, okay?
All right, Seffi. Rules as written versus rules as intended. Go.
Okay, so rules as intended and rules like rule of cool, it's a balancing game, because, and honestly, a lot of it for me hinges on combat. Like I love when people do interesting things with spells, and I let people do that as much as humanly possible without purposely breaking my game or like purposely making it so that like things are overly convoluted or complicated. But especially in social situations in game and more narrative aspects, I do like taking more risks with, what might be the rules or whatever, and just saying, you know what? I'm the DM. I decide how this works. Fuck the rules. And like a lot of that influence comes from players, because you want to feed their creativity. You want to allow them to have some sort of influence on the world. And like there are times when you'll be like, yeah, with D&D specifically, you'll be like, well, make a check, and it might be a high check, but you totally have the opportunity to do this, because that gives them a little bit more reason to enjoy the game and reason to get invested, because they feel like they have some ability to be creative. And honestly, there are a lot of rules in D&D that just, depending on the group, some groups function really well with having those like set limits, but I generally find that like there are some rules that just bog down a lot of it, and like unfortunately, that's one of the reasons that there's a lot of like other systems that are sort of like not necessarily existing to challenge D&D, but almost existing as a reaction to D&D, because there are a lot of rules that a lot of people just don't care about. And like that's something that other systems sort of like that are more narrative, or even just different systems that are like reacting to that, try to limit, because if there are, you know, a bunch of rules that people aren't using, what's the point of them? On the other hand, you also have people who are like, we need these to function because without them we can't, you know, work within the parameters of like a limited scope, because a lot of people don't function well when they have like this much that they can
Yeah.
do.
Sandboxes are not for everyone.
Yeah, and I mean, no
I have-
D&D game is a sandbox. Like, you lie about
Yeah.
that, and there's no D&D
Well,
game is
this is
actually a
true.
sandbox.
But
So-
if I compare it, like I run a lot of Pathfinder First Edition, and I play a lot of Pathfinder First Edition, which of course came from D&D 3.5, which I also played for more years than I care to admit, because we're not discussing my age right now.
Nor mine.
Whew, let's not go there at all. But the other day, like in one of our Pathfinder games, we're level 14. So combat is just, there's so many options. There's so much to do. We have a 2-page flow chart for grappling in combat. And a number of our players absolutely love it. They love the automated Excel sheets. They love trying to figure out how they can make 14 different bonuses stack on one attack. And for them, that level of rules as written is just part of the fun. Like, they're rules nerds and they love it. And I will never get them to play 5th edition, let alone even dare suggest they try Ryutama or 10 Candles or anything that's like without, like, they need at least 5 rule books before they
Are
like
these
a
the
game.
Same people that enjoy admin and such.
Yes. Look, they work in IT. They
I've
love
nothing
the
against
crunch.
them. I just don't want to interact with them necessarily.
Different
actually
strokes for
rather-
different folks, but
I really love narrative games, but I also like playing a little bit of the crunchy games with them. Not because I like the crunch, but because I kind like, you know how they always say it's not the DM versus the players and be a fan of your players. When I play Pathfinder, I just want to out crunch my players. I want to find that one little rule.
You heard it here
that-
first, folks.
I want to find that one little rule that's going to fuck them over that they never read before. That's what I want to do. So, you know, different levels of satisfaction for everyone.
Speaking of satisfaction, I absolutely hate it when
22
somebody
seconds, stay on
as a
topic.
when somebody as a GM gives me the rule of cool and establishes something, and it's just completely vague when I can do that and when I can't. Inconsistency in rules and inconsistency in specifically the application of the rule of cool can
Made it.
really make me confused.
Yes.
Much like being
Yeah.
trapped in a blender.
I think though, like most of the time when rule of cool comes up for me, like it's individual sort of instances. Like the rule itself, like you can do interesting things in the campaign is like a given in my games. Like it's an overarching thing, but usually it's on a case by case
Yes.
basis. Like it's usually like, can I do this? And I'm just like, hell yeah, you can do that. I'm gonna make it hard for you if you want to do a triple axle off an enemy's back and into an enemy. But if you do it, you'll get more damage or something. Like that's like that sort of thing is usually what happens. The other
It sounded
thing,
very specific.
I know. I've been watching a lot of Pokemon Let's Plays, and Triple Axel is an ice move, so it was on my head.
Oh, I just gotta stay on topic. So I don't. Would that topic be Pokemon Let's Plays? I think that's Pokemon topic.
We've got a bit of
Go.
a problem here, since looking at the cheat sheet.
Yeah, we should be
I'm
starting to
afraid-
make our one shot soon. So we're gonna
Yes.
let Seffi finish talking about Pokemon Let's Play on topic without deviations or swearing for a minute. And then we're going to have to say goodbye to her and start making some one shots. All right, Seffi, Pokemon Let's Play, go.
I hate everyone so much right
That
Are
is
we
mostly an
seriously making this
exposure.
about Pokemon one shots? Is this really happening right now? Okay.
Technically with a delay, I believe.
All right.
What was I even talking about before that was actually on topic?
I don't know, but your minute's starting again because that just didn't count
Rule of
at
cool
all.
application.
Oh, right.
something.
Okay, cool. So I think more what can get confusing is when the DM has created a new mechanic or a new sort of thing that you can do that's like something that's tied to your character or something that you can do all the time and not being clear about what it is, like where it comes from, what it like can do. And that can be ability, that can be an item, that can be a lot of other things. I think that with those sort of things, I tend to write up a sheet of what this thing is and give it to the players because, like that goes back to the point of like some people function well with guidelines and some people don't. Like if you have this sort of like, I don't know, a MacGuffin that a player has, and it's like this super powerful thing, like there's nothing wrong with being like, these are the things that I can do. It might not be everything it can do. I've definitely written items that are like made to evolve or change as players grow, or sort of like mechanics that are made to evolve like that. But I think that, like as an example, I currently have a player that functions better with
You made
those
it,
sort of
by the way.
guidelines. What? I did?
You made the full minute on topic without
Cool.
swearing.
Good.
Hey, I'm so proud of
Good.
you.
Good.
Right.
All right.
I was
I'll
about
finish
to
the point.
suggest this is so much fun. She should hang out while we make one shots, but we might not actually make any one shots because we'll get too distracted.
That's true because I'm distracting.
Pretty
You're-
sure
yeah,
somebody's
that's
going to fire us.
Look, you're utterly fabulous, and that's kind of a problem right now.
Yes.
I'm
Absolutely.
sorry that I'm so distracting. It's my beauty, isn't it? I can't do anything about it.
It's the combination
Absolutely.
of beauty and
Definitely.
chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just is.
Right. Can somebody just clip that and send me that laugh as a ringtone for my
Oh, I
phone?
wonder if my voice will.
Message.
Beautiful.
All right.
So about
One
this
message.
podcast, the three of
Hello.
us will be running.
What?
That would be great.
Right, that is. I'm afraid, Sophie, you need to go. Anik and I are going to have a 5-minute break during which we have a serious discussion. No, we aren't.
Swapper, we've
Sophie, where
never
can
been
we
able to have a
find you?
serious discussion in our lives.
That is true. At least not with each other. Where can we find you on the internet?
You can find me everywhere online at Persephorath, and that's Twitter, Twitch, and TikTok. I'm very active on TikTok right now. You can also find my podcast on Twitter at Fast Times D&D. That's Fast Times D, the letter ND. We also have a website that is the same, just with .com at the end, obviously. And you can find me there.
Beautiful.
I did not know that last part. Well, it was great to have you, and we will be moving on.
Thank you
I
so
believe
much,
that was
Sophie,
the-
for absolutely
Yes, thank you.
everything.
Thanks for having
Every
me.
word out of your mouth. Thank you.
Thank you for everything
You
you've
mean a
done
lot of
in the
fuck?
last.
Like just fuck over and
half
over
hour.
again? That's just all I said.
That
Very
is
much.
roughly what I hear, but it's just the way you say it.
Yeah. Oh, don't even tempt me, because I'll go off on like
Oh.
a
Please do. Just whisper it breathily into the
Hold on,
microphone and
hold
just
on,
leave
hold
us
on.
with it.
Hold on.
I believe this is the point
Oh,
where text
beautiful.
something.
Talk about things that need to be clipped.
There.
Bye, everybody.
Sevi,
Bye, Seb.
we are now definitely offline. Is there anything you would like to say?
Fuck, 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 fuck,
That you wouldn't
fuck.
normally say.
Darlings, focus.
Are we actually off? No, we're not.
I've no idea.
No,
I
of
don't
course
think we
we're
are.
not. Why would you ever believe Swapper when he says that?
I didn't care. I just wanted to go for it anyway.
Oh,
So
that's
my
amazing.
social security number
So-
is.
Thank you, darling. Now I have a refill, so we're good on the one shots.
Right, you absolute. Well. So, Anik, you're the first one. We're just going to have Sefi here until something happens. We planned very well for that. Anik,
Look, I'm just waiting for our darling tech goblin to like cut Seffi's feet so she can swear in the privacy of her own home. There we go.
I did not understand feed. That's everything I'm going to say.
Yeah, someone cut me off.
Grain.
There we go.
So for those of you wondering why we're looking so confused, Steffi is still in the Zoom call swearing at us. Because why wouldn't she be? For just a moment, you're going to have to deal with just Swapper and me. We're making one shots. I get to go first. Oh, she's muted to us,
That's
but
true.
she's still audible on Twitch. I'm just gonna there she is, all the way gone.
Ah, somebody kicked her off finally.
But definitely not dead. I did not suggest we killed her when I said all the way gone. We're going to be making some one-shots.
No.
And since we're talking about things built into D&D that other systems do differently, I was going to pick a system that wasn't D&D to build in. I doubt it for a little bit between Monster of the Week and Ryutama, and I went with Ryutama. It is a JRPG, also known as a Japanese travel RPG. I've run a bunch of one-shots in it and a mini campaign, which for me is 18 sessions. I've been given to understand that mini campaign means different things to different people.
You have very interesting views.
Look, my campaigns are 5 years. This is nothing. But Ryutama is an incredibly narrative game, and it's collaborative world building. So I'm pretty happy. There's a bunch of people in chat who are active because Swapper's going to be my lovely assistant. And he's going to keep an eye on chat for me. But in Ryutama, what you do, you're the Ryujin. So you guide your travelers through basically just a world you make together. So you have, I'm going to try and show this on webcam, but it might be too shiny. You have town creation sheets and world creation sheets. And they're just questions you go through with your players. So the way I run D&D, I usually have a fair idea of the world I want to be running in. I know who's in it, what's going to happen, plot points, etc. Not so much with Ryutama. So you have a world you build with your players, which we're going to skip for now because of time. But in addition to the world and the town creation sheets, you have what they call the scenario sheets, which is basically the one-shots, which is going to specify where people are going. Now, a certain someone, Graham, who is already in our Zoom call looking horrendously innocent, but he knows what he did to me, donated a bunch of money, which
What
means
did he do to you?
well, it means I'm going to have to make a Power Ranger themed Ryutama one shot, which, at least
I'm so sad I did not get that one. I'm just
at least from the same area. I'm going to scoot out of for a little bit so I can grab a pencil, which is totally over here. I just realized I shouldn't. So we are making a scenario for Ryutama. So for Ryutama, you can get the base PDF on the internet, and then everything else, all the sheets and all the community made scenarios are free to download. So you can always have an example of what you might be doing. And Ryutama tends to be pretty low violence, pretty cute. You're basically just traveling. There are mobs if you want there to be, but originally the mobs they picked were too cute, so they had to make more. Oh god, I have to stay on topic for 5 minutes. It's fine, I'm talking about Ryutama. I love this game.
one little thing. Somebody just donated a lot of money. I believe that was $75.
Nice.
And we don't have a $75 tier. And they were anonymous. But thank you. And if you have anything you'd like to say,
Yeah.
you can do so, I believe.
Look, great. Swapper's going to be moderately quiet while I'm building anyway. You can always pay to make him shut up when we get our next guest on. But that does mean we'll be starting our next giveaway because we're already over $800 to our goal, which is absolutely amazing. And if I'm going to be a little trolly here, after the 1,000, which is our goal, there might or might not be some stretch goals, and one of them may or may not be me buying someone a PDF of Ryutama, in case you're interested in this game. So normally
I thought it was going to be a podcast.
That one's free.
Oh, fuck.
So in Ryutama, you as a DM are a Ryujin, which means you also get a character, kind of, like a DM character. And you pick a color, and your color kind of denotes the type of story you want to be telling. So you have a blue Ryujin, or a green one, or a red one, or a black one. Green and blue focus on exploration and emotional connections between characters. Those can just travel together for months and never meet like a violent conflict or anything. It really is about the friendships you make along the way. The red Ryujin tends to have a little more, a little more negative, if that's the word, influences in the world. Like sometimes bad things happen to your people. And then, of course, you have the black Ryujin that usually has more of an undertone of just bad things happening in the world. It's the one that you use if you want things to be a little creepier. Kind of my thing. Of course, last time I played a mix of blue and green Ryujin, and I just absolutely died inside because I couldn't kill anyone. So next time I'm playing Raytown, I'd like to be a black Ryujin. But I was going to ask chat if they could step away from the sandwich debate for more than 10 seconds.
Actually.
Or just step away from the sandwich debate in general, because we did actually ban this from our question form. Yes, I am very cruel. If you could pick a Ryujin color for me, because it says a lot about the type of scenarios you're going to be running. Look, Ryutama can be about murdering PCs if you're a black Ryujin. Just saying. Just saying, it has that option. It literally says it's about betrayal and assassination. Ooh, so many votes for red and black already. I love all of it. Red, black, red, black, red, red. Oh, purple. I mean, I've already done turquoise because I wanted to mix blue and green. Swapper, you're my lovely assistant. Can you tally the votes?
Currently we've got red and black, I believe, head to head. If I can count, which, is a bit of a problem. Black and red, thank you, Mitch.
Yeah, for the tiebreaker. Bread is not a color. We're not even going to talk about sandwiches. It's definitely not a color. All right, let's close voting.
Yeah.
Alex is also not a color.
Maybe someone give me like another red or black to have that.
It's tied.
I think it is. I didn't bother to actually count. Red.
Oh, red. All right, so we're going red.
And
Reddish.
Graham coming with the black.
No, we're doing red.
That spells radish, my dear.
I have to stay on topic for 2 more minutes, so I'm not going to dignify that with an answer. So the Crimson Dragon, I will show some more of this artwork because it's gorgeous. Those tend to focus a little more on battle in their scenarios. Red is not a compromise. I will go back to the scenario creation sheet. And for this, there's again a lot of things you ask your players, which in this case means I'm just gonna keep bothering chat about it. So there's different kinds of scenarios. There's travel scenarios, gathering scenarios, which is as hunter-gatherer as it sounds. The fuck is Graham doing in that Zoom call? No, I have to stay on topic for another minute. I have to stay on topic for another minute. I am dying here.
It's called fading.
It's fine. It's fine. I can do this. I can't do this. But since people picked a red or crimson Ryujin for me, I will make a fight scenario. Dying. So in a fight scenario, rather than a target town or target village, you get a target monster, which means Graham.
Graham is a target monster. You heard it here first.
I have to stay on topic for 30 more seconds and I'm dying. All right, I have to pick a monster for this target. Target monster. So, considering the fact that sandwiches, despite our earlier ban, seem to be a thing, I'm considering either something egg-based or milk-based. Oh, thank God my time is up.
Your web captioner said something about exploding players, and I was trying to inform you of that the entire time. Exploding something, it was very fitting.
Oh, God. All right, so...
Also, what the fuck, Graham?
What the fuck? Why is he already in the call? This is so hard.
I don't know. Can we like, I don't know, just...
Can we get him on the overlay but muted so at least he can't flip off everyone all the time? Please. I'm looking. I don't see a bread-based monster. I do have a
Clearly an
saucer. I have a
oversight.
mummy.
Mummies are basically bread-based, and I heard Eva likes them. Why don't we pick a mummy?
Yeah. Are we going with mummy? All right.
I don't know. Chat, what do you think?
What do you think, chat? Should I go with a mummy or an egg or milk? Or should I just throw a fucking dragon at them? I have dragons.
What's an egg?
Egg.
Graham is
egg,
not a monster.
eh,
Egg.
Egg. Lots of
Mummy.
one mummy.
Mummy.
So far, egg's winning.
Egg. Graham is also in there somehow. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hello, Graham.
We could just say that basically Graham's a goblin and focus on we're not doing a cactus. Mitch had already killed Doc once. If we call Graham a goblin,
I mean, we
can
have a
just...
lot of eggs here. Just do it.
All right, I'll take the egg. I'll take the egg.
That's a sentence I never thought I heard you say.
Oh, you of little imagination. I'll even make it a false egg, because why not?
Ooh.
I will point out that we made Graham moderately panicked because he didn't know we were dressing up and he was still in his onesie. So this is panic mode Graham. All right, so we'll be fighting a false egg because why not? Season. Mitch will talk. In Ryutama, everything has to do with seasons. It has to do with which dragons are active because the dragons control everything. They control the weather. They need to be told stories to make the seasons turn and to make the world go round. They control all magic. So season-wise,
what happens if the story's
summer.
just really shitty?
The dragons cry and the world dies.
Oh, how delightful.
I mean, that if they wanted that, they should have given me a black Ryujin. But we're sticking with red Ryujin, or crimson, as it's technically called. Oh, thank God. Oh. I was about to say, oh, thank God, Alex is leaving.
Alex, we do love you, dear. We just don't like your choices of topic. I
didn't mean it. I caught myself before I actually said it.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. No, it's fine. It's fine. We know how she feels about you.
I didn't say enough for it to be clipped, so it doesn't count.
You can definitely tell yourself that.
I have learned my powers of self-deception from you, and I've been informed they're unparalleled. And I have receipts for that.
Callback.
I know, I have a screenshot of you admitting to this.
I would call it admitting, I would call it bragging.
I mean,
right.
Let's see how the FBI feels about this. All right, so we're fighting...
The FBI has a lot of feelings about me.
We're fighting a false egg in spring because apparently people equate eggs with spring. I guess it's an Easter thing. I'm okay with it being an Easter thing.
Most things are fertile in spring.
I'm going to refrain from commenting on that because of the Twitch TOS. But it is very, very difficult. This is fine. We're good. It's golden. Oh God, why did I agree to do this? So, this is the part we decide what the false egg looks like, which I think we've decided is basically an egg that's dressed like Graham. So, ridiculous head, big hat, vest. He turned off his lights. It's a little more difficult to see. Oh, there we go. Oh God. So basically it's a false egg dressed as a drunk cowboy. Beautiful. I'm just gonna write these things down because I will actually be running this one shot at some point for over A because why the fuck not? I can spell. This is fine.
By the way, I believe you have like 20 minutes left or something.
I have many pages left to go. This will be fine. All right, false egg dressed as a drunk cowboy. Beautiful. Season, spring. But the question is, what environment does this egg live in? We talked about it a little earlier about how random encounters are the worst with the oh look bandits, but why? In this case, why does the egg live where it lives?
Why does the egg live?
Why does the egg live? No,
Welcome to Philosophy Hour.
in the oh god, no, I need way more gin tonic before we can really go there.
What was there first, the egg
Or the
nothing?
egg. I will point out that the Ryutama book provides a stat block for the egg, and it has suggested habitats. So we have a choice of grassland, desert, wasteland, or woods. Why did we put Graham on the Zoom call? I'm going to have a
We
word
need
with
to
Mayor at
stay
some
on
point.
topic for 5 minutes.
Oh
Thank you,
no!
Mel.
Why are you doing this to me?
Fun. Also, thank you, Eva, for that lovely clip.
All right, my timer's on. I was talking about Ryutama habitats, so strap in, children. In Ryutama, habitats are... this is so difficult. In Ryutama, habitats are classified as types of terrain. In general, types of terrain have different levels, which make things more difficult or easier for the characters. And the characters might have items or skills or spells that would help them in a certain habitat. So for instance, if it's in a grassland, there'll be less cover. So if it's very hot, because the weather influences the game tremendously, they might need a sun hat to prevent conditions that would cause them to lose hit points. So for the egg, choosing where it lives will influence the type of environment the players will be dealing with as they encounter it. This is so hard.
You're doing great. Just continue.
Just continue. Okay, so assuming I'm making this scenario for newer players, because Ryutama does work with levels, I would like to try and give it a terrain that is easier to navigate for most players. So grasslands are generally considered like a starter area, not unlike Zelda Breath of the Wild. Crap, I deviated again. Anywho, grasslands are considered a starter area, whereas deserts, wastelands, and woods are much higher level, and it makes it much more likely that players would lose a fair amount of hit points. Just getting to the egg, although I do enjoy having them a little woozy before they encounter my false egg. I think I'd have to go for grassland, because even though I'm a red Ryujin in this scenario and not a black one, which means I'm not instantly out to murder them. I'd rather like level them up for a really big battle at the end. So we're assuming this is a beginner's, a little beginner enemy, just to get them used to the combat system, which might be interested to mention now that I have 2.5 minutes to keep on topic. Goes very Final Fantasy. You have a front range and a back range for the fighting arena. So during combat, you have frontliners and backliners, and nothing D&D bullshit movement flanking, whatever. You can do one thing, and it's very simplified, but it's very, again, collaborative, because at the start of battle, you go around all your players and they get to add items to the battlefield they can later use or have used against them, which is extra hilarious. The kind of dice used in the game are D4, D6, D8, D10, and if they're super lucky, D12. So your stats are D4, D6, and D8 based, depending on how you assign them. And then if you have really good condition checks, so if you have a really good night's sleep or a really nice meal, or you go to a really good spa, like you feel better, and some of your abilities can in fact improve above your normal abilities. On the other hand, if you make a terrible camp and it rains and your tent leaks, you feel crappier the next morning and you get penalties to your abilities. And even if you make it through the night all right and you feel pretty good in the morning, if you start traveling and you fail your travel check, terrible, terrible things will happen to you. I think we've compared it to like it is very Ghibli. It's very scenic and beautiful, and you describe your food and where you're sleeping until you fail a check, and then it's suddenly Oregon Trail meets 72 hours, and it's just bloody fucking gruesome instantly. Like it's a little, it can get pretty bad. Some of the
I
people
believe
in
it
chat are
was
talking. Mhm.
called creepy and wholesome at the same time.
Yes, creepy and wholesome. One of my groups was being absolutely adorable, helpful, beautiful camp, everyone in good condition. And then they failed their travel check, and one of them went face first into a man-sized cactus, only to have the person behind them walk into them as they were walking into this cactus, and they ended with a quarter of their health. Oh, thank God I made it.
You did it!
Jesus,
hey,
this is so hard.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
It is. Oh, I can't wait to buy these for you when it's your turn. I mean, this is fun.
I'll take the challenge. It's the fifth time or something I bumped against my microphone with my top hat, and it's getting a bit annoying. Top hats are wonderful, but this one is actually infinite, and that's a bit difficult. I needed to clear out a giant hole above my head. It's going to be raining. So we move on.
Sorry, I had to. I think the term is hydrate, even when it's technically a diuretic. Anywho,
Sure.
we're still building our one shot that doesn't have a name yet because we're not quite sure what it happened. So a false egg. The main question is, how does it live in its environment? I would personally be tempted to give it this beautiful nest, a little bit like you see in Ori, make it look all real and wholesome, and sort of lure my travelers in and make them think that this might be a wondrous
Anique?
occasion. Yes, my darling.
Where does the topic of this one shot come into play?
I think as soon as we get to the PCs, which may or may
Okay.
not be, well, I don't think they can be official Power Rangers because they might be trademarked.
Yeah.
But after the location section, we go to the PCs section, where I'm pretty sure we're gonna make this Power Ranger themed. Actually, I don't know enough about Power Rangers. Don't they have like I might be
Oh.
no I'm considering
First you
low-key-
shame me for not knowing, but then you don't know enough. True
I
colours
only
are
know the
revealed.
fight scenes, nothing
So-
about the
so
actual.
what
No,
I'm
Graham,
hearing-
no, Graham, no.
Graham,
You're
shut
not in
up.
this. You're not in this.
Hey, take off and somebody mute Graham, please.
No, my main problem is because I'm thinking I originally thought beautiful Ori nest, but of course it should be in a secret base. But I think I'm mentally confusing the Power Ranger base with the Thunderbird base. Swapper, where the hell do the Power Rangers live? Are they in high school? No, don't cop out on me.
Well,
Are they in high school? Are they
look,
high school children?
I have no idea, but since it is a superhero thing, they probably live in high school.
Alright,
Since
they live in
Marvel
high
has not
school.
reached. No, Power Rangers is not Marvel, right? Since I just said that Power Rangers they live in high school, and we're making our own
Power
canon
Rangers
here.
live in high school.
This is basically a fan fiction set on bitches.
No, you know what? Fuck it. We're
and
gonna erase
they have a very
grasslands.
complex.
We're gonna make it a village, and this
Okay.
village has a high school. And apparently, this egg is part of the biology project. I have a
Ooh.
Discord
Is
message.
it the?
I have a Discord message, and I don't want to check it because I'm slightly worried it's another donation to make me stay on topic for 5 minutes.
Well, I
Like,
can't
look,
check
I'm
it for you.
all right. No. Oh, thank God! It's just our tech goblin stepping away for a minute after she muted Graham. Fortunately.
Oh, wonderful. So, is the egg part of the biology project in a way that it is the project being worked on, or in the way that it is actually the high school staff?
I would assume. Well, here's the thing: do they know this egg is something they need to fight, or is it high school staff gone bad?
Maybe it's like the what's it called? House.
What is this
People,
egg's
no.
motivation?
Maybe it's just evil. Bloody hell! The people who look after schools.
Are they evil?
The caretakers. I think it's called caretakers. Have you ever met a caretaker? They are obviously and
Oh.
completely evil.
Chat's weighed in. The egg is an escaped experiment, which
Ooh,
does
I like that.
it actually ties into the corgi game of this morning beautifully. All right, so special ability, escaped experiment. In which case, I would probably go to the monster stat block and ink like they have in Ryutama, an ability that is not quite like Dex.
No, I did not mean the cancer, but that thought is amazing.
I mean, they do tend to be evil, right?
I have never spoken.
Bird
to
emoji, bird
therapists
emoji. Get
before.
off of my web captioner. I did not say that out loud. I had such a fight with my counselor in high school. Yeah, I'd probably boost the egg's dexterity score since it's an escaped experiment. Apparently wiggled
We've
its
got
way
5
to
minutes
freedom.
till we need to end this particular section. I can't go into the specific ways of being evil.
Beautiful.
Check out our podcast for that.
So about this podcast.
No, this is not going to become a thing where we jokingly say that's becoming a thing and then actually becomes a thing. This will not be one of those.
I mean, honestly, this talk
Nick, moving
show
on.
started like that. I don't have. No one's paid me to stay on topic. I can say whatever the hell I want right now.
Bloody hell! Somebody pay her to stay on topic. Jesus.
It's for the children.
Yes.
All right.
think
So
of
the PC's
children.
reason/duty to defeat this target monster is apparently this egg is chaotic evil. I just read it in chat somewhere, and clearly our PCs are invested in this world, and they're not just XP farming murder hobos. This egg is causing trouble in the village. I'm not sure what it's doing, because in general, when I have NPCs causing trouble in the village, they're usually shapeshifters taking people's
But do you
shapes
need
and
reasons
then.
for being evil?
No, I enjoy different ways of being evil. I like sending doppelgangers into villages and then sleeping around and just causing general mayhem and just insulting people and then going away and making the person who's actually that person take the fall.
Ooh.
I'm going to ignore that pun from Teldos and no,
God
Graham,
damn
you do
it,
not need to
Teldos.
distract us again. I'm distracted enough. I have 4 minutes. Oh, God. I have 4 minutes to finish this. So, point of departure and encounter location. I have absolutely no idea where my PCs will be coming from. And frankly, I don't give a shit. I will make that up on the spot regardless of what's happening. However, the encounter location, this is Power Rangers themed. So yes, the egg absolutely has psychic powers. There are methods in Ryutama, mainly spell-based. So I'm going to say this egg is a spellcaster, and it has, let me check the season, winter magic. This is a winter magic egg now. I really hope the people who wrote Ryutama are never going to watch this stream, because they might ask me to send the book.
They might actually fire you.
They might actually fire me. Winter magic egg, beautiful. But the encounter location. Now, I'm going to faintly look at Graham as he's writing messages on that giant notepad of his. Do the Power Rangers, they never fight in school. They're always in like some sort of like stone gravel pit for production reasons, because they can't spend too much money on their production value. So I'm going to say this escaped experiment is like somewhere on a gravel road, because that way you can do the fake explosions without actually having to explode anything. And you like
Bloody
honestly.
hell, Derek, thank you for your donation.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, does that mean Swapper has to shut up as
150.
soon as we get back to our talking segment?
God damn
I think
it.
that's what it means. All right, so after Swapper builds his one shot and we get Graham on, Swapper has to be quiet for 6 minutes.
Yes. Also, I believe you
Abandoned
could-
warehouse district.
pick a theme for my one shot if you wanted to.
Also true. Beautiful. Abandoned warehouse district. I mean, it didn't exist in this village yet, but now it does.
Graham, god damn it.
I wrote abandoned whore district. That is not what I meant.
wait, roll with it. What
Alright,
is an abandoned whore
We are
district?
playing in the abandoned whore district. No, this is a red region, not a black one. All
You
right,
have 1 minute remaining.
that's perfectly fine. I have one item left. Hardest encounter other than defeating target monster. What is in the environment that is making this difficult?
Thank you, Derek, once again.
Oh,
for
we made our
bringing us
goal!
over our stretch.
We
over our
pay.
goal.
Oh, excuse you, Swapper. We got to $1,000. Fucking party.
Yes,
Thank you to everyone who donated.
I know how to party. I am a human. I
You are
swear.
definitely a human being who knows how to party. All right.
Yes,
Hardest thing
definitely.
in the encounter, other than defeating the target monster. Clearly, this is an abandoned experiment, escaped experiment. They're going to have to find out who made this experiment a thing. Who's behind all this?
Is it one of them?
It might be.
Mm.
And that is actually enough for a Ryutama one shot, because the rest of
That is
everything you make up as
Perfectly
you
on
go.
time.
Ta-da! I made it. Curse
Well
all the people who
done.
paid me to stay on topic. It is
Right,
so
Derek,
hard.
you just dropped 170 something.
Oh, thank you,
What
Derek.
is it that you want?
Oh, thank you, Derek.
You can
And thank you
basically do
everybody
all
else
the
who
things now.
donated.
Yes, also thank you for everybody else. Thank you, everybody else. Not thank you for everybody else. I'm not talking to God right now. Fuck you.
Who and
So, sorry, I was just a bit of heresy. Keeps me
What's
going.
heresy among friends?
Yeah, totally.
That's right. Great. Fuck.
Did Derek pick your topic, or are we
Derek did
settling
not
for you
pick-
being quiet?
Anything right now? Well, I probably need to be loud when I'm doing my
Oh
thing.
no, but you're going to be quiet once Graham comes in. Give Graham the spotlight.
Oh, Derek could make me be quiet, pick the theme of my one shot, and a thing that should be in there.
Yep.
He dropped a lot of money. Thank you. The
Yep.
children will probably thank you.
Thank you, Derek.
I will find out what children are. Let's hear from Graham a bit. Okay.
Oh, beautiful.
I
You
can't be
I'm
held by
easily
you.
bribed.
I broke free.
So, Graham, I'm just going to be lenient in defining a bit.
That's fair.
You're defining a bit.
Well, not yours
Oh.
or mine.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh, we're talking like a little bit?
You know, give us a bit of sketch. Give us your best Monty Python style sketch.
Oh, goodness. Oh,
Joke.
you wanted me to be funny?
Oh, you failed
Oh,
already.
yeah.
Too bad.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's talk D&D then.
Sounds good.
Just move on to the. Also, our next goal is 2,000. I mean, we're still super early morning for some
Dance
people.
for us.
Look, I've heard him sing. Dancing is the better option.
I would not argue that.
Oh, also, this is great. I'm in chat when they give away the fancy dice. You guys keep going. I'm entering giveaways.
Oh, nice. So D&D,
Okay.
let's keep the uncagedlings on topic.
Yes.
So,
Right.
what about
So-
D&D do you want to talk about, Swapper?
I would like to talk about this random adventure hook that I had just pulled up from a random generator, which is,
Okay.
as you wander through the lower mountain passes, you soon meet a familiar face who treats you to a meal in exchange for willing ears. I will not read the rest because that's funnier, but the last words are sewers of a major city. So, how do we get there in a one-shot? Somebody gives the players food. I will now give a bit of an insight into how I design D&D one-shots, which is horribly methodical, as opposed to Anik's
Yeah.
I have 4 post-its and it's
Method?
called a one-shot.
I'm just impressed you guys plan anything. I come up with a concept and that's it, and I'm like, I'm gonna wing it 100% from start to finish.
I already admitted that my plan for the corgi one-shot was an NPC, a 3-headed corgi, and the map from Jurassic Park.
That's
That
the
was
concept
it.
right there.
That was it.
So, what I need to consider when playing a D&D one-shot is that a one-shot is limited into Jesus Christ.
Holy
Oh,
shit!
what did we jump up to? Oh,
How did we
sh-
suddenly get 2
1,000.
grand?
Oh,
My God,
goodness.
I didn't think people actually had that much money. Thank you. The children,
Thank you.
you, and
Thank
probably
you.
Santa Claus as well, once we get Taldos to do the bit.
Just,
Wait, I'm not telling.
Yes,
I
you're
mean,
not
thank
Taldos,
you,
that's right.
Anonymous. Jesus.
Thank you.
Wow.
I
That's-
can't even stay on topic
wow.
right now. I'm too flabbergasted. This is amazing.
But I will stay on topic.
can't
And
even
you know
stay
what
on
the
topic
topic
normally.
is?
Do.
The topic is that we love you and thank you for donating to a wonderful charity. From the bottom of our hearts and Swapper's black hole, we
Thank you.
thank you.
Well, not that one, you dirty-minded fucks.
There.
But this is why we have Graham here, by the way, because we both don't know how to do positivity.
We really don't. We really, really don't.
Hey, you know, I'm positive 6 days out of the week, and then on Fridays I'm just ruthlessly mean.
Hmm.
Why do you never call me on Fridays for a good time, Graham?
Because I'm
Yes.
too busy making fun of my players on my Fridays. Start every show by saying,
Fair.
I don't love you and I don't care about your feelings. Let's stream.
That is absolutely beautiful. I'm gonna need that clipped by someone.
Yes, somebody gets.
Someone needs
please
to
get
clip
on
that,
that.
those 2 sentences for me.
Oh no. So
Okay, Derek, actually, he can confirm this, so that's true.
Also, Swapper, you're building a one-shot. People have
I
donated
know, I'm just
more
trying,
than
I'm
enough
just
money
waiting for
to get
Graham
you
to
to focus.
shut up. So, the 3 pillars of D&D, as you know, are combat, exploration, social, and that's it. However, sometimes there's also management, which I will not put in this because that's a fucking one-shot. So, let's see. We've got social covered with the weird NPC who's going to be talking to us, our players, who's going to bring them into the city because... we haven't covered combat yet because there is a thing that needs to be resolved. What that thing is, I don't know. Chat, hit me up with ideas. What I normally do for social when I'm designing NPCs is I have a lovely little folder pre-prepared with a lot of interesting NPCs. However, that
Jeez,
would
you
be
have a
cheating.
folder?
I have more than 2 folders, Nick. I know.
are either of these folders within reach?
They are actually.
Show us your folder,
Yeah.
Swapper. Can we get like a
here's
little
one-
saxophone music under this?
Oh God, if you had told me we needed a saxophone, I would have gotten mine and just started jamming out.
I
There is
believe
a
you, and
reason
that's
we did not tell
terrifying.
you to grab a saxophone, Graham.
It's not the one you think it is. This one here is my NPC thing.
Is that your little black book?
Yep.
Yes, my little black book, which is actually quite large.
I want to hear
Yeah.
Swapper's most evil laugh.
No. Which is sorted by types of NPCs, so shopkeepers, nobles, whatever you might encounter, so that I can quickly pull them up. This one seems like a bit of a, I want to say hermit or something, maybe, and but he needs to be connected to cities. Let's say alchemist or something who has been gathering plants for things. That can be where the problem is. The plants can be, since chat still hasn't hit me up with anything useful.
Do you want to call a friend?
No, I
The
don't. I
worst
have
part
no
is
friends.
I need to go bio super bad, and our tech goblin just went, "Go bio, leave these 2 in
I'll cover.
charge." The hell?
I'll cover for you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You got this. I mean, I got this. So, anyways, I'm Anik now.
Hello, Anik.
Hello, Swapper.
An alchemist from the city who has been collecting plants. The first thing is he is collecting plants because somebody's in need of medication, since medication is always good, and sick people just pull on heartstrings of players, which I like. If the players do characters who are from that city, you can also make somebody of them sick. By the way, trigger warning, I'm evil. For sickness and such. So, let's see. we've got plans. Then we need exploration. Exploration is fairly easy. They go and get the plants, and then they go back to the city. However, in the city, they discover that something is amiss, and that something is the sickness is not normal. It is actually poison. They need to find out who has poisoned this person, which is a bit of an investigation part. Falls under the management branch. And they find out and follow this person. The person then flees. A chase scene. I do love a good chase scene. Did you actually swap your bloody?
There, I'm Anik now.
Hello, Nick. Always good for a bit of chase scene. Chase scenes are like combat, but with less crunch. So that's good, unless you're Nick and weirdly into crunch. And
Swapper,
I'm not talking about cereal. Yes,
when
Anik.
you handle a chase scene, is there anything you do that differentiates you from other DMs, such as like skill checks or adding additional conflict, or
I don't think skill checks would differentiate me from other DMs, but what I like to do
I fucking
is
saw you move me on my husband's
I-
computer screen, put me back in my place, and move Graham back to where he's supposed to
Yes,
go.
could you please put Anik back into her place?
Yes, my rightful place. Thank you.
Sure. Yes, I have a stagnant DC of normally 20, depending on how difficult the chase is, and I have a list of obstacles. And judging by how good these, the obstacles all have DCs as well, but judging by how well the players do, the DC is either reduced or heightened. However, there's still the concept of failing upwards. So if you use spell slots, if you use hit points, if you use any other interesting thing you have, and expend that, then you are able to overcome this challenge. With loss, yes, but the DC is either reset or actually turned into a positive, a bonus. Not DC. The fuck it, you know what I mean. Challenge. And
Words,
what I like to
man.
do
Words are hard.
is difficult. So what I like to do is have a bit of a not a health pool, but basically certain DCs that need to be met, skill challenges, but in a fluent way. And if a player asks me, "Can I do that?" I will say, "Yes, you can do that," and just make some shit up on the spot using the mechanics I have. So mostly I won't have an actual list of obstacles, which like the sewer collapses or something. I'm going to have a list of DCs and mechanics corresponding to these.
So we have a
and-
question from chat. I'm just going to break in because I'm assuming you're ignoring chat because that's just who you are. Do you have any tips for tracking an NPC that can teleport?
Ooh, can I take
yes,
this
actually.
question?
And what
Swapper,
are
take
those
this
tips,
question.
Swapper?
If they can teleport all the time, they're just going to have a very large movement speed. I do not use statistics in chase scenes since that's just crunchy, but they're going to have an advantage. They basically have the same abilities that the PCs have in terms of overcoming obstacles, but all the time they can give themselves a better chance all the fucking time, either through advantages or flat out bonuses. What I like to do is not actually have a physical position of the NPC in my head, since this is more a game of skill. Is the NPC skilled enough to get away, or are the players skilled enough to follow them? If the NPC has certain things like Dimension Door or Misty Step or the natural teleportation ability, then their skill is obviously quite high in getting away. However, that doesn't mean that they can get away automatically. If the players are smarter, they can they can get up to them, but I would say it's difficult having a chase scene with a teleporting NPC. For a teleporting NPC, no, this goes into how I would run somebody who has the ability of teleportation, and I don't know that NPC. So I heard I was designing a one-shot recently.
Really? I completely missed all of that because that doesn't sound like what you're doing at all.
Yeah.
No.
No, we had an alchemist. We had to get some herbs. We went to a city. There was poison in the sewer, and the sickness in the city was not really a sickness but a poison. I'm on the ball so far.
Thank you, Graham.
Proud of you,
Graham's
and a
just
little
going to
scared.
be my notes. So now that we have the rough construct, this is where I don't know Riotama, but thank you for the $25. other narrative systems would stop, and D&D has to basically, you have to go the extra mile or just be really good with mechanics, which I on the spot am not. This is the point where I start making DCs up. This is the point where I start making things difficult. This is also the point where I need to ask myself, who is the villain? Is there a villain? I'm just going to decide, yes, the villain is going to be maybe not somebody. Maybe the alchemist has some kind of foe, some kind of rival, maybe. Yes. Can the villains be mushroom people? Usually, I like to run more intricate campaigns than there are evil mushroom people in the sewers, since I just like bringing out the evil in NPCs and people. And mushroom people are alien enough that are lovely, real world internal racism, if we then have it, can take care of the evil parts. And that's just not interesting storytelling, in my opinion. But yes, the villains can be mushroom people. What I would
What's wrong
do
with
is make.
just going weird?
Yeah,
Why
I
does-
mean,
why does it have
myconoids
to-
can mind control.
Yeah.
Hmm?
There's all kinds of fungi that can, like, there's complete species or genuses of fungi that can literally mind control ants and worms, which will then mind control their
Yes.
hosts.
Cordyceps.
Even if it's not technically fantasy racism, there's other ways of being utterly creepy.
Yes, that's true, but I like this is just
Fantasy
a preference
racism?
of mine. No, what? I literally just said I didn't like that.
Last of Us vibes, yes.
What I
Talking about
like
Last
to
of Us
do
vibes.
is if you have that creepy measure, for example, let's take the mushrooms here. Let's say that's the poison.
No, let's please
oh,
no cordyceps. Just no hard limit. No.
Okay. So we have a mushroom poison, and I personally think it's much more terrifying if somebody actually uses this in a controlled measure than having it simply spread. The zombie apocalypse phenomenon. If you've got a horde of zombies that just runs at you, yes, that's terrifying until you evade it. Also, what I experienced with sicknesses and the such in RPG is it often comes down to a rule. Am I sick? Am I not sick? And especially in D&D, you've got things like greater restoration, lesser restoration, just can take care of that. That's not as terrifying as somebody tactically utilizing poisons and such, because
Can I
to do
comment
this
on
you've
that
got to
since we haven't been paid
Yes,
to
please.
stay on topic? Again, I also play a fair amount of Pathfinder, where a number of adventure paths, which is like their long-term modules, focus on diseases, specifically Curse of the Crimson Throne. There's a lot of diseases in the Mummy's Mask. And what they do to keep those diseases scary is, for one, just overwhelming numbers. The amount of clerics in a city that can cast those spells will always be limited. So if something has a high enough rate of infection, you can still overwhelm a city with the disease just because you only have X amount of spells to cure people with a day. And what they often do is add a curse or a magic component to a natural disease, often made by evil people and liches and things, and unleashed on the population on purpose. But especially in fantasy games or in high sci-fi games, it is super easy to make a disease more than like a regular natural appearing disease and still make a disease scary just because you can't pass it off with a cup of tea and a lesser restoration.
Can
That's
I add a
true.
point to this?
I mean,
Yes.
technically not, but we're probably not going to be able to stop you.
Haha! So one of my favorite fiction books is series is the Clerical Quintet, which features Catterley, who eventually becomes a chosen of Denier. But in the first book, they have a evil cult of Talona, who's the goddess of poisons in Forgotten Realms, that have united to make a poison / curse, which is like a bottled chaos brew, and they uncork it in the middle of like the stronghold of all the clerics in the region, which is called the Edifescent Library. But what it does is it's magically designed to change the personality of people to make them obsessed with what their obsessions is, so it specifically targets their faith to prevent them from like rationally spellcasting to cure themselves of this. So they have like, you have the people that worship the goddess Soon, the goddess of love, going on trysts with, a whole bunch of people. You have the clerics of Denier who are not eating and they're just staying in the library and reading every single book they can. You have the clerics of Ogma, which is like, I forget what Ogma is because I don't care about them. But they just start beating the heck out of each other because they're all monks.
Oh, dude, harsh.
But I think it is always interesting to come up with a concept to prevent people from actively taking a role to cure it.
That's
Yes.
fair.
Maybe I misphrased. You can certainly make sicknesses terrifying, and you can certainly use them. I just don't like to do it since I'm more a fan of, directed evil, which
Fair.
is a sickness can be a method, as you said, it was released, and it definitely shows how ruthless people who use
Either
that can be.
unscrupled or ruthless. You can pick a word.
Or both.
Oh, fuck it. German has like 50 different words for it for some
Look,
reason.
we are not going to start about our opinions on the German language. We're just, I have a
many
lot of
of them.
opinions on the German language, and we probably shouldn't go there. That's just what I'm saying.
Sorry, my household is a mess. Moving on. So we have got that.
Just your household.
I'm actually pretty well put together in all senses of the word. We have
I'm
got
gonna roll an insight roll.
a rough plot.
It's a DC 20.
Look, I'm just gonna grab those obsidian dice that nearly murdered everyone in every game I've ever used them, and I'll be fine.
Okay. So, basically we have this basic setup. Now we need the players to care about somebody. So, the alchemist from the city can be that person. They can be more of a mentor person, but they can also be more of a friend. There are many possibilities of making players care about somebody, depending on the characters, but a thing with me is I usually don't like people playing that character, the type, not just the edgy learner type of character. Yes, of course, you can pull it up very well, yes. But you can also just, make an interesting character whom you don't need to retrofit to be interesting.
I like
He
how our
says
tech
having done
goblins
that.
have also had to admit that they've completely lost control of this show.
We're off the rails, uncut,
It's fine.
uncultured.
Look, people are donating money and we don't know why or what.
For every 1,000 you donate, we will do a thing.
Yes, we will.
I don't even know anymore.
I find it really interesting that you say that and then you play Kion Uncaged.
Yes, I was going to say that. Do as I say, not as I do.
Not as I do. Yeah, lead
Yep,
by
yep.
example, Swapper, lead by example.
Fuck you, I'm not leading.
Also true.
I want somebody else to go
Hey,
on.
if
because
someone
I would contradict
donates another
myself if I was
1,000
going
right
on.
now, we are going to call back Seppi.
Yeah. And Seppi and I will talk Pokemon for the rest of the session. And it's Anik and Swapper's job to interrupt us and get us back on topic.
Oh no.
Oh no. Right. Where
So
was
anyway,
I? Okay, you
We're
need.
making a one-shot, Swapper. Focus.
Yeah, so
I know. I am making a
wolves.
one shot.
Lone wolves, and is this alchemist friends or an enemy or a mentor?
So
Does
unless
he
the
speak
characters
rather
are inherently
gruffly?
built in such a way that they cannot form connections, you want an NPC that they care about, somebody to basically dangle above the bottomless pit. Call back. The NPC can be that. Can be a mentor. And
Stay
I
on
found-
topic. Oh god, you're staying on topic for a very long time. 5 minutes. Let's just start with 5 minutes. Hang on.
So
hang on,
the
hang on.
NPC.
Hang on. I'm grabbing a timer for this because I had to do this. All right, go.
The NPC can do this, and there are many possibilities how you can make an NPC sympathetic. They can be competent, which is interesting since then the players can rely on that NPC, and if they inevitably fail because the villain is so much more powerful than they expected, that will be a huge blow and topple morale. The NPC can be a strategy that I used the other day. Absolutely pathetic, just done with everything, just basically close to tears the entire time, which is a very basic thing that you
Oh.
can do.
Fair amount of player bleed.
Yes, fair amount of player bleed. Which you can do, and which is also very interesting, but doesn't really lead up to any concepts such as the fall of the competent character. They could also be very supportive or have their own goal, which the players and player characters alike consider to be equally as important. This can be like, I want to save the city in our alchemist's case, but this can be also a very personal goal to make things a bit more... to make the players empathize with them a bit more. If one of the player characters has a built-in story hook, this is also a wonderful time to use it. The alchemist could, for example, be a family member or something like that. But since we're designing a one-shot, we can't really count on that. So moving on, we're going to make the alchemist sympathetic, and I'm just going to give a quick overview of how I do NPC design for important NPCs.
Every time you say
First of all-
sympathetic, I hear pathetic. I'm like, yeah, that tracks.
Oof. No wonder
Okay,
they
I need to stay on
chose
topic.
Alchemist life.
So first thing I always start with is a name, since I need names to be able to remember characters. This NPC is going to be a... Okay, first thing I always start with is apparently a gender, which I like my trusty D4s for. Let's have them. This is not D4, fuck it.
Isn't their gender just evil?
No, the
Evil.
alchemist is
Gender
actually
evil. What's
not
in your
evil.
pants? Doom. Also, unanimous 2 gets to name our alchemist.
Ooh.
Okay. So
So unanimous
we
2,
have
please let us know in
non-binary.
chat
It's
what
a
this
non-
alchemist is called.
Thank you. It's a non-binary alchemist, so have at it. Hello. Fine
Bane
swallow drops.
swallow drop.
Okay. That sounds just a tiny bit lewd, but I can live with that.
I
fair.
mean, we haven't been squeaky clean, honestly.
Hey, yeah.
So, what I then use is appearance. What you want to do is give the NPC an interesting appearance. In case you need them for a crowd scene or something, that they can be picked out fairly quickly. An NPC wants to see an NPC. Alchemist, I mean, not an NPC. So the
We're
standard
still on
alchemist,
topic, Lady Dame. We're still on topic.
rather older.
Keep going.
I
you
thought
have
it was
2 minutes
just
left.
Swapper that has to stay on
Doing well.
topic.
I'm just designing NPCs for the one shot that I'm designing. This is staying on topic. Fuck you. So,
I'm adding 30 seconds to your timer for that, but keep going.
A standard alchemist with how the stereotype has got basically, let's see, brown robes and so on and so forth, sickle. So let's make them very ostentatious. Let's have them wear these kind of greenish, almost scale-like, not robes, maybe. Let's give them armor, since the woods can be difficult. So we've got this green scale armor. So how did they get that? Why did they get that? Is it dangerous? Yes, it is dangerous. So they also need some way to defend themselves. They are not good with a weapon, so let's give them a lot of interesting alchemical concoctions. What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to step them out in the same time that I am creating them. And in this wonderful folder, I have the stats for not an alchemist, but an explosives expert. That's
I was about
close
to ask,
enough.
what class are you using for this?
Not a class. I've got NPC stat box in here, which I made up, which I probably am going to release somewhere in due time. So they're
I
just
mean,
going
we've
to be
heard
an
that
explosive
before.
expert.
Yeah. I've been lied to and hurt in the past.
It's just, we're not saying you're unreliable. We're just saying sometimes a lot of things take a lot of time.
That's true. With me especially. So, though they've got these large bottles all around, and they, of course, have a lot of alchemical tools.
Such
What
as?
makes them? I believe that's enough to make them unique, actually. But yeah, for every NPC, I like to think, every important NPC, I like to ask myself what makes them unique. And that's something that is basically going to be memorable to the players. Oh, that's that person who. But yeah, they are the explosives experts, green armored alchemist. I think that's enough. And for persona,
Oh, you made it!
Woo!
That's
literally
your...
the biggest problem wasn't even me. It was just you butting in all the time.
That is
I was
literally
so
our
good.
job. That is
I was
literally
so
our
good.
job.
I'm pretty sure that's stay on topics for all of us, but that's fine.
I just didn't say anything. That's what kept me honest.
I'm just sad we
Fair.
sent Seffi away and then we let Graham in.
I know. I'm so
miss
boring.
Seffi.
You
Yeah,
dragged
same.
me in here and then said, "Graham, don't talk."
Do you think
We
Seffi's
didn't
still
drag
available?
you in here.
How long do we have left? We have 20 minutes,
I
right?
don't think we can afford Seffi. That's the problem.
That's true.
It's
She's
just
very
for,
expensive.
no matters of.
Yeah, we have name,
Okay.
appearance, what makes them unique, and something about mushrooms. I'm still missing the rest of this one shot.
How
yeah.
are you? Graham recapped it for you multiple times.
I
Okay, the
mean,
players come across an alchemist in the woods who is searching for a specific plant after, since the city is sick, or people in the city are sick that they care about. After finding that specific plant in the exploration part of the one shot, the players and the alchemist alike go into the city where they find out that it is not a sickness but a poison, since the plant doesn't work, and the players are probably intelligent enough to figure it out, or the alchemist figures us out alone.
Wait, did you say-
Personally, I'm
wait, did you-
incredibly disappointed in how you gloss over the exploration part, because those are my favorite bits.
Did
So
you
you
say
can
the
Well,
throw
I'm
players
going
were
to
smart
design
enough?
these
Shit at
bits
people.
later.
Did you say
I'm
the
going
players
to...
were smart enough to solve this? I'm
Or
sorry,
the
it's taken
alchemist
us
Have
like
you
find
4
played
out
with
that-
people?
episodes in
Have you played with
Uncaged, and we aren't
people?
even halfway through the mystery.
I have a very
And this is a
specific
one-shot!
mechanic. I have a very specific mechanic for investigations, which I will go into once I play Spotify Dads himself. Right, thank you, web captioner. That's exactly what I said.
Oh no.
I have a very specific mechanic
is
for
fine.
investigation, which will presumably prevent failure should the players really need it without
Is
patronizing them.
your
But I will go into that
method
later.
of dealing with exploration in order to avoid failure on your player's side just
Investigation, not
ju-
exploration.
just telling them everything
No,
in
it isn't.
general?
Since you asked, and we're not
Yes, give us
we do
more.
not need to stay on topic. I used this
We
in a
also
one-shot
don't have
for
to stay within
once.
our allotted time slot.
Yeah!
Nice.
Woo!
It is called the Sparks of Brilliance, which basically are
Even your name is pretentious.
inspirations. Yes.
Sorry, keep going.
Did you not? That's my
What?
thing.
Keep
Sorry.
going.
So she called me pretentious, like something like that was supposed to be because I'm kind of insult and not a compliment.
I mean, either
So the
or
Sparks
both.
of Brilliance are 3 of them, resources that the entire party has and anybody can call upon during any moment in this investigation. Normally I use 3 Sparks of Brilliance, not for each player, but just for the entire party. Each of them are hints or ideas where the players can search that are not just go there and figure out the mystery. Specific examples for this would have been if you don't know what the sickness is, and the players have just no idea where to start searching. How can I find out a sickness? My character knows nothing about sicknesses. And for some reason, players are players, and they don't immediately go, let's ask a doctor something. One of these sparks of inspiration could be called upon in that moment, and then I would give the hint of maybe somebody who is very reminiscent of the traditional idea of a doctor walking by, or just that they've seen a medical facility somewhere. Things like that. Subtle hints that don't give you the answer, but give you an idea of where to search. So that's the sparks of inspiration, or whatever the fuck I call them. Let's move on to, since you did want to go into exploration, let's move on to exploration. Normally I like to have the larger picture of the plot done before I go into the small bits, because mechanics. But inspiration. Not inspiration, exploration. So
Words are
we aren't
hard.
going to have a combat. Words
Are
are very
they?
hard. We aren't going to have a combat since that part is later on with the chase scene / combat against the villain of this story.
Swapper, my
whom we
god,
have
we're
not named.
bleeding viewers. Be more interesting.
Yeah, hurry up.
It's
God.
fine.
Is it? Is it?
Is it though?
So-
Is it though?
I'm sorry, am I staying on topic too a lot?
Yes,
Yeah.
actually. Nobody paid for this.
Yeah, so get to the good stuff. Who's the villain? I want to know.
Sure. Who's the villain? Let's make him. Actually,
it's a
chat,
him.
Who is the
Yeah,
villain?
oh.
So stereotypical.
Why are they
Women
doing
can
this?
be mean, you
Why?
know.
Yeah, why are they doing this?
Apparently. Yeah.
Does their villain have to have
okay.
a motivation, or can their
Apparently I'm the
motivation
villain.
just
Thank you,
be?
Eva.
I mean, that
That's
is a
why.
valid motivation, honestly.
Sure, let's give it a wacky villain. Why not?
Wacky.
A villain whose
Nobody
motivation...
uses the word wacky.
Fuck off! I'm about.
Oh,
600
there's gonna be
people.
a lot of that word in my campaign tonight.
Oh lord. Can I retract my submissions to be in your campaigns?
No.
Ah, shit.
Let's
Damn
show
it!
which prosecutor of the town. Thank you, Tells. That's a very good hook.
So. Villain. Let's.
Mm-hmm.
Anik, how do you come up with villains? While
I just
Swapper
look
comes up with this
inside-
villain.
I look inside myself and I look at things I'm not allowed to say or do, and then I externalize that as an NPC.
Okay. What do you think makes a good villain?
So that depends on the group I'm running it for. I have groups who like relatable villains, like they want to be able to understand where the villain is coming from. I also have groups with like a hero complex, and they really like their villains to be like 2D, black and white. So I give them
Like a
cartoony
Saturday
villain.
cartoon villain?
Yeah, exactly. If it wasn't for you meddling 14th level Pathfinder heroes.
Yes. How did they know I was in this cemetery dressed as a ghost for weeks?
I mean, it's fucking hilarious. And sometimes I like just creepy horror. Like the villain doesn't necessarily need to be a person. I've like we mentioned with again, I don't play just D&D with 10 candles. The villain is this obscure they that gets defined as the game goes on, and it turns out to be like your own reflection or the sound of the waves. Like villains can be so much more versatile than a lot of people give shit credit for, and I love all of them.
I could also go into villains for like ages.
Oh,
Villains are for
we
me
need-
one
we
of the
need
most
part 2,
interesting
3,
parts
and
of the
4
story.
of this,
Oh,
honestly.
yeah. I mean, villains
We need
are
to make a
more
podcast.
villains
We really
for me
do
are
need to make
more
a podcast.
interesting than the party. But
I don't think villains should be more interesting than party necessarily, but it
I
can
really do
help.
like how Chad agrees we need to make a podcast.
yes. So, what is one memorable villain that each of you has made in the past? As I derail us off topic even further.
Absolutely.
I mean, kind
May
of
I interest you in Marcus Stanzik, also known as the Vulture, whose first appearance in this campaign that I have run was an ambush expertly planned, which basically knocked the players out. And after he had them, he didn't just cackle and James Bond villain style twirl his mustache. He just dumped them in a nearby canal and walked away. They barely survived. That villain had previous connections with one of the players, and they hated him from then on. So what I naturally needed to do after I established him as a very smart and powerful and capable character is have another character, another villain, kill him off in about approximately 5 seconds.
Nice. I think I already alluded to my favorite villain, but it's also partly because it's super recent and it was just such a good game. In 10 Candles, they were partly defined by Swapper, actually, where they got the brink of I saw them dancing with our reflections, and that was just a jumping off point for making them not a physical threat, but something like forever looming in every reflection and in every light beam and in every fucked up shadow in a game that got literally darker and darker and darker as more candles extinguished. Just the fear that you can't even you can't hear them coming, you can't see them coming. Just suddenly the light of your torch catches this reflective surface you didn't expect, and suddenly it's all wrong.
I'm going to say it was absolutely
like-
fucking terrifying.
Yes,
was.
I really like. I actually have more difficulty making a person villain than a something is wrong in the world villain type thing. I like the metaphysical. I like the eldritch beings bleeding through.
Ooh,
I
do-
don't know why you would like that. Really,
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
no idea.
Huh.
That's
So
so
there
out of
might be
character
some
for you.
player bleed.
I mean, that's
I actually really enjoy designing people villains or villains with understandable motivations, because that's the wonderful, wonderful part where the players understand where the villains come from, and maybe even the player characters understand where the villain comes from, but they will just be pitted against each other in the worst case scenario, and it will hurt.
that's fair. Can I talk about a villain that I really like?
I mean, I think
I don't
Swapper
know,
needs to
can you?
finish his one shot before it's technically your segment.
How do you keep being responsible and irresponsible, two senses apart from each other, and do both in such a condescending way? It's amazing. Oh,
a
Swapper,
natural
please
We hadn't even made
stop
it to my
talking about your
segment
bloody
yet.
one shot.
No, we're still not making it to your segment.
Oh my god.
Okay, Swapper,
So,
let's go. Hurry it up. Villain.
so we okay. Apparently, I'm now doing the villain. Great. So, we have two ideas: either a wacky villain who does it just because they're villainous, or that one came from Taldos. Something I believe the child of the villain died because the city wasn't great on healthcare or something. What a weirdly random example. I have no idea.
I
where
really
that came
don't
from.
need universal healthcare to be a villain in anyone's story. Sorry, got distracted.
Fair.
Hey, Doc. Welcome to
Who
Madness.
adopted? Let's go with wacky. So
I hate.
we're basically.
I'm in for this. I'm in. I'm down. Take my money.
So,
I also love witches, hags, and covens. One of my main Pathfinder characters is a witch.
Anik, we need Swapper to do the thing.
Oh, you're right. I'm
Nobody
so
paid
sorry.
me to do the thing.
I mean, we're already $2,000 in. People paid us for lots of things.
Yeah. All right.
True,
all right.
but-
So villain, Saturday cartoon villain, go Swapper.
Go Swapper.
Okay.
We're
So, do we have somebody in the bloody costume? Of course, we have somebody in the bloody costume. They are actually some kind of important figure. They have a lot of money, and they are just going completely bonkers because their life is terribly boring, and they want to be evil. They have read a lot of stories, and they always emphasize with the villains. So they have tried to become one themselves. Which is also why nobody has died from that poison/sickness yet. I like how I went into this one shot in a very storytelling sense, kind of explaining connections and how you make people sympathize with characters that get killed off later. Now we're just doing shit. We're just writing Scooby-Doo.
When you think about it, that's what every one shot really is.
I'm okay with that, actually. So, what kind of villain are there? They don't seem like somebody who's physically capable, who's a combatant. We did have a chase scene at the end of the one shot, so they kind of are this planning. What's it called in English? Alone at Home, the one where the kid sets all the traps and something. Maybe something like that. Maybe they're
Home
making
Alone?
a little
Home
Home Alone. Thank
Alone
you.
with Macaulay Culkin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Where they have this little kind of contraption all around the city, and the more the players investigate, the more bad things happen, and the more weird things happen to them, because they have all this money and can set it up because they know the city. Sure. So we probably dealing with let's make it a politician. Does somebody want to name them?
I thought that we already got a name for the. Oh no, they named
The alchemist got named.
The alchemist. Thanks.
I think I know who gets to name them.
Oh.
Hi. They're called Bob.
Nice.
Okay, Bob.
Yeah, we're going over it. Kind of the story
Yeah.
of our lives.
So if we're going to 10:15 a.m., isn't that like 21 minutes from now?
Yep.
Okay.
That is true.
Look, we've just sort of rolled your segment into Swapper's one shot because you're derailing it to the point where you're costing yourself your time.
Me?
And again, you were going to be brought on to talk about villains, so way to go
I was
for
going
us.
to say-
We're on topic.
I was trying to segue us
On
into it.
topic.
Okay, so let's just abandon this one-shot pretense. We have the core part.
No, do not
parts.
abandon the one-shot
We have-
Swapper. I want it wrapped
Fuck
up in
you!
a
My
bow
one-shot
by
is
the
more
end.
fleshed out than yours. We have
It's
a
Riyadama,
story.
I don't
We
need to
have a
flesh out
villain. We
shit.
have a sympathetic
At
character.
least I didn't cop out and do
going
a
to get
chase
hurt by
scene.
one of these.
Who does chase scene?
So anyway, Swap.
Is there some kind of weird hatred you have for chase scenes that I need to know about?
Moderately.
Okay, remind me, when are you going to be a player in one of my...
Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna throw so many chase
Please,
scenes in the campaign.
Swapper. Currently, we, other than our podcast, have nothing planned. And I've DM'd for you
Really?
more often than you've DM'd for me because you copped out twice.
Yeah, when are you all
That's
going
true,
to
I
play
still
in
have
one
that
of
one
my
shot lying
games?
around.
And
You
it's
still have to
just
what?
chase scenes. Every fight is just a chase scene.
I
And then
did
they
run a
surrender when
chase
you
scene in
catch 'em.
Pathfinder that involved a timer on the table to make my players panic, and it was beautiful. They were so focused on the timer they stopped thinking. It was amazing.
Okay, back to the topic.
It had a topic?
Yes, Swapper, continue.
Yes, so the core parts of the one-shot are standing. I would now go on to flesh out exact DCs and the names of shops and so on and so forth. I can, if you're running D&D, I can definitely recommend having this random NPC thing. Also, if you have a lot of time on your hands and nothing to do, because why would you have something to do? Let's be honest here. You can make things like random inns and so on and so forth. Not in the same way that random encounters work, but basically fleshing out an inn to, well, not perfection, but pretty close to it. Who runs it, why they're running it, and so on and so forth.
I
And
will
then you can
point
just
out,
slap
if
that
you're
in
not
there.
the type of DM to have all of that in your head, there are also amazing supplements available.
That is true.
Mage Hand Press, for instance, specifically talking about inns as taverns and tankards, which is nothing but inn-related bullshit, which is amazing. It has monster stats for barflies and everything. So if you want to start DMing and you're a little, oh, this seems really overwhelming, I don't have 4 folders full of nonsense I've thought up at some point in my life, you can buy the nonsense that other people have thought of before and start with that and use it as a jumping off point. You don't have to think of absolutely everything yourself. It is perfectly fine to pay people for their ideas and use them. And then just don't
That
tell
is-
your players.
Yeah, that's partially why I like running D&D so much, since whatever you think of, somebody's probably going to have a rule or stats for it.
Exactly.
And you can just modify them if you want to. You can also just take them.
Yeah. Also, I don't have stock in them, but if they ever go to any kind of stock exchange, I will. FantasyNameGenerator.com has names for absolutely everything and everyone, and they plant trees, and they're amazing. I'm not getting paid for this. I should be, but I love them, and I'm always on that website.
So, moving on from one-shots, back to our topic with Graham. It is giving your
Graham.
characters
Hi, I'm
a
Graham,
more...
everybody. I've been here for a while, but I didn't introduce myself.
Shut up!
Welcome
I'm
to
trying
the
to be
show.
professional for once. Giving
Where
your
is your
characters a
hat
more
go?
realistic feel and
Where did the hat go?
playing
Where all hats
villains.
go?
Nice try, Swapper. That was a valiant effort.
So, yes, Swapper, I am here. I'm ready. Hit me with your best questions.
Why are you absolutely obnoxious?
Because people are donating for me to be obnoxious.
That's fair. There are few things that I wouldn't do for money. So how do I play a character in that way that they feel real, in the way that they feel like an actual person and less like somebody whom I'm pretending to be?
Okay.
Give me a few tips here.
Sure. So what I like to do whenever I build a character that is for a long-term campaign, I write a storyboard, which is I take a few ways that I theoretically, even before a campaign starts, like what story would I like to see with this character? What growth potentially could they be led on through various options? And I think I like to pick traumas, is what I call them, is, what in their childhood or in before they joined the campaign made them who they are or how they view God, autofocus. I'll stop talking with my hands. What made them who they are? For instance, let's use Madrian, because, Madrian's pretty fleshed out. Madrian, in his first description, was that his parents left him when he was a child. And so the trauma was that abandonment issue. And so I wanted to capitalize on that and kind of encapsulate it in the character with his own family. Because Madrigan was going off to war, leaving his family for extended periods of time, which is pretty much exactly what his parents did to him. But I like to have traumas and events that dictate what type of decision making these characters would make. Like, did they have a good childhood? Did they
It's very
have
interesting
friends?
because I am of a completely different opinion. I'm a very adamant enemy of saying that happened in my childhood or that trauma was something that I experienced. Thusly,
That's fair.
because I like to work with personality more than background story. I'm always, as a GM, very, very happy if somebody sends me 15 pages of background story. Wait, aren't you going into... That is a subtle hint. But what I basically need to know as a GM is not what you went through, because we can talk about that later. I need to know what you're going to do. I need to know where you want to be going with that. I need to know what you said and what kind of story you envisioned for the character to
Perfect.
have. And for that, I don't think traumas are necessary.
And
Conflict
that's
for a
why we
story
have
is
the
very necessary.
storyboards, which I touched on
Conflict,
earlier. Is the storyboards cover goals, aspirations, and growth for a character. So you have these rough pinpoints of a direction that you would like to go, given it's the DM's option for how you're going to get there. But you can say, what options would make my character darker or less trusting? What would make them more trusting? What does my character want? Why does my character do the things they do? And at what point, what motivations would stop them from doing that? Whether it's a loved one, whether it's their dream job, whether it's their, I want to be remembered as a hero. That's a pretty common trope. Or maybe I want to be an adventurer and a healer, but also not really.
I was about to say,
Is
how does that work for because
for Sam?
yeah, well, exactly. But like you used Madrian as an example, but we're all in an engaged game with IDM, and we started at level 0
Yeah.
with villagers with established lives that had aspirations that did not lie along the lines of like the regular adventuring party, because you didn't know, like as a player you knew because you're joining a D&D campaign, but you made characters that didn't have any clue that they would become adventurers, which is part of why it's hilarious to start at level 0.
Yeah. Do you want to know what my storyboard for Sam was?
Is it I'm a
Ooh.
wizard, baby?
No. The well, no, I'll go back. It's not trauma, but the negative in Sam's backstory was that he felt that he was never worthy enough because he was not a wizard, and his
Fair.
mother was an accomplished wizard. So he took up medicine, which is kind of like a specialized thing, to do his own thing. And then I knew he was going to be a cleric, and I knew that he was going to have healing spells, and there was going to be this identity crisis. I mean, sorry, wizard. And
Kata already told you you're not a wizard.
Yeah, and Sam's still young
You're
for
not
a
a
half
wizard,
elf.
Sam.
And I wanted to toy with like an identity crisis. How do you define yourself and discover who you are when everything you thought you knew about yourself was wrong?
And why does it involve dog collars?
And why exactly? I don't know.
You'll find out next
hey,
episode.
sometimes you got to experiment. But I wanted a character, like my overall goal and my motivation for Sam is I think as a person myself that living without definition of who you are is the best way to live. And I think what I wanted to differentiate between me and Sam was Sam does not believe that. Sam needs to be defined, needs to be put in a shoebox, needs to, am I a healer? Am I a cleric? Am I a wizard? Am I an adventurer? He needs that identity to grasp onto. And I think his entire story is, in my head, was to discover I don't need these things because I'm the only one that can be me. And I can be whatever I want to be.
So, Graham, distract us from that terrifying existential crisis you just.
Yeah, what do you want
Look,
me to distract
he put the existential crisis in a box last episode, so we're going to deal with the existential crisis on stream at some point.
Yeah, it's gonna
For
blow
fuck's sake,
up.
I'm 18 years old, and Graham comes up with, yeah, I don't know if you need to define yourself. I like to live as somebody who's undefined themselves, and so on and so forth. I'm
Look, we already dealt
I have
with.
not drunk enough alcohol in my life to deal with this.
All right, so drink before next Uncaged game because it's gonna
Yeah,
come
yeah.
out. I mean, we already touched on fake creatures and the ridiculous uselessness that is regret. So you might as well go for self-definition next.
Exactly.
Speak about
Welcome
D&D as
to
a
Philosophy Hour.
non-narrative system. We completely corrupted it into a narrative system.
Yeah, so let's talk villains. Because I've been dying to
Yes,
talk
let's
villains.
talk villains.
with you.
I know that one.
You have 6 minutes to deal with villains.
All right, so what makes a good villain? I think there are 3 schools of thought to this, and I'm going to go fast because I want to touch a lot of topics really fast. I think motivation is a important key. Whether it is a relatable motivation, such as, if we go with like superheroes, because, I like how they cover things, is you have people like Dr. Freeze trying to save a dying wife. That is a motivation that is, most people would say that's a good motivation. But the means they go about accomplishing a good goal is what sets them apart. Or Poison Ivy. I want to save nature. I want to save the environment. So, of course, I'm going to kill everyone that is polluting the environment.
Are you picking these examples because you know that I have a deep-seated hatred for everything Batman because he's the worst pretend superhero in the history of pretend superheroes?
I would argue that Superman is worse, but that's a topic for
We have
another
had that
podcast.
argument, which may not need to be rehashed at this
But
point in
anyways,
time.
People, could you please give us another at least 2 hours since
Yeah.
we're going
Duke it
to
out.
have a bit of a
Sorry, Ashes of Asmarin. Anyways, so the next one is there are some villains that cannot be motivated or like cannot be convinced. I like to think there
cannot be asked.
Well, like you can't be dissuaded. They are on a narrow path and they are dedicated towards destruction, mayhem, just causing pain because they're either sadistic or crazy or maybe a mix. And I think those are good villains because you really know what they're going to do, but they can be crafty about the means in which they accomplish it. And
also, somebody whom you don't understand fundamentally can be as terrifying as somebody whom you do understand.
Alex, I would argue that Superman is worse. Wow, okay.
Yes, Alex is somebody whom I don't understand fundamentally, and I'm terrified of.
Yeah.
But that's the
no.
part where we're talking, like, that's where, like, the fantasy speciesism comes in, because how do you argue with the sandwich?
I mean, you eat it, and then you win.
I'm sure Alex has opinions on that.
Hey, you know.
I said the
hesitate to
forbidden
inform
word.
us.
Keep going.
Right.
Sorry.
Well, Annie continues to flagellate herself.
Yes.
Um,
So the third thing.
How many things are they? Is there like an itemized list somewhere?
I
believe
can make
there
you
are
an itemized
3.
list. There were 3 things.
Said 3.
We had motivation. We had undissuadable forces of nature.
Definitely
and
a word.
The third one is personal betrayal. And those are the NPCs that your party, when they're being dickwads to NPCs you make, get motivated to go against the party, whether by treatment from your players or outside sources in your campaign that change their perception of the party. Say, for instance, you have a shopkeep that has been your shopkeep, the person you go to for all your needs, your confidant, and the party goes away for a while. And let's say you piss off a political figure, right?
Mm-hmm.
That political figure goes, I'm going to politically smear
Same.
this party that is kind of interrupting my plans, and I am going to spread rumors about them. So then your friend hears these rumors like, oh, they torched that town that, your party might have discovered a torched town, or did these terrible things, and then suddenly they're not so likely to help you.
Look, if they were my friend, they would understand that town needed torching. And
I mean-
otherwise, we're not friends to begin with. I'm
I mean,
sorry,
that's
To
fair.
elaborate
but
on
screw 'em.
that, I believe also a type of NPC betrayal is where they do not betray you, but they are used to betray you, or they're used against you, which is a thing I like to do.
Oh, yeah.
I've already talked a lot about using feelings against people.
Oh yeah.
I love
Not
using
just to
feelings.
Get them to
us.
love
against
them, and then
people.
you wrench it away.
Yes,
Yep, exactly.
I too have feelings. I, as a person myself,
You as
sure.
a human being.
Yes.
yes,
Human
Uh-huh.
being Swapper
I do
here.
thoroughly enjoy drinking.
Yes.
So-
I am doing that action.
Hydration.
Is this the part where we can clip some more that we have claims that
Yeah,
Swapper has
yeah,
feelings?
yeah.
So-
I just want Swapper just saying feelings,
can
just
lie.
on repeat.
So considering we're already over
Warm
time and we have
feelings,
about
true
5
feelings.
minutes left, maybe we want to do sign offs. We've already given up on Swapper's one shot because
We have completed that. Fuck you.
Mushroom people.
mushroom people.
No, not.
and an alchemist who likes to swallow. Let's do sign offs and let everyone.
That actually was your sign off, wasn't it?
I am in the.
Technically. No.
Just shuts us down.
Pull the plug. Just keep going and everything fades to black.
Yeah.
Anyway, Graham, thank you for joining us for much longer than anticipated.
Thank you.
Where
It's a
can
strong
people,
word.
Where can
I'm
people find
trying
me?
to be polite. Just where can people find you
Hi everybody, I'm Graham or Graham
other than
Crackers.
here?
You can find me on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Graham Crackers with a Z. You can find me there on Fridays at 8 p.m. until about 11:30, 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. You can find me on Wednesdays on Open for Adventure, where I play Smander on the Uncaged Anthology.
You
that is-
wished to have your voice changed.
And that is Wednesday at 1 p.m. That wasn't even Samander's original voice. No.
That wasn't.
I've lost it. Wow, my name is Samander, and
That's
I was a wizard, and now I talk like this.
Pull the plug right now. Pull it right
Anyway,
now.
that's all. You can find me later today, where I will be playing in the Floofy Outlaws game as Malianway Tathra, or you can find me DMing the final segment of the Extra Life with the Down the Rabbit Hole Wonderland induced campaign. I hope that you all have a fantastic rest of the day and watch everything. Keep those donations up, and if you want to put F's in chat for these one shots, I'd appreciate it.
You'll be fine. I'll go next because Swapper promised to do intro and outro, or at least intro, which involves outro. I've just
Promise is a
decided.
strong word.
Also fair. My name is Anik. You can find me on Twitter at Anikster. I run Uncaged here on Wednesdays. Other than that, nothing I have planned has an actual date or a set channel or a cast. But I'm going to be doing more horror stuff, most likely very soon. And I'm very excited because I really like scaring people and making them feel things. And if that involves them crying, that's just even better.
Hello. Anything else?
No, I've been on this channel for many hours today. I think they've heard enough out of me.
All right. I'm Swapper. You can find me on Twitter under @GreatSimplicity. Well, I'm currently doing nothing, but you can at least find me there. One thing I don't know if it has been mentioned by the two of you, but all of us play in a game together on FRA on Wednesdays. Unless that's been cancelled and I just didn't get the memo.
I think we got extended
Yeah,
instead of canceled.
We got extended
How the fuck? Whom did we bribe?
indefinitely. So we are now going to play every Uncaged Anthology thing, all 4 editions. You heard it here
Afterwards,
first, folks.
We're going to
And-
force Anik to do more things.
Yeah.
Oh no, twist my arm.
And remember, every corruption you donate means instead
Right,
of
shut
bad
up.
things, Anik does
I
good.
also have another project coming up on starting the 14th of November, which can be found on @EvaSerade's channel. I'm never quite sure if Twitch has @ or not. I don't think it has, but that's fine. The thing is called City of Shadows, and we'll be running every second and fourth Saturday.
Oh, you got it right this time.
Yes, thank you, because I wasn't hastily ushered to do things I wasn't ready to do.
I didn't usher you to do shit last time. You filled on your own. Keep going.
Harsh but fair. It's an urban D&D 5e campaign with a few lovely players that I believe all of you will know and recognize. Apart from that, I'm just very happy that I don't need to hear Extra Life every time we do outros on Uncaged, because that has been getting on my nerves slightly.
Oh,
Since
boo-hoo.
we've been doing like for like a month or something.
And
Anyway.
everyone on Uncaged is involved in Extra Life.
Yes, so
Those are all
Extra Life was
amazing
mentioned about
humans.
5,000 times.
For the kids.
Yes.
Don't forget
For
to
the
mention
children, yes,
Ashes
of
of
course.
Asmarin.
Yes. So also, I wanted just to quickly say thank you for everybody who donated, and we've had a lot of fucking donations.
Oh my god, thank you so much.
How much did we? I don't know.
So much.
A lot.
Lots.
So thank you. I'm sure the little humans will thank you.
Small humans.
Small humans, yes. And I'm. That's everything I have, because I'm currently getting a call from a lawyer. So stay tuned for Ashes of Asmarin.
I said a lot of things. I didn't say a lot of things I wanted to say. So I think we're both winners in this respect.
Apparently, Sephi has been. She's a what?
Huh?
Sorry, something
No,
about
no.
Sephi.
No. We signed for that. Don't go there.
Yeah.
What
we
the
signed an
fuck did we
affidavit.
sign?
Now
Affidavit.
that is a question for the ages. All
I
right,
don't
remember,
read what I
guys,
sign.
other than Ashes of Asmarin, there's a bunch of good stuff. There's other panels talking about lobster cults. There are
Wait, what?
more giveaways. I mean, we had a goal of $1,000. We completely obliterated it. There's many hours still to go. So our amazing community is stepping up and offering stretch goals. So we're giving away even more stuff than what was originally posted on Twitter. So stay around, stay active in chat, and maybe win some cool shit.
Yeah,
And,
type corruption if you want a full bar.
Do not.
Graham.
If you want Cheddar Bay biscuits with the lobster cults, stick around for chill and chat and make sure to ask them. I think we may need Mare to pull the plug on us now before we derail again.
Kind of
so thank
waiting on
you.
that.
Okay,
and
everybody,
goodbye.
we're saying goodbye. This is your voice from the
Bye.
void. Bye.
Hello,
Bye.
voice.
Hello,
Bye.
creepy tech goblin.
to play